Welcome to the Kartódromo Internacional do Algarve, one of Europe's premier karting circuits, situating in the stunning region of southern Portugal and located just a short drive from the picturesque town of Portimão. The Algarve region is famous for its golden beaches, dramatic cliffs and rich cultural heritage. The karting track sits right next to the Algarve International Circuit, hosting major motorsports events such as MotoGP and Formula 1. And this weekend, it plays host to another major event. It's the MondoKart.com FIA Karting World Championships here in Portimão for the first time for the KZ gearbox categories. Year of opening 2010. Event record set this weekend by Senna van Wallstein in time qualifying with a 109.596. That was done in a wet qualifying scenario though. So again, pace today, if it dries up, might go faster. The track though, 1,531 meters in length. It's a short run down into the top speed area, down in towards turn number 2. Track wide is around 8 to 10 meters of width. Elevation change, 4 meters. It's up and down. It's quite an undulating circuit here at the circuit as they dive downhill right to the bottom and back uphill. Turns out on circuit. It's a busy track out there. 17 turns in total, 10 to the right, 7 to the left, and the one hairpin out there of turn number 5, which makes it perfect for overtaking opportunities. We see them down in towards turn 3, turns 5, 8 and 9, through 13 and 14 as they climb up the hill through 16, and occasionally 1 or 2 in the wet conditions out of the final corner and a run to the line. But top speed, that is where it gets nail-biting. Into the braking zone, down in towards turn number 2. In the dry conditions, they can hit around 160 kilometers an hour with a slipstream. In the wet conditions, they're a little bit slower as they try to bring it down, but still incredible speeds going down in towards that braking zone. And with the average speed, of course, 79 kilometers an hour with those wet conditions. It certainly made it a big challenge for the drivers. And what you can see there is, well, cloud cover everywhere, a soaking wet circuit, and rain imminent every few moments. But I'm your commentator, Anthony Jordan, over the course of this week, and I am joined in the box this weekend by Guillaume Alvarez as we get ready for the first race of the day. KZ2 qualifying heat B versus F. That is the next session to come out on track. Morning warm-up on circuit at the moment. Guillaume, yesterday was a packed day of racing with dramatic weather conditions. Today, judging by that picture there, it could be a very similar story.
It could be indeed. Good morning to you all. Welcome to Algarve region in Portimão. What a pleasure to be here. What a pleasure to be hosting here at the MondoKart.com FIA Karting World Championship. Back in Portimão for the first time in since 2020, as we had the European Championship as well taking place here for the single speed classes in 2022. But as you said, first time ever in the FIA Karting competition for the gearbox classes, Masters, KZ2, and the prime class of them all, the KZ, that we'll get to see on track later on this morning. Starting with the KZ2 category, we had 9 races in total yesterday afternoon following qualifying session, and in this very category, filled with 101 competitors. We had a couple of winners already putting themselves to the fore, including Christian Bertucca, taking 2 wins so far. This young man, Benjamin Fuglsang, competing for GECO Racing, will be the one on pole position for the upcoming qualifying heat B versus F. And we got a chance to talk to him yesterday after his qualifying effort. Benjamin Fuglsang, congratulations to you. We are here in Portimão for the worldwide event, and the first group, you put it on pole at the moment. Fingers crossed. What do you make of the track and the conditions out there? How was it?
It was the same as in the first practice, and I was quite quick there as well. It was quite tricky with with not so much time on the track, so you need to put in a good lap. I wasn't completely happy with the last lap, but it's on pole, so we'll cross our fingers and hope for the best.
Hope for the best, even though the conditions doesn't seem very promising for the weekend. A couple of qualifying heats to go through, hopefully for you to make it to the final. But based on your pace so far, you're feeling confident. So the weather won't be on our side this weekend, but based on your pace so far, you're feeling confident for the qualifying heats on your way, hopefully, for the final?
Yeah, I feel confident in the rain. I don't feel as confident in the dry because I haven't done much practice in the dry. I live in Norway, so Portugal is a long way from home, and I've just driven most of my time in Norway. So I'm feeling confident in the rain, and I hope it stays that way. So not much dry racing for me.
Fantastic. Well, best of luck to you.
Thank you.
Well, great to chat there to our pole sitter in this one, Benjamin Fuglesang, who, well, so far this weekend has been a little on the back foot in those first races. Yes, wanted the rain out there, certainly got that, but his results in the first day in his first two qualifying heats, a P17 and a P12, two penalties as well in both of those that put him right down in that field. We saw very briefly Gianni Andresani as well on the Kart Republic there, who has had a good day yesterday. Second and a win, is right up there at the sharp end in the KZ2 World Cup intermediate classifications. However, not at the top, because that would be the likes of Christian Bertuca. There again, a look at Fuglesang, who's getting himself primed and ready for this one, starting on the front row of that grid. But like you say, Guillaume, for a lot of drivers yesterday, some really making the most out of the rain opportunities out there. For a lot of others, not the day they wanted at all.
No, definitely not. It has been tricky conditions for everybody here in all three classes, as we have in total 186 competitors, and the next race about to get going from the pre-grid. But as you can see, there's still some wet patches here and there onto the track. Still very cloudy above our heads, as you've seen in the rain radar. We might expect, but again, it's not at this point totally confirmed, some rain coming our way throughout the course of the day. It was slightly raining as we were making our way up to the commentary box. As you can see, the 3-minute board is shown as we expect the next race in just a few moments. But conditions, as we said, very difficult, as the last warm-up session of the day is coming to a close, as we wish once again good luck to all the people involved into the making of this beautiful event, including especially marshals, the Orange Army, as we like to call it in the business. And without the passion and dedication of those marshals, well, there would not be any motorsport, and certainly not karting as well. So once again, to all the men and women involved on track out there, making sure that all the races can go according to plan and helping out the drivers in difficult situations. Once again, obrigado. Thank you very much indeed for being here with us. And that goes as well to all the officials from the FIA, from the RGMC group, and everybody working behind the scenes to make sure the organization and the running of the MondoKart.com FIA Karting World Championship goes according to plan. And it has to be said that despite the difficult conditions of yesterday, you know, everybody has been up to the job so far, and let's keep it that way, even though these are no easy conditions for nobody here at Portimão. But the racing has been very interesting indeed, and as you can see, this is the run down to turn number 2 and the hairpin in turn number 3. And even though this is a flat part of the track, you know, going flat out with top speed approaching, you know, between 150 and 1 kilometer an hour in those conditions, certainly the fastest top speed that we have all season. In turn number 1, at some point it was so wet that some drivers went aquaplaning in this particular part of the track, making it, you know, somehow dangerous indeed, but displaying the driving skills of the best drivers in the world.
I think standing water was the biggest drama yesterday that accumulates on the apexes of some of the turns that caught some drivers out. But like you say, that's all cleared away now. Marshall's did a brilliant job this morning clearing the track, making it ready to go for today. And already in morning warm-ups, we've seen some fantastic times coming in from drivers, really getting themselves primed and ready for today. But like you say, it was a very busy day yesterday. There is our race director ahead of this weekend, Pasquale Lupoli from Italy. He is lining himself up ready to start the day today. It does kickstart with KZ2 qualifying Heat B versus F. The World Cup this year, so many drivers in previous years have well done a brilliant job in the world of KZ2. Last year, of course, Nels Troja from Germany took the win as well. So again, a very competitive what it was when we were at Wackersdorf last year. But now here in Portimão, the first time we are seeing KZs, the gearbox classes, racing in an FIA capacity at the Portimão circuit. So again, looking forward to it. Here's your starting lineup then for today's race. It's Benjamin Fuglsang and Gianni Andresani on the front row. Then I have Alessio Pacini and Ken Algri on row number 2. Matthias Morgato and Nicola Rossini round out row at number 3. Nicholas Roos taking 2 third places yesterday from the 4th row of the grid. We'll have Alvar Simasvara for company alongside. Francis Jean Nimblom and Roman Shaparov will go from row 5 as well. Enzo Bull and Florian Breitenbach go from row 6. Karol Pasovic and Simon Reckenmarker, they round out row number 7. They'll have Dmitry Matviev and Arsene Lacoste on row number 8, with Enrique Cruz and Maximilian Schleimer on row number 9.
Row number 10, Jokubas Bogdan Vicius and Eric Nake. Then we have Matilda Pats and Darius Babayona, row number 11. Row number 12, we do have Matej Brus and Mario Borges, Markus Kayak and Vladimir Verkelantsev on row number 13. Row 14, Sandro Olzem and Mario Pinazzo-Cero. Row 15, Christian de Klein and Cheris Anstad Gargari. Row 16, Gabriel Gomez and Domantas Knidva. And Ajin Jatic to round things up at the back end of the grid. A total of 33 drivers here making their way onto the track for the 2 warm-up laps. 1 extra lap considering the conditions. This is very much a wet race, which means that the choice of tires is left to the drivers. But as you can see, some standing water just in the middle of the straight. Believe us, everybody is on wet tires at this point of the weekend. 100%. No one would be daring to go for any slick choice. That would be certainly a big bet to go for. But as I was talking to the drivers on the pre-grid, they said that if the weather stays cloudy as it is, there's a little chance for the racing line to even start drying out onto the track, which means if it was the case, that could have been certainly an open door for different tire compounds, tire bets as well. This is not the case at all, and the drivers will have to keep their eyes wide open all throughout the course of the layout. 1.5 kilometer of length, 17 turns, one of the fastest and most interesting circuits of the calendar.
Something I think we're going to be looking at a lot of today is that rain radar down in the bottom right-hand corner of your screens if you're watching at home. And there you can see there is a huge cloud around us, and we can see that cloud. There are dark skies off in the distance that is just around. So we are expecting rain just on and off throughout the day. I don't think, I love your hope, I love your optimism there, Guillaume, of hoping for a dry line, but I just don't think we're going to get it. It's just far too wet out there. There's so much water that's soaked into the ground as well that's just going to seep out onto the track as well as the day goes on. So again, it's just going to be a tricky day for all the drivers. And again, they've got to really babysit these wet tyres that they'll be using over the course of today, and I suspect for the entirety of this weekend. However, the weather tomorrow is looking a little bit nicer, so maybe they will get some dry running over the course of this weekend. Right then, drivers heading to the start-finish line now. The front of the grid already lined up, ready to go. You can see there Benjamin Fuglsang and Gianni Andresani on the front row of that grid. Alessio Pacini and Ken Algri there on the second row, lined up, ready to start this race. The back of the field, though, taking their time. They're still coming around turns 16 and 17. So the front runners here, they will lose that temperature in the tyres, in the brakes as well, that they've worked hard to get up to temperature. But it looks like we are ready now at the back of the grid. We wait for the green flag to wave at the back. We get that green flag as the lights procedure will start. And for the 3rd time this weekend, but the first time today, we see KZ2 qualifying heat B versus F. Lights are out. We are racing, and it's a brilliant start from the front row. Fuglsang, those got caught out by Andresani, who's gone around the outside. Keep an eye on Ken Algri as well in the Maranello. He makes contact and he tries to hold on. There's pandemonium in the background. Looks like one of the Kart Republics, maybe even one of the Door Motorsport karts has gone off the track, but everyone else has got away well, and it's Gianni Andresani who leads the way comfortably now ahead of Benjamin Fuglsang.
And yellow flag at turn number 3. Yellow flag at turn number 3. Everybody coming through pretty much unhurt, just except for one driver being caught up out there. We have to take a look at this as in the lead, indeed, Benjamin Fuglsang, the 157. This is Gianni Andresani. As you've identified the driver, this is Jakobus Bogdanovicius. Unfortunately, he got caught up there, but he was able to get back onto the track as Gianni Andresani, indeed, on your picture, the 157, having a great start and good getaway, building a gap already. for that 10-lap race. This will be the distance for all the qualifying heats before we extend that distance for the superheat and the final tomorrow. As you can see, the drivers making their way up into the last sector, the sector number 3, the most technical of them all, with some interesting overtaking opportunities. There's a lot of them here, especially in that last double right-hander. You see some drivers sliding above the racing line onto the curb. 1 lap completed. Gianni Antizani, a fantastic start in front of Benjamin Vogelsang, your pole sitter. Nicolas Roos making up 4 places up to 3rd in front of Kenosga Algre, Alessio Piscini, Matheus Morgato, Nicolas Rossini, Jean Noblo, Almasis Mevara, Simon Reckenmacher. That's for your top 10.
Indeed, that Door Motorsport car I was referring to at the start of the race off the track, I believe Karol Pasovic, who is still in this race, now 27th place. But yeah, like you were saying, brilliant start here for Antoniani, but that gap is already closing down as Matviev there, wheel to wheel with Simon Reckenmacher. Absolutely astonishing how they kept that on the straight and narrow. But they're still in this race. There is Matheus Morgano trying to find his way through. Pacini in front, who has got the likes of Ken Algre just ahead. We saw how good the start was from Algre on the Maranello kart around the outside through turn 1 and 2, and he's managed to continue utilizing that in the early stages. There again, Matviev still in the middle of that pack right now. He's got Schleimer right there, Marcus Kayak. He's surrounded by Maranello karts out there. He is on that lonely Kart Republic Motorsport kart. But he's still got the TB Racing of Simon Reckenmacher just for company ahead here. Back at this end of it, and Morgato has managed to get past Pacini and Nomblom as he tries to hunt down Ken Algre now.
Yeah, the Frenchman with the study kart machine on the inside, beautifully made on Alessio Piscini. Can he try to make it double? No. Matheus Morgato is shutting that door on the next turn all the way to the airplane in turn number 5. Jean Noblo and Alessio Piscini with the Pauline going a little bit wide. This is lap number 3 out of 10, and you can see the drivers struggling as well for the racing line here, trying to find a little bit of grip left. But at the moment, Alessio Piscini, as Morgato is making his bit on the inside of Kenosga Algre. Well done for the former OK World Champion, taking the Charles Leclerc machine up another place in P4 in front of the Maranello driver from Estonia. And this is the intermediate classification on the right side of your picture with Gianni Andrisiani, your current leader of the race and of the classification as for now. Keep in mind that all those drivers in the KZ2 class have to go through 5 qualifying races. 2 were done yesterday, 3 left today before the superheat and the finals. And from the 101 competitors, only 72 will make it tomorrow morning in the races, for only half of that 36 into the final. But look at the driving skills displayed from Jean Noblo at the wheel of that orange Sodi kart, and he's pulling away from Alessio Piscini, the pole sitter of the closure of the European Championship in Val di Grata, you might remember. Son, of course, of Alessandro Piscini, the 4-time world champion. As Jean Noblo is increasing the pressure on Kenosga Algre, who after losing contact with Matheus Morgato is struggling a little bit for grip by the look of it.
Indeed, update on that lead gap now down to 1.2 seconds. Another purple sector in sector 1 for Benjamin Vogelsang. So that gap is slowly coming down, but we'll keep an eye on these battles just behind until that closes in a little bit more. Again, you can see there how stiff the chassis are at the moment out there, and that surprises me actually, because you think in these conditions you want it to be as loose as possible. You want the back end kind of stepping out a little bit. You don't want too much of the wheels kicking up in the background. You want all 4 attached to the track here, as you're seeing the Sodi kart just lifting a rear wheel there around the corners, but showing how stiff the chassis are. Gap again down to 1 second at the front here, as Marcus Kayak and Schleimer still very, very close out on track. Biggest movers out there. Marcus Kayak is one of them, 16 places gained. The same can be said for Verkalantsev. Gabriel Gomez again. Gabriel Gomez yesterday did impress in the qualifying heats.
Yes, he did.
Qualifying didn't go his way. It was quite close to the back. It was a bit disheartened by it, but he has certainly come strong in the actual races themselves, because he's also up 16 places, and he's got Christian Decline for company as well. I think that's 17 for Gomez now, up to P14. So still good progress here, as this battle still on your screen. Jean Nimblom, Ken Algre, line astern. Algre's not been able to close up on this one, and now the 2 swap places. So Jean Nimblom ahead, and now pushing his way up now to see if he can close in on Morgato, who got past earlier on, but you can already see that Morgato on that Charles Leclerc chassis has kind of broken away from the rest of the field. And with them battling, Pacini's closed in, Kayaks, Masvara, Schleimer, they're all there as well. So it's a long old train of drivers as we keep an eye still. As we go on to lap number 6 now, the gap is back to 1.1. So despite Fuglsang's efforts here, Gianni Andressani still looking comfortable here, Guillaume.
Certainly so, as he was one of the fastest in this morning's warm-up sessions. Took a hit win yesterday in his first race, and is looking quite good for victory number 2. 1.1 second indeed, as we keep a close watch on the battle on our screen. Kenosga Algarve, Jean Nomblot, the fast Frenchman, the fast Estonian as well, close pretty much within the same lap time. As while they're battling, well, this is a little bit further back here, the 162. This is Sismevara and Maximilian Schleimer. So this is the teammate of Kenosga Algarve from the Maranello SRP racing team. Another battle for P9 that is, with Sismevara, the 162 from CRG. As for the up, you see as well the battle with Marcus Kayak now, putting Alessio Piscini in pressure, and Marcus Kayak just made his way past for P7, and what a move, what a remontada that is, as you can see on the left side. 18 places gained for Marcus Kayak, and putting himself now up into P7 that is, and the battles of the teammate, indeed, the 111 and the 158. Marcus Kayak and Kenosga Algarve, and Kayak still trying to get the contact to Kenosga Algarve, as Nicola Rossini is being investigated, the 138, currently sitting in P20 after he lost 14 places in the course of that race, so it's certainly not up to his standards. But as for now, an interesting battle between the teammates of Maranello, as Algarve and Marcus Kayak P6 and P7 respectively. And mentioning the good climbers in this field, as we have 13 places gained for Vladimir Verkolantsev up to P13, 17 places collected for Gabriel Gomez, still down in P14, and Christian de Klein as well, doing a good job with a remontada of 14 places at this point.
Indeed. I just want to cut back there to Nicola Rossini. You were seeing that the investigation flag going out. Fantastic qualifying, starting P6 in the races. But the races themselves, you know, a stark difference, 28th and a 24th out there. So, again, really, really struggling for those positions. And currently right now, like you say, down 14 places and outside the top 20 right now, as we continue to see Andressani doing good work here, now leading the intermediate classifications. A second win for him would certainly be good on the cards, but he has to remember as well, he's in direct competition with the likes of the pole sitter from qualifying, Christian Batuka, who has not lost a qualifying heat yet. Took 2 wins yesterday, and we'll see him out a little bit later on this morning. He'll be in the 3rd race of the day. There's a look at the gap still, fluctuating just above 1 second between Fuglsang and Andressani. Nicolas Roux still there in 3rd place. There's the gap. There's Morgato in P4. Nomblot is closing in as well. Then this train, yeah, the battle behind Marcus Kayak, Pacini, Algarve, Simazvara, Schleimer, they're all still there in a big train as they're trying to go for the moves. That was down the inside, I think, for Maximilian Schleimer, just trying to get down the inside of Alvar Simazvara. But there again, still the race leaders. Now the gap's down to less than a second. So is this Andressani just in this late stage of the race now, just thinking, right, maybe let's look after the tyres, let's bring it back a little bit, coast it to the end. We've still got a good gap because now it's down to 8/10.
And Sismevara just made his way past, but a look at it on Maximilian Schleimer as they come across in front of position. Here we go for lap number 8. Look out, the 118 on the inside. This is Maximilian Schleimer on Sismevara, taking the position back in turn number 1. Beautiful piece of driving there. He didn't wait any longer. That could have been dangerous into the breaking point, and that's what we're talking about. As Schleimer is shutting that door on Sismevara. We have Dimitri Matveev for the back as well. Is a little bit further back than Marcus Kayak from the Maranello SRP racing team. Currently P6, 19 places climbed into this field. Certainly the biggest climber of them all. Just one tiny position in front of Gabriel Gomez. So those two making, you know, the best of the conditions after qualifying didn't go according to plan. But Marcus Kayak is certainly one to watch all throughout the weekend. He gave us a good European season in the KZ2 category, Marcus Kayak, that he finished in P7 with his best result at the closure in Val Vibrata. But watch out what he can do this weekend. Still has a bit of a gap, so that I think he won't have enough time in his tires, certainly, to get any close to Jean Noble for the P5, 19 places up to P6. It's certainly a decent way to start your day.
Certainly is. Final lap board then is out, and this is the lead battle. Fuglsang has closed in as Andressani may have just looked after those tyres a little bit too much. That is now an attacking distance here for Fuglsang, who's looking for his first win of the weekend after putting it fastest in his qualifying group. But right now, he's not in a position here to find a way past. They're halfway round the lap.
What's happening?
Right down the inside. So, again, this is huge drama. Andressani has not got any power here at this point of the race. So maybe he wasn't looking after the tyres. Maybe there are mechanical problems for Andressani here, who has broken away, and Fuglsang is looking for his first win then of the weekend after having a 17th and 12th yesterday. He's got 2 more corners to negotiate here, but Andressani's on the charge back here in towards the final corner. He's not going to have the run. Benjamin Fuglsang then claims his first win of the weekend on the last lap of the race. Absolutely superb. No idea what happened to Andressani there.
Well, we're going to have to watch that again in the highlights. But first win of the day, end of the weekend indeed for Benjamin Fuglsang. I think, you know what, that Gianni Andressani might have made a slight mistake because he just went wide into that corner, and then that just opened the door slightly for Benjamin just to make his bet on the inside. But we thought for a moment that he was going to have like some mechanical trouble. He was dropping pace for the past 2 laps. And was he caught out by surprise by maybe some wet patches out there or slippery racing line? But as a result, well, Benjamin Fuglsang, after decreasing that 1.1 second of a gap in the course of the last 2 laps, just increasing the pressure, and at this level, pressure on the shoulders can sometimes mean cracking a little bit on the way to a potential victory. And that might have been what just happened to Gianni Andressani, losing what could have been win number 2 in the qualifying heat. So very strange scenario there in the last lap, and it might need would be worth checking about what happened there. But he seemed to be back on the pace in the last few corners, so that's why I'm suggesting that it might be driver related more than the mechanic. But yeah, remains to be seen. But Benjamin Fuglsang in the meantime was there for the win. That's win number 1 for him in front of Gianni Andressani. Nicola Rus, Matheus Morgato P4 for Jean Noble, Marcus Kakin P6, then P7th place for Alessio Piscini for Maximilian Schlammer, Ken Osgar, Algri, Alvasis Mevara, Dimitri Matviv, Enzo Bol, Gabriel Gomez, Christian De Klein, and the rest of the classification, Karol Pazovic in P16.
Well, a very packed one there for the drivers. Simon Reckermacher finishing 17th place, then ahead of Florian Breitenbach. Roman Shaparov from Mattis Pruj, who is good to see Mattis Pruj out on the grid for this one. Struck away with a hand injury yesterday in a crash at turn number 1. Did get taken to the hospital, but is back here today, has been declared fit to go racing. So a little bit of a scare there, but the World Championship is not over for the driver from the Czech Republic. Nicola Rossini then finishing in 21st place ahead of Darius Babianoa. Lacoste from Cruz, then it is Pisano from Pat, Holm from Borges, Canva and Jatish Bagdonovicius from Enac. Then it is Akstad finishing in 33rd place. Well, there, interesting scenes from the front runners as the next race is very quickly straight out on circuit. It is qualifying heat C versus E heading out onto the track. So let's quickly fire you through that starting lineup in a few moments. But for Daniel Vasile, who was looking very quick in time qualifying, ended up being the 3rd fastest driver overall, putting himself on pole position for this one. 2nd and a 3rd place for him yesterday, and looking to see if he can claim his first win of the weekend here. But let's take you through that full starting lineup. It is Daniel Vasile on the front row. We'll have Victor Larsson for company from Sweden, who suffered an 11th place and a penalty in his 2nd qualifying heat. Emma Felbermeyer and Artem Sevrukin go from row number 2. They'll have Paavo Tonteri and Tigran Banatian on row 3. Timo Jungling and Matteo Spurgel go from row 4. They'll have Corentin Rousseau and Maxim Orlov on row number 5. Jean Louis and Louis Alves round out row number 6. David Walter and Jesper Schauberg go from row 7. They will have Martti Rittinen of Finland and Jan-Luca Wertmann from Mexico on row number 8. Theo Blon and Juho Valtonen, who's back after retiring in 2022, starts on row number 9.
Row number 10, we have Tim Locati and Kimi Tani. Simon Billman and Kjell Kutskov, row number 11. Row number 12, Gabaloye and Nacho Tunan. Row number 13 is Santiago da Costa Ribeiro. Jacob Cranston by his side. Row number 14, Xavier Ramirez and Casper Skormans. Row 15, Camilo Calderon and Patrick Janssen. And at the back end of the grid, row number 16, Zoe Florescu and Milan De Geratu and Eduardo Mormonelli and Rodrigo Ferreira on row 17. 34 competitors, as we do have everybody on board. And a couple of interesting names out there. Daniel Vasil, a second and a third as best results yesterday in his qualifying races. Victor Larsson, a third and a 10th place. Emma Falbermeyer, 10th place as best result from row number 2 on the grid. Artem Severyukin picking up 1 win, as well as 1 win for Paavo Tonteri at the wheel of the CRG machine. Paavo Tonteri will be starting from P5 on the grid. So a couple of protagonists out there on the grid. Some of those didn't go through qualifying certainly the way they would have hoped for. And as you mentioned, we have a returnee in the gearbox class, Juho Valtanen, who left karting for good, as we thought at the time, at the end of 2022. But happy to see him back in the world of karting for the multi-time champion of Finland. And remains to be seen if that's the sign of another program or a long-time return to the track for Juho Valtanen, or just a one-shot. But whatever the future holds for Juho Valtanen, always nice to see familiar faces for the past few years getting back onto the track for the World Championship event. Kirill Kutskov as well, all the way down to P22nd on the grid. Nacho Tunan at the wheel of the DPK machine, and not particularly happy qualifying-wise. And at this level, in those conditions, it's about survival in those qualifying heats, trying to make your way through the fields. We've seen that in the opening race. 19 places gained for Marcus Kayak, and pretty much so for Gabriel Gomez. So there's a lot of overtaking opportunities on this track, and there's a lot to be done here.
Just saw a kart in the top right-hand corner of my screen there, just diving into Parc Ferme. So has someone ended their race already? We'll have to see who's going to be missing from that grid, as the front looks all lined up, ready to go. Back of the grid just getting into formation here. We've already seen one driver from the outside of row number 1 get a lightning start. Gianni Andrasani at the beginning of his race, getting the whole shot in towards turn 1. Can Victor Larsson do the same here, as the drier racing line on a fully wet circuit is certainly better off on that racing line? Lights are starting to come on then at the front as the green flag waved at the back. 4 red lights go out. We are racing. Who's going to get the whole shot? It will be Daniel Vasile on the inside row who gets the whole shot. Victor Larsson dives to the inside to cover off any attack from the likes of Emma Felbermeyer and Artem Severyukin, who are trying to get past, but everyone else has got through. There you can see Emma Felbermeyer in the blue kart just now has gone backwards. A sea of karts has gone through. It's a Birol 1-2, so that would mean that it's Daniel Vasile and Artem Severyukin who are 1-2 right now. One driver nearly straight off the circuit there. Looked to me like the 119 of maybe Paavo Tonteri on the CRG going for a little wide line through turn number 5 there, but everyone else has got a good start. And as you can see, we've already got a 3-car breakaway here at the front as the rest of the pack diving towards turns 8 and 9, as there is the 174 going no further in this one and trying to get restarted.
Patrick Janssen.
Yeah, that was a very interesting moment there. Looked like his car went before him.
Yeah, definitely. And a reminder that a driver in difficulty, if he decides to get back onto a racing, can have the help to push the cart from the marshals. So everybody has to do it on their own. And he managed to get back into a racing mode. So good for him as we go back into the leading positions, covering the first of 10 laps in this qualifying heat. And look at that on the outside of the last turn. Beautifully made by one of the Saudis. It is Mateo Spurgel as well with Timo Jungling. And the rest of the pack leading the way. Already a full second by Artem Severyukin. He was able to build that in just the course of 1 lap from Daniel Vasil. And look at that train of Saudi drivers just behind Paavo Tonteri of Jungling, Larsson and Spurgel. 3 from the CPB Saudi card outing. Trying to give a chase to Paavo Tonteri is the one indeed who went wide a little bit in turn number 5, that particular corner. Making their way up into the double left-hander of 8 and 9, flat out pretty much. This particular part of the track, quite treacherous as well when it comes to rain, because there's a bit of standing water, as another attempt on the 103, Daniel Vasile, who finds himself under the pressure now of not only Tonteri, but the rest of the Saudis just behind. Daniel Vasile, that we thought for a minute was going to be able to keep the pace of Artem Severyukin, and those opening stages of those races in those conditions with that slippery and that lack of grip actually As those opening stages are so crucial to be able to build that gap. But we've seen in the race before that despite all the gap in the world, well, sometimes it might come down to the last round, and you might actually lose a race, as it happened, unfortunately, for Jenny Andrizani. We'll see about that. 1.5 second, Artem Siveryukin on the charge.
Certainly is, and now takes the lead of the intermediate classifications here, as again, very different racing line there for Paavo Tontteri, just taking that wider line, and it seems to be working. Fastest lap of the race, 1:11.217 on that last lap, is piling on the pressure here, and again, just looking to the inside, not close enough, but that's bringing Jungling into play here as they go wheel to wheel again, but Daniel Vasile just slamming the door closed there. This is allowing Siveryukin to break away at the front right now, but Jungling's right there in his first. Oh yeah, right in the background there. That was one of the Birrells going around. That might have been Jean-Louis in the grid there, the driver of the 134, just getting caught out the inside of turn number 8 and 9. But this is as close as you'd like to get it right now, as all 4 of these drivers are battling away right around the outside there. Maybe for Larson. No, he's not going to be able to get past his teammate. Stays behind Jungling.
Yeah, and at this point, those guys have to be careful, not only about the conditions, but also competing against, you know, them teammates. You don't want to push each other out at this early stage of the day. Every race count double at the stage of the FIA Karting KZ2 World Cup, making their way down to turn number 3. 3 full seconds now between Artem Siveryukin and Daniel Vasile, and the pressure, the Birella driver, the Romanian, on the back of his best season to date in the FIA Karting Championship, taking 2nd place in the European season behind Mateusz Peugeot, who's one of the drivers in P6, giving him the chase, with Paavo Tontteri just in between, Timo Jungling, Larson as well. Maxim Orlov climbing 3 places up to P7 from Clément Rousseau, Sjoberg and Emma Falbermeyer. Not the best of race so far for Emma, unfortunately, dropping 7 places down to 10.
As Jungling trying to get that move done on Paavo Tontteri. Contact between the 2 of them. Amazingly, they stay on the track, but Paavo Tontteri right to the outside there. The first attempt from Jungling. He's going to try it again here through turn 13 and 14. Up the hill, not close enough, and now Mateusz Peugeot has closed in. This year's European champion in KZ2, looking to try and capitalize here. Looks to the inside through turn 17. Did he make that one work? I think he may have done. Across the line, Peugeot, no, he stays behind. He's still there in P6, so good attempt there through turn 17. Like you're saying, we've seen those overtakes in the wet conditions. You don't see them much through turn 17. In the dry, the speed that they carry, they're flat out through the corner. It's very difficult to do so. And Tontteri, getting past Daniel Vasile, has finally got that move done.
There we go. The Sergio driver up into 2nd place, and Daniel Vasile is going to have to really find any possibilities. And as I said, that he's about to lose another place to Timo Jungling. Jungling is getting past the Romanian driver just before the breaking point of turn number 8. Vasile seems to be in a bit of trouble now, because after Jungling, Victor Larsson might be another one giving him a bit of discomfort into this qualifying heat. Paavo Tontteri at the wheel of this CRG machine. Interesting to see the different lines as well as they make their way down to P12. This is turn number 13 and 14, where we have seen some interesting maneuvers yesterday and in the opening race as well. But the different racing lines in search of a little bit of grip left outside of the racing line as well. As into the last 2 turns, no one dares to move a muscle just yet. We just hit the halfway point of that race. Lap number 6 we go. And so far, so good for Artem Siveryukin at this point. We have a gigantic gap of 5.3 seconds in front of Paavo Tontteri. As you can see, we have a bit of a transponder issue on the left side. So Artem Siveryukin is still very much in the lead. Daniel Vasile down in P4. With Tontteri and the city car driver just behind Timo Jungling, Larson, Peugeot, as Daniel Vasile is still in P3. Kasper Skormans, another of the Saudi drivers, climbing through the field as well. Further back is P14 at the moment, 14 places gained. And it's fair to say that for Kasper Skormans, qualifying didn't go according to plan at all, and he's forced to be fighting his way through the field at each of the races, which is a bit of a shame for the young driver from the Netherlands, who stepped on the podium not so long ago at the closure of the European Championship in Val Vibrata. A strong season for his first appearance in this class, P4 overall this year, and not quite able at this stage to really play a role at the front, but the road is still long. Remember, 5 races in total before the super heat in the final, where everything will count double. to try to get their hands on the KZ2 World Cup title, but that will be for tomorrow.
A brief look there at Artem Sevrukin in the lead of this race, and like you spoke to there, 5.1 seconds that gap. Quite an incredible achievement in this one. There you can see the gap between himself and Tom Terry. But that all down to, of course, that battle where Vasily was just holding off a large train of drivers, and once again is trying to hold off even more here now as Larsen right there on the rear bumper. Spurgel still there as well. This battle for P4 on your screen right now as Daniel Vasily on that 103. Still looking competitive here. But certainly today seems to just be on that back foot as every single corner you can see again the different racing lines. The wider outside line, you think you get the power down earlier on into the corner, or out of the corner I should say, but this time around just not finding the way through as we're on lap 7 of 10 right now. And Sevrukin still opening that gap. Tonterre with the clean air in second place. The gap is going up now, 5.3 seconds. Youngling still there for company just behind as they've gone up the order. But again, biggest mover in this race who has impressed, Casper Schurmans, currently running in 14th place, up 14 positions. Some drivers are loving the wet conditions here.
Definitely so, and the battle for second place is heating up as well.
There you go, yeah.
Timo Jungling just made his way past in the corner of your screen with the Sudica driver now in second position with the fastest lap in the back. So Pavel Tonterre was holding on to that second place for quite a while. But Jungling just made his way past in turn number 2. Beautifully done, as we have 2 battles pretty much in the same picture for the second place. That's down to Pavel Tonterre to try to switch those places back. Then we have Vasily, Larsen and Spurgel in the blink of an eye. And again, interesting different racing lines as Timo Jungling is clipping the curb on the inside of turn number 11, while the CRG driver is going the long way around. We see that happening as well in the last turn, the turn number 17, going uphill just a little bit. Some of them would prefer to take on the inside line. Some of them, look at how wide Timo Jungling is going. Both of the drivers clipping the curb quite aggressively as we just got into lap number 9. Checkered flag is getting near, and there won't be much time remaining for Pavel Tonterre to try to switch those positions. He took a win in a second place for Pavel Tonterre, making him one of the most consistent drivers to this point. And he currently sits in 3rd place overall in the classification, led by Artem Sevrukin on his way to what would be victory number 2 for the Birella driver. That would be on equal results as Christian Bertucca. And it's fair to say that the Birella drivers, Sevrukin, Bertucca, Vasile, have been very, very strong since the start of the weekend.
They have been. This is set up clearly there for the Birella team this weekend. As again, on this last 2 laps of this race, we keep an eye on Timo Jungling on that 113. His first season in the world of KZ2 racing was racing in juniors last year, and really did step up in his world of racing, and a very talented pilot in the world of karting. But like you say, a very young driver, one of the youngest, I believe, on the grid this weekend at the age of 15 years old. And again, he had to get special permission from that. He's been working with the likes of Motorsport UK and as well FIA, and only a handful of drivers have had that privilege to step up at such a young age to step into this one. As we go on to the final lap of the race, Sevrukin's lead, 5.7 seconds then between the two of them. It's coming down, but Sevrukin looking for his second win here. This would be a good result. He would lead the intermediate classification. He would be exactly where he wants to be at this stage going into the second half later on today after the lunch break. But again, Sevrukin has just performed exactly how he needs to today.
He's absolutely on the peak of his power here in Portimão, a layout that really fits his driving standards. Artem Sevrukin has been impressive as well throughout the season. Been 8th in the European Championship, and despite certainly not a result up to his liking back in Motorland Aragon for the opening of the European Championship, but is really one of the contenders to keep an eye on in the course of the KZ2 World Cup title. Checkered flag is waving. Artem Sevrukin taking win number 2 on the Kartódromo Algarve in front of Timo Jungling, taking a strong second place. That would be his best result so far after 10th and 4 for the young driver from Britain. Pavel Tonterre making the race in the end. In P3 from Daniel Vasile, Victor Larsen, Matteo Spurgel. In P6. Jesper Sjöberg climbing 7 places up to P7 from Tiger Bruneten, Maxime Orlov and Corentin Rousseau. That's for your top 10 as the rest of the drivers make their way across the start-finish straight just in front of a position as Artem Severukin's a very, very strong display of driving skills on this track of Portimão. And as we said, that's still very cloudy above our heads, but a slight sign of sunshine, or at least a bright light here in Portimão through the clouds. Let's keep it that way, shall we? And that's the last time you'll hear me talk about the weather for today.
As I say, I'm glad you jinxed it, not me. But there we go. I don't want the crowd of angry mechanics waving spanners at me. There, though, like you say, drivers making their way back in. Superb drive there for Artem Severukin, just controlling this weekend so far. Best result then for Timo Jungling as well so far this weekend, getting in a second place result. Paavo Tontteri as well with that third place, looking very strong, and now third in the intermediate classifications, now ahead of Daniel Vasile, but both of them behind Gianni Andresani. There's a look at your full provisional results at the end of that one, post any post-race penalties or technical scrutineering. Severukin from Jungling, from Tontteri, Vasily, Larsen, Spurgel from Sjöberg, Bonatian from Orlov, Rousseau from Felbermeyer, then it's Blanc from Rittinen, Schurmans and Tani, the top 15 with Tim Licati, Louis Alves, Juha Valtonen from Xavier Avramidis, Nacho Tunion from Rodrigo Feria, Jakob Kransen from Simon Billman, then it's Jean Louillet from Gavin Louillet as well, finishing in the top 25. Santiago de Costa Ribeiro from Zoe Florescu, Camilo Calderon from Milan de Gradatu, and then it's Moore Morelli from Volta Janssen, the 32 finishers in that race. 2 retirements, Kirill Kutkov and Jan-Luca Wertmann at the beginning of that race was the kart that we saw disappear from the grid before the race even started. So again, drama's kicking out for the Mexican and the CRG team, not taking part in this race. Well, plenty more action to come in the morning sector. We still have 2 more races to go. Qualifying Heat A versus D is coming up next for KZ2 in their World Cup in 2024. And then after that one, we head into qualifying Heat 2 for the Premier Class this weekend, the World Championship for KZ. That is coming up before the lunch break. So again, stay tuned so you do not miss that one. Like you say here, Guillaume, A and D coming up next, and Christian Batuka has a chance here to make sure he keeps hold of that intermediate classification lead. 2 wins yesterday, and again, a win today would keep him at the top here, but he's got the company of Severukin and everything like that around him. Engines are fired up, drivers making their way out onto the circuit. It is qualifying Heat A versus D for their 10-lap race, and we'll quickly fire through that starting lineup. We have just witnessed Severukin take the win in his race after starting it high up in the order, now leading the intermediate classifications. But again, can Christian Batuka from the front row deny him that lead? Yannis Savico will start alongside the driver from Spain on row number 1, Dion van Verven and Ricardo Borges on row number 2. Tobias Verlo and Jens Rio round out the top 6. They go on row number 3. They'll have Malo Bollier, who DNF'd in his first race yesterday, came back with a P5, but we'll have Anatoly Kavalkin, who did take a race win yesterday, on row number 4. Miguel Costa and Josip Vego from row 5. They'll have Yuroshev Shevatalov and Marek Scriven on row 6. Artur Lane and Alfredina Ibiapina on row 6. They'll have Fotios Sotiropoulos and Filippo Florentino on row number 8, with Robert Kindervarter and Mariat Krosner on row number 9.
Then we have on row number 10, Christian Helu and Francisco Paredes, Egor Nozov and Artemil Trotsky, row number 11, row number 12, Julius Lassen and Sam Louillet from Switzerland. Row number 13, Alejandro Lajos Lopez, as well as Len Nays by his side. Row number 14, Daniel Dalakian and Eric Olm, Eli Goldstein and Boris Ravsky on row number 15. And at the back end of the grid, row 16, Pierre Bourgeois and Kipras Jurs, Ruben Calafa and Norton Andreasen, row 17 at the back end of the grid. And Norton Andreasen, easy with us this time around. Do we have a total grid of 34 drivers? Yes, I think we do. Norton Andreasen, one of the drivers of the Tony Kart Racing team, who didn't have the best of qualifying, to say the least, starting for the back end of the grid, but still from Modena Kart SD, Parolin, as we have been seeing from him, impressive performance yesterday, Norton Andreasen, as He's going to try to take, once again, his Parolin machine up as high as possible through the field. Not an easy task, but we've seen a lot of drivers, applying the pressure and they're really kicking the throttle quite hard to make their way through that very, very competitive field. And now, when it's down to Christian Bertucca, the 127, recently crowned Italian champion on home soil, he's been one to watch in the KZ2 category for the past few years as well, is yet to have won a title at this stage in the FIA Karting competition. But he came close on a couple of occasions. He was P4 in the European Championship last season. He was P2 of the KZ2 World Cup in 2022. That's the closest he has come to seal the deal and get a crown of his own in the FIA Karting Championship Cups and trophies. Could this be his year? Christian Bertucca has really stepped up this game with a fantastic pole position in his last lap on the slippery track yesterday. The demonstration has been there qualifying-wise, but he was able to make it 2 out of 2 in his races yesterday, and maybe a third coming his way. So the opposition will be strong, but Christian Bertucca will be one to watch leading the Pirelli factory in the KZ2 class.
Certainly will be, and again, making the last few treks there up the hill before being stationary on that starting grid for, again, I suspect a little bit of a while here, because you still got drivers going down in towards turns 12, 13 and 14 currently at the moment as the front of the grid heading to the front here. But like you're saying, Christian Bertucca very strong in his performance. Yanis Ivico as well hasn't been too bad in his performances either. Got struck with a penalty in his first qualifying heat, put into P6 after his strong results, but did get a P2 in his second race. So again, the pace is there for the Tony Kart driver, so we'll keep a close eye on that one as the weekend goes through. But again, Dion van Werven had dramas yesterday with, well, 1 penalties and brake issues, which in his first race, if you were here at the circuit, would have seen that. At home, unfortunately, you would have missed it. Suffered with some brake failure on the front end only, which meant he'd run wide a couple of times in his race. Green flag up then at the back. Qualifying heat A versus D is moments away from being started here for the FIA Karting KZ2 World Cup. It's lights out. We are racing down in towards turn number 1. Brilliant start for Christian Bertucca, but watch out for the drivers behind. It's a 3-car breakaway already as the drivers behind just getting caught out. Tobias Verlo not getting away well. Jens Rier as well on the Falcon just getting caught out. There's yellow flags out already. But I think they clear quickly as the drivers continue to battle away. Yanis Ivico down into 3rd place.
And 2 drivers out, unfortunately, in turn number 3. That's why the yellow flag. They're still trying to get back onto the track. We're going to see in a minute who that is. But in the meantime, Yanis Ivico and Spona trying to resist from Dion van Werven. These are the drivers, unfortunately, Menier Klose and Kipras Urse, by the look of it, who got together, but they were both back on track in no time. So good for them. But tumbling down at the back end of the classification, I'm afraid. As in the lead, you can see the Tony Kart driver, Dion van Werven, up into P2. Yanis Ivico Espona at the wheel of the green Tony Kart machine, down in P3 under the pressure of Ricardo Borges at the wheel of the CRJ machine. Just further back, no, this is, my apologies, this is coming from further back. This is actually Mario Boye, the Frenchman, who I think just made his way past the 132. As we're going to have a look back at it. As the peloton is coming close. This is indeed Malo Boye, the 163 that he is in front of Tobias Verlo. Ricardo Borges down in P6 at the wheel of his Maranello machine from the SLP factory team. But a good start and getaway indeed for Christian Bertucca. 0.7 of a second in the opening lap in front of Van Werven. Ivico Espona, Boye, Verlo, Borges. Oh, the 207, unfortunately, in a bit of a trouble.
That is Borges as well. Yeah, down in 24th place. He was up 7 places in this race, but now 1 attempt to get it restarted. He's got good speed there. Gets it going, so still in this race, but like you say, right down the back of the field. This is Tobias Verlo and Ricardo Borges. They're going wheel to wheel right now. The 2 Maranello drivers certainly not giving each other a lot of room to go to work here. As Malo Boye, there on your screen, 3 positions gained, is pushing up the field. Back to that battle just behind. As you can see, they've got the likes of Josip Vey, Anatolika Valkin just there, Miguel Costa all behind, and they're getting all tangled up in each other now as they're all trying to fight for the same piece of track as Costa going wheel to wheel there with Robert Kindervata. Kindervata, though, under pressure from behind, is just trying to keep that cart on the straight and narrow.
Another lap completed into lap number 3. Watch out with the battles of the beer machines further back. Anatoly Kavalkin and Borges as well further back. Reworking the Water, Viaterado, Miguel Costa all in the mix. Christian Bertucca, the fastest lap in the race, and no trouble at all for the young Italian. Building his gap up to 9/10 of a second as we keep a close watch on the 196 with the Maradona machine going wide a little bit. Watch out for the battle with Anatoly Kavalkin just behind. Kavalkin in the middle of the pack as well. As the 201 being pushed a little bit wide onto the curb. That's happening further back into the classification. As we get back to that, it was Boris Zurawski actually battling for 22nd in the ranking. As Jens Streur, the 154, is being investigated by the officials. Jens Streur currently further back into this race, all the way down to 31. Actually, he dropped 25 places, unfortunately, Jens Streur, so a lot of trouble for him as he was starting 6th on the grid. Too bad for the Dutch driver.
Indeed, still watching this battle here unfold in the mid-pack, this higher mid-pack just outside and inside the top 10 as we cut back here to Yannis Avico and Manuel Bollier, as Bollier is going to look to the inside in towards turn number 2. No, has to back out of it. Brave move there to go down the inside at turn 2 in these conditions, because you can run out wide, just you turn in, it doesn't grip up until it finally does, and so easy to collide with another driver. But these two very, very close in their battles right now, as again, the two different racing lines. You see the tighter inside line, but it understeers out wide, and then of course you've got the outside line that you can tuck in. So again, it's just a case of where you can find the grip, and of course as we go on, as nothing falls from the sky, the track gets just that little bit drier here and there. It's still very wet, as again the wet racing line for Yannis Avico, just carrying the speed on the outside there. It looks so dramatic. It looks like it's going to be a huge lunge, but it just doesn't work on the exit. Yeah, that's an interesting angle down to turn number 11, that fast right-hander coming to the breaking point of the hairpin, because you feel like, okay, the driver on the inside is going to have the upper hand, but actually not. Has to wait until the next turn, and different racing lines helping out. Some of the drivers being put under pressure, and this time around, indeed, Civico Espona in 3rd place, trying every trick of the book to hold on to that 3rd place, but Mayu Boye, and also behind Tobias Verlo, is coming close indeed. So that might give us an interesting 3-driver battle on our hands. Mayu Boye with the CRG machine in the middle, and not the fastest lap for Christian Bertucca. Talking about Mayu Boye, is on his way to French F4 for next season after winning the Fleet Racing driver contest in Manicourt a few weeks back. Good to see him trying his hand at Gearbox Karting, and that might actually give him the chance to shine into the storm, but he's not quite able to get himself past Civico Espona. Oh, he's found a way through now. Beautiful. And that is nicely done through turn number 11 out on track. As they dive down the hill, it's allowed the likes of Velo to close in as well. So the Maranello driver from Norway right on that rear bumper. Did you? Yeah, very close there. Again, that's you know, just drivers being a little bit late on the brakes there, just trying to find that way through. But again, Rubbing Racing is racing, but the battle for 3rd certainly seems to be on. But Manuel Bollier, look at the speed he's broken away as well. I reckon he's going to close up to Dion van Verven quicker than we think. Yeah, that's entirely possible indeed. Boyer is missing at the moment 1.6 seconds though on Dion van Verven. Van Verven keeping the pace at the moment in 1:10.7. Slightly less fast than Christian Bertucca by the look of it, but Bertucca having no trouble at all to extend his gap lap after lap. 2.2 seconds for the young Italian in the lead. Nothing to worry about on his way to what will be win number 3, making him the solid leader of the classification if he stays like that. But Dion van Verven, after picking up a P5 and a P6, despite a 2 off at the same corner yesterday, on his way to his best result so far this weekend. Maloboye a little bit on his own. Let's have a look at some of the big climbers into this field. Sam Louillet, P13 at the moment, with 11 places gain. And let's take a look back at this beautiful maneuver from Maloboye. A little bit of a touch by the look of it on the front fairing. Hopefully it's not misplaced, as we've seen quite a lot of penalties of 5 seconds for misplaced front fairing yesterday. So that gives you about how hard the racing is. As we are here with the green TB card of Henny Goldstein being under investigation, the Belgian driver. Yeah, currently at the moment, but up 15 places in this race, so clearly a much better start to the day. But yeah, like you say, an investigation flag now looming over the head as Malo Bollier now sets the fastest lap of the race, 109.618. That pace is coming down as Goldstein again trying to send it down the inside there of Daniel Luye, just not finding the way through. And again, Adpo Lane and Bodges up in front, also battling away. So battles happening thick and fast here as Goldstein again continues just to sit behind for now. You're getting eyes in there. What are you seeing there, Guillaume?
Yeah, it's a bit of a smoke actually coming from the engine of Sam Luye, but nothing to worry about by the look of it. But
probably a kick of the old throttle there.
Yeah, certainly. So Luye was slightly gesturing as well after Goldstein was trying to make his way past in turn number 3. That might be the reason why the Belgian driver is being investigated. If some of the officials found some of his previous overtakings a little bit above the limit, but remains to be seen what will come out of it. At the moment, as you said, Goldstein on a much better pace than yesterday at the wheel of his TB kart machine. Qualifying didn't go according to plan for the FIA Motorsport Games medalist 2 years ago. Motorsport Games that are not far from here in 2 weeks' time will be taking place in Valencia, Spain, so make sure to tune in for that as well. Malo Bollier in the fastest lap, once again trying to get close, and so he does, half of a second behind Dion van Werven. You might be right, Anthony, because at some point the gap was over 1.5 seconds, and now Malo Bollier is coming closer and closer to van Werven for P2.
Yeah, indeed, and this battle here also very close. Miguel Costa under pressure from Robert Kindervater. This is the 8th place battle on your screen. Both these drivers up positions, but Kindervater already up 8 places in this race, is looking to see if he can make that a solid round 9 places gained. But right now, Costa just stopping him from getting that kart down the inside. Again, it's a unique talent to try and defend in wet conditions, and so far Miguel Costa doing a sterling job of that. Runs a little wide there, but all fine from that point of view. Back on the start-finish straight they go. And yeah, like you say, the gap coming down between Van Werven and Bollier, but we'll cut back to that later on as we're on to lap number 9 now of this race. We are slowly closing in as unfortunately a flat tyre there for one driver who is out of this race, and that I believe is Francisco Paredes, the driver from Ecuador, going no further as again we keep an eye on this one. And still Costa holding on to 8th place for now.
Yeah, Miguel Costa, the former Sober Academy driver. And watch out here, one of the Maranellos actually getting past the 196. This is the battle a little bit further back between Borges and Viaterrado. Beautifully made, the 137 of Sam Luye getting past. Again on the inside, clipping the curb, the Birela driver outside of turn number 9. Making his way up in front of Borges, the 196. This is a battle for P11. A lot of a great battle throughout the field. Back with Miguel Costa, certainly one of the best looking racing helmets that we have in the field, you know, in the tribute of the great Ayrton Senna. Miguel Costa from Brazil, former driver of the Sober Academy and the Car Republic factory, now representing Parolin and Modena Kart. As we got ourselves into the final lap, ladies and gentlemen. Final lap that is for Christian Bertucca, 1.4 seconds in front of Dion van Werven. Still trying to shake off a little bit, charging Malo Bollier with the fastest time of the race. That's the response, but look at how close Bollier managed to get to him in the later stages of that race, from 1.6 seconds to, at the moment, less than 8/10. So getting closer and closer, but maybe 1 or 2 extra laps could have been required for Malo Bollier to try to switch positions. As Van Werven on his way to pick up his best result of the weekend so far. Just 1.5 seconds behind this young man on your picture, Christian Bertucca, the 127 from Birlat Racing Team. That will be victory number 3 out of 3 races from pole position for Christian Bertucca, who's doing a superb job so far on the layout of the Kartódromo do Algarve and establishing himself since yesterday as the leader and prime favorite in the KZ2 class. Another win in the bag for Christian Bertucca. Dion van Werven, solid race as well in P2. Malo Bollier, who despite all of his efforts in the latest laps, will have to make do with P3. Still an improving results based on yesterday. Denis Civico Espona will be disappointed, certainly starting second and finishing P4. From Tobias Verlo, Anatoly Kavalkin P6, Jaroslav Shivirtalov P7. From Robert Kindervater, Miguel Costa, Josep Viaterrado. That's for your top 10. And a good climb for Sam Luye up to P11, 13 places gained, 16 places collected for Eddie Goldstein. up to P13, and a 15 places gain for Norton Andreasen. We mentioned the Tonica driver at the back end of the grid, but every time he finds his way through as well to try to save what's left for his weekend. The road is still long until the superheat of tomorrow, so hopefully for some of the drivers fighting their way through, they will be rewarded by a place within the 72 best drivers on the superheat of the class. And when it comes to the 36 best spots in the final, that's another story. But we've seen that in the past, you know, drivers starting from zero pretty much on the Friday and making their way up to the final and fighting for the last chance.
Yeah, certainly so. Well, like you say, they can all relax a little bit now. They've got a nice break before their next races coming up a little bit later after the lunch break. But there is your full provisional classification at the end of qualifying heat A versus D. We've gone over the top 15 out there, but still some really big movers. Samuel Louye, 13 places gained to finish in P11. Eli Goldstein as well with the 16 places to finish in P13, as well as Alejandro Laos as well, 10 places gained. 16th place down was then Marek Skrivan from Igor Nozov, Julius Lansen from Andreasen, then it's Florentino from Troitsky, Nice from Zurawski, then it's Home, Hello from Ibiapina, Kaifa from Dalakian, Kroza from Sotiropolis, Yurs from Baja as well, finishing in 32nd place. The two retirements, Paredes with that rear flat tyre that we saw, and Jens Terrier at the start of the race not able to get that car restarted. So that is a bad result for Jens Terrier, because of course he's had a 22nd and 10th and that now DNF, so that is not what he wants to see at all. But there on your screen, Cristiano Patuca, absolutely superb racing so far. The Italian is looking to be on top at the end of today now. Maximum 150 points going into his 4th qualifying heat later on today out of 5 for the KZ2 classes. So we're nearing the end of that one for them, but that'll be later on today. KZ, the Premier class, Guillaume, it's coming up next. It is qualifying heat 2 for the Premier class here for the World Championship for the KZ category. And all the way throughout it, well, it was a dominant performance yesterday in the first heat for the driver, starting it on pole position, who was poling, qualifying as well. Senna van Walstein has looked so competitive. But there, you can see from that screen, there's been a bit of a switch around by the looks of it. It looks like the pole sitter has decided he wants to start on the outside going in towards turn number 1. And I can understand the thought process behind that, because of course it's on the racing line. You've got the stuff going down there, and that's clearing that part of the track out more than the inside line. So maybe there's thought in this process. Yellow light flashing at the front, moments away from drivers heading out into the track, but looking forward to this one. Engines firing up then for the Premier class of qualifying heat 2 as they make their way out on track for their 2nd qualifying heat out of 3. It's the midway point of the weekend for KZ. But let's take you through that full starting lineup. It is Senna van Walstein on pole position, but like we were seeing, he has decided to switch sides of the grid. So let's see how it goes. He will have Edgar Renadin starting alongside, who qualified 3rd yesterday, so gaining 1 spot. We'll have Jeremy Iglesias and Maximilian Paul on row number 2. Pedro Hiltbrand and Lorenzo Camplese go from row number 3. They'll have Arta Carbonell and Paolo Ippolito on row number 4. Giuseppe Palomba and David Trefilov round up row number 5. They'll have Lorenzo Travazanuto and Main Kramers on row number 6. Tom Louye and Johan Segal, who did a brilliant race yesterday, finishing in gaining 25 places. Well, he qualified 25. Now he starts this one 14th. We'll have Ricardo Longoni and Stan Pex on row number 8. Victor Gustafsson and Jurek Pex on row number 9.
Row number 10, we have Greg Tanik and Louis Speck. Row number 11, Mattias Torrigiani and Matteo Vigano. Row number 12, Emilian Denner and Giorgio Pescador. Jay Irwin and Mario Schettino. Row number 13. Row number 14, Daniel Albanese and Francesco Salenta. And Valerio Giambattista and Francesco Leone running up the top 30. This is the best grid in the world, the KZ class, ladies and gentlemen. Some of the drivers we've experienced have been here for many seasons, fighting at the top of the karting planet here. And they are on course for one of them only to get their hands on another or the first World Championship title. We have a total of 6 World Champions on this grid, many European title winners as well, International Super Cup, World Cup winners in the past, but Senna van Waalstein is at this point in his career, and that's quite unusual when you look at his past performances. He's not yet an FIA Karting title winner. He came close this season in the European Championship on just a few points behind Lorenzo Travasanuto. You might have seen that in Val Vibrata for what had been one of the craziest finals at this level that we have seen for a while. Came close as well to the same driver, Travasanuto, back in 2021. Christian Stadt in the International Super Cup, KZ2, now being known as the now stepping to KZ, and the International Super Cup being known today, as the World Cup. But Van Waalstein, both in KZ2 and KZ1, has been one of the names to follow for the past few years. Could this year be his? He's been strong in the pre-race. He's been strong this season in the European Championship, and now from pole position, 1 win to his name already. And can it be another one in just a course of 10 laps, as we're going to be running on board with Jeremy Iglesias from CRG, one of the very, if not the only driver who actually competed here more than 15 years ago, back in 2010, in the first ever gearbox race organized on this track of Portimão. He's still here with us, going strong, Jeremy Iglesias, as he won the pre-race 2 weeks ago. So very much on the pace on the layout of Portimão.
Certainly so. Front of the grid then lined up, back of the grid also now in position as we get the green flag at the back of the field. The second time this weekend. It is KZ, the Premier Class, for the 2024 FIA Karting World Championships. Lights are out and we are racing. It is a brilliant start for the front row, and Van Waalstein just holds on to the race lead there. Didn't get the best getaway, but holds off the likes of Eddie Renadin, who stays there in second place. Down in towards turn number 2, you can see the concertina effect kicking in for the back of the field. Drivers getting 3 wide there and just getting caught out. You can see Pedro Hilbrand in the middle of that one, just getting his nose cone just sweet across the front there, but everyone's still in this race as they make their way up the hill in towards sector 2. There's a spin and out. It goes behind the banking there. We can't see who it is. It looked like a Tony kart. Is it Lorenzo Camplese? No, it's the 36 going backwards, and that is not what you want to see at all. That is Moen Kramers, for the Tony kart team, out of this race.
And I think he got back on track, unfortunately for him, at the back end of the classification. But disaster for Moen Kramers, the former world champion back in 2019. On board with Jeremy Iglesias in that opening lap. Oh, 3 drivers coming together, 4 drivers coming together. What on earth happened there? It just in the hairpin of turn number 12 and 13. One of the Pirelli machines out. The 99 is out. Francisco Leone, by the look of it as well, on the right side. We'll get back to that as Jeremy Iglesias is putting the pressure on the number 9 just in front, Adrien Renaudin. This is the battle for second place between the 2 Frenchmen. Iglesias coming close to Renaudin, who's having none of it and shuts that door into the hairpin of turn number 3. And while those 2 are battling, well, Senna van Waalstein could not have asked for a better scenario, increasing his gap after 1 lap and a half, 1.3 seconds already for the Dutchman, as look at how threatening is Jeremy Iglesias on the way to turn number 8 and 9, on board with the Frenchman. As we said, one of the standard periods of the CRG. Oh, a beautiful exit, but not quite close enough, as Renaudin had to go a little bit wide, clipping the curb a little bit on the exit, all the way down to the hairpin. Precise driving from the Frenchman, who was trying to get as close as possible into the braking point, not quite able to have a better exit as Renaudin is staying in front. Renaudin, it's been a while since we've seen the Frenchman at this level, at least fighting for the better positions within the top 3. Watch out for the airflow, so a little bit of slipstream. Ken Iglesias trying to attend on the outside into turn number 1, clipping the curb. This is direct live, ladies and gentlemen, on board with Iglesias. Will the door might be open slightly into the hairpin? Not quite yet this time.
No, not this time yet, but we'll keep a close eye on it. Maybe in towards turn 3, but no, door very firmly slammed closed there by Renadin, who's still holding on to second place. This is allowing the likes of Maximilian Paul for Germany to close in, as again down the inside. Oh, just trying to carry the speed through the corner, but just can't get the power down on the exit. It's allowing, once again, it's a carbon copy of what we saw yesterday. Senna van Waalstein is just able to break away. Now, you may have missed earlier on. That first lap incident we saw down in towards turn number 12 and 13 where we lost a couple of drivers. One driver also suffered in that one. Paolo Ippolito, last year's world champion, also got caught out in that incident. He's currently running in 27th place, down 19 places. So far, so not where he wants to be. Live on board the left-hand side of your screen, the live feed from the outside on the right-hand side. You can see there, again, just taking that inside line. It sometimes works out, but the track's just not dry enough right now. And again, I know he's trying to get the inside line. It's just not going to work, though, because he just can't get the power down early enough. You take that wider outside line of the dirty part of the track, you can get on the power sooner, and that's exactly what we're seeing here from Eddie Renadin. But again, going to try it here on the outside. I think he's got it done now. That's what he needed to do. Get that switch over, and that is what you needed to see.
And we just had it live, and watch out for the 27 of Pedro Hilbrand. He's trying to do the same to Adrien Renaudin. What a beautiful piece of footage as Jeremy Iglesias just made his way past his fellow countryman into turn number 9. Hilbrand was trying to imitate Iglesias, not quite able to manage it though, as Maximilian Paul lost of place down in P5 from Arthur Carbonell, Palomba, Trefilov, Johan Sogel, Jori Pex climbing 8 places to make his way up to the top 10. But as you mentioned briefly before, a couple of big names as well involved with that incident. We lost, still on track, but we lost him for good. Myron Kremers, who's still competing at the back end of that classification, 24.
Oh, down the inside.
Oh, beautifully made. Pedro Hilbrand, the switch already for Adrien Renaudin. And look at Hilbrand, not happy at all. He's trying to gesture to Adrien Renaudin. Just stay with me, let's keep it together, because Jeremy Iglesias is really pulling away from the two of us, and it's not helping our cause. And look who's coming back, Paul Carbonell. We're going to have a 4-driver battle on our hand. As in the meantime, well, Jeremy Iglesias could not have asked for a better outcome, because with the gap that has been building, is more than likely to finish in 2nd place, with Renaudin really defending a little bit too much for Pedro Hilbrand. And look at how aggressive he goes onto the curb, trying to avoid slightly to go over the limit just too much. Even though the racing line seems to be slightly drying in parts of the track, we can see from a distance that at least the track conditions are improving based on this morning and yesterday. That might help some of the drivers out there as well, which will make it also more difficult for the overtaking to happen.
Yes, indeed. And again, we saw this yesterday, where Senna Wallstein was quite sizably faster than other drivers, as Enedin now is really on the back foot here, has just lost out to 2 more here, as Palomba goes through and David Trefilov pushing their way through as well. Maximilian Paul down to 8th place now. Johan Segel still there in 9th, is up another 5 places. Jorge Pescara as well, 11 places gained, is up into 13th. So a lot of drivers pushing their way through right now, as Senna Wallstein there, okay, you can see it, 106.6, brilliant time. That is just under a second faster than anyone else out there, including Iglesias, who has got that clear track in front. But Senna Wallstein's pace so far this weekend has just been second to none. And honestly, I think this needs to worry quite a few of these other drivers right now, because they're not being able to match the pace. You see, and they're battling away for 2nd place in the qualifying heats. You need to work together here to see if you can try and close up to this man here.
Yeah, not only was he able to get his hands on pole position, his first ever in the KZ class at this level, but also to nail both of his starts. That's the second most important step. You know, pole position is one thing, but if you actually don't manage to get a good start and get away in the first few corners, well, that won't help you much into the course of your heats. But at the moment, as you said, oh, and look at the battle further back with Carbonell and Giuseppe Palomba. I think it's, yeah, battle for P5 that has been. We'll go back to that. The number 5 on your picture. This is Giuseppe Palomba indeed, trying to make his way past. Trefilov in the mix as well, the 69. With Arthur Carbonell with the Sodicat machine just in front. It's going to be a close call. But Giuseppe Palomba from P5 trying to climbing 4 places up within the top 5. Interestingly, Arthur Carbonell is being warned, and we might understand why in the heat of the battle. That is something that the officials didn't like to see, as he's leading this train of 3 drivers. Palomba, the number 5, another in 4th. Let's have a look back.
This is Giuseppe Palomba then with a replay. Oh, just trying to pull out of the slipstream there on the start-finish line, and wow, that was very, very close there on one of the fastest parts of the circuit as well. So again, very risky stuff, but just managing to keep that one on the straight and narrow is Eddion Renardin. Right, back to this fight here, still on your screen. And, well, Jeremy Iglesias there, who has lost out to Pedro Hiltbrand.
Wow.
So a very interesting turn of events here. It's, again, we were seeing from Iglesias that he wasn't closing in on Senna van Waalstein. I didn't think he was losing out to Pedro Hiltbrand, so Hiltbrand certainly put in a really strong lap on that one. But their gap is 7.1 seconds between themselves and Senna van Waalstein. It's just unbelievable. I don't know what the gap was yesterday at the end of their race. It was a lot, but was it around 13 seconds?
It was 10.3.
10.3. Well, there you go. Still, still a good gap, nonetheless.
Yeah, one of the best that we've seen, that's for sure.
But there, Iglesias from the outside, you can see just pushing through, not able to close in on this one now. Eddion Renardin has just lost out to Arthur Carbonell and David Trefilov. That battle still kicking off. We'll cut to that now. Maximilian Paul on the back foot now is just trying to get back involved. The two drivers here on the same equipment. The two drivers pushing themselves through on the DR SRL chassis, and there you can see side by side for the two of them. Down it towards turn number one, nice and easy, down the inside, and through goes Maximilian Paul, now up into 7th place, but is still down in this one as Hiltbrand goes in with the fastest lap of the race, 105.8. Might be able to close that gap, down to 5.6 seconds. He's taken 2 seconds out in that last lap alone.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting one indeed, as the two teammates of the DR chassis indeed still driving in formation. And got a chance to talk to you a little bit to Adrien Renaudin. We'll get back to that just after this. Jeremy Iglesias on board with the CRG driver going wide a little bit. Now, by the middle moment, yes, that's the moment where he lost out to Pedro Hiltbrand, trying to switch position outside of turn number 17 as the Birella driver just making his way past the Frenchman. And he was nowhere to be seen again as the gap extended to 0.8 of a second now. We just entered the last lap, ladies and gents, and you can see that's interesting driving as well from Senna van Waalstein. He's aware that the racing line is slightly drying out, trying to look for some grip left outside of the ideal line. But at this point, he has nothing to worry about. But it's about as well trying to preserve the rain tires. In those conditions, all the drivers have 2 sets of rain tires to use from the entire weekend. 1.5 slick from the quality to the speed, and 1 new slick in the final. But the dry conditions is not something that we've had so far this weekend. Portimão, Pedro Hiltbrand all the way down in second P, 5.7 seconds, which will be his strongest results so far for Pedro Hiltbrand, who is one of the most successful drivers, to compete here in Portimão, as he stepped twice on the podium on this very track. Last time was in 2020. You might remember that World Championship in the OK and OK Junior classes. Well, Pedro Hiltbrand was third that year, and another third position a few years back when it was for the European Championship. But in the meantime, checkered flag is waving for Senna van Waalstein in front of Pedro Hiltbrand. That's victory number 2 for the Dutchman from Sodikart, from pole to the win. And 10.3 seconds yesterday, 5.1, another domination of the Flying Dutchman, asserting himself after 2 races as the dominant leader of the KZ category. Pedro Hiltbrand in second place, Jeremy Iglesias in third from Giuseppe Palomba, David Trefilov, Arthur Carbonell, Maxime Paul, Adrien Renaudin, Johan Sogan and Yuri Pex running up the top 10. I do feel a little bit for Adrien Renaudin as he was fighting for potentially first place, but could not quite keep up towards the later stages of that race, finishing down in P8 after starting from the front row of the grid. A couple of interesting climbers as well through the field, but no one was able to touch Senna van Waalstein fighting for the lead, that he translated into another win at the end.
It certainly was. Well, Senna van Waalstein, I suspect, is going to leave the other drivers and mechanics scratching their heads, thinking, what on earth can we do to catch up to this driver? Absolutely dominant performances then as they make their way back into Parc Ferme. There's a look at your full provisional results. Senna van Waalstein ahead of Pedro Hiltbrand, Jeremy Iglesias from Giuseppe Palomba, David Trefilov from Arthur Carbonell, Maximilian Paul from Eddion Renardin, Johan Segal from Jorik Pex. Then it's Victor Gustafsson, Stan Pex, Ore Pescador, Lorenzo Travazanuto and Emilian Denner rounding out the top 15 ahead of Mine Kramers, who was on the recovery driver in that one, got back up to 16th place, so it's still a very strong result there. ahead of Matteo Vigano. Lorenzo Camplese from Danilo Albanese, who gained 8 positions at the back of the grid after the poor race yesterday. Craig Tannick ahead of Tom Luye. Then it's Jay Irwin from Francesco Salenta. Lewis Beck from Matthias Torrengiani. Mario Sciattino rounding out the 26 finishes in that race. Gian Battista, Ippolito, Longi and Leon, the retirements in that race, so certainly on their back foot. But once again, Senna van Wallstein driving away from the field. That's 2 wins out of 2. And the driver who has missed out on a world title so far in his career is looking a lot stronger and possibly could claim his first in 2024. Let's have a look at the highlights from that one. And initially, we're at the back of the grid there in the mid-pack. That looked like a pretty decent start. I think that was Riccardo Longi or Craig Tannick who got a really good start there at the back of the field. But Senna van Wallstein choosing to switch sides. Watch them off the line here. Again, just cuts across the front. Nicely done. But again, unsure why on that one. Oh, wow. And there you can see that is why I think Maximilian Paul got a little bit caught out at the beginning of that one. Just got squeezed out wide onto the dusty part at the exit of turn number 1, going wheel to wheel with Jeremy Iglesias. There was Paolo Ippolito. So that was the initial spin. So it was Paolo Ippolito in the middle of the track, the world champion from last year, then got going again, but finishing that, well, retiring at the end of that one. 28th place. Starts his third heat at the back. That's not where he wants to be. No,
definitely not. And as a reminder, those heats are progressive, is that the results where you finish will be the starting position for the next race, as we had some strong recovery as well, and overtaking done inside by Pedro Hilbrand on the number 9 of Adrien Renaudet. That was the beginning of the fall, unfortunately. Halfway through the race for the Frenchman, it would finish all the way down in P8. And at that moment, between Giuseppe Palomba and Arthur Carbonell, with the safety car driver making his way through in a little bit of an aggressive fashion, even though Arthur Carbonell was warned on that one. That's another decisive move for Pedro Hilbrand on the inside of Jeremy Iglesias in turn number 17. Iglesias looking over his shoulder to see if there was anyone else threatening him from behind, but he would make it to P3. As further back as well, another places lost by Adrien Renaudet to the 71 of Maximilian Paul, his teammate at the DR Racing team. But in the end, there was no one quite able to catch up with Senna van Wallstein, taking another dominant win out of 2 races in the KZ category, as he is finishing those first 2 races as the current leader in classification in front of Jeremy Iglesias, Pedro Hilbrand, Renaudet and Maximilian Paul. The KZ will have one more qualifying race to go through this afternoon at 15 past 2. For the KZ2 class, 2 more races for the drivers. And we'll have as well the pleasure of having on track the KZ2 Masters category for the 2nd and 3rd qualifying heat. That's what the schedule is looking like, as we will be live on track at 15 past 1 for the first race, live at 10 minutes past 1 local time. So don't miss it on FIAKarting.com, on the YouTube channel, Facebook page, and Motorsport TV as well. In 1 hour and 31 minutes, we will be live. But in the meantime, we're going to take a short break for lunchtime, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll be back in 1 hour and 30 minutes.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2024 FIA Karting World Championships for KZ, KZ2 and KZ2 Masters. Next race is coming up in a few moments' time. We have just had the lunch break. We have already had multiple races, the third round of the KZ2 qualifying heats and the second qualifying heat for KZ. We're heading now into the fourth rotation of qualifying heats, and we start with groups B and E for KZ2 that is coming up next. You can see right now, I can't believe it, the sun is shining, ladies and gentlemen, with myself, Anthony Jordan and Guillaume Alvarez in the commentary box, and the track is drying, and if you look down there on the pre-grid, you will see a smattering of fresh, brand new slick tyres on board. There on your screen, Gabriel Gomez, who is working hard to get the tyre pressures into his tyres ready ahead of this one. Well, what a weekend he's had. We caught up with him before the weekend even started. Here's what he had to say.
Yeah, it's been amazing for me to be here at Portimão. It will be my first official FIA race in KZ, my third race in overall in KZ. I'm very happy to be here. It will be very difficult for sure to make the transition. I did all the year in the single gear race in OK category, and now here in the KZ, it's very different for me. But anyway, I think we had good times during these last weeks. We made some very good tests. Then in the race, everything is a bit difficult. It's more difficult. That's, I think, is the most difficult part for the transition. But I'm very happy and confident for this week. It was a very busy year for me doing F4 and go-kart during the year. And now I think for the moment will be my last go-kart race. Then I'm very happy to be here in Portimão doing the KZ World Championship for my first time. And then I'm very happy then later to follow my career in the single-seater. I think we had a very, very good season, not only for me, but also for the team, because we did an amazing European Championship. We are fighting for the lead until the last round, and we finished in second. And in the World Championship, I was not able to race because I had a race in F4. Then my teammate goes and win the World Championship. And then I think we had a very, very good year in OK. And my teammates in KZ, they were very fast during the year. And now I'm here to try to make my best and see what we can achieve this week. Was very, very, very good year for me. I learned a lot here. I arrived from Brazil with no experience, and then now I go in from the European seasons very happy because I made some very, very good results, I think, and much good work with my team and everything, and all the people I know from here, and I'm very happy to get this opportunity now.
Well, great to chat there to Gabriel Gomez ahead of this week. And like he was alluding to there, possibly his last kart race he might ever do. But I doubt it's the last race he'll ever do. I suspect maybe he'll be back once or twice here and there. We were just talking about the dry conditions, of course, drivers going on to slick tyres. There's a look at the rain radar currently. Again, it's just missing us. We're in a little bit of a pocket right now, but you could just see that little band that pokes out of the main cloud that might just clip us in an hour or so's time. So these conditions might not last too much longer, which is a bit of a moment in there. But yeah, like we were saying with Gabriel Gomez, not the best qualifying he had for his last weekend in this championship, but he's been making up for that with his race results because he's been constantly fighting all the way throughout these races, and he's been getting right up there. He's been finishing or gaining 16 places apiece in some of these races, and like you say, currently sits P29 in the intermediate classification, so a really strong performance still.
The young Brazilian is on a charge, and that's all he needs to do and think about, considering, as you said, his qualifying effort that didn't go according to plan. We're going to go on board with Tigran Bunyatian, the driver from CRG, in this next race. The first one of the afternoon, 12 races on schedule. Thanks for joining us on the YouTube channel of the FIA Karting Championship, on Facebook, social media, and Motorsport TV. You made the right choice, ladies and gentlemen, to be with us here in Portimão for the 2024 Monocart.com FIA Karting World Championship, World Cup KZ2, and the International Cup KZ2 Masters. Here's a look at the grid in full, with on the first row of the grid, Benjamin Vogelsang with Victor Larsson by his side. Round number 2, Alessio Piscini and Artem Severyukin. Round number 3, Matthias Morgato and Tigran Bunyatian, Nicolas Roos and Matthias Pergel. Round number 4, round number 5, Jean Noblo and Maxim Orlov. Round number 6, Enzo Boll and Luis Alves. And we have on row number 7, Karol Pasevich and Jesper Sjoberg, Dimitri Matviv and Jan-Luca Wortmann. Row number 8, row number 9, Henrik Cruz and Juho Valtanen.
Row number 10 sees Jakub Bagdonovicius, who as well has been up and down in those results. Driver from Lithuania will start alongside the Finn. Kimi Tani on row number 10. Matilda Pats and Kirill Kutskov go from row 11. They'll have Matis Pruz and Nacho Tunion of Spain on row number 12, sorry, I should say. Good to see Matis Pruz back after that potential hand injury scare. Row number 13 sees Marcus Kayak and Jacob Kransen. They go from row 13. They'll have Sandro Holzem and Kasper Schurmans on row 14. Christian Decline and Patrick Janssen round out row number 15. Gabriel Gomez on the 16th row of the grid. We'll have Milan De Gratu on that row. Then they'll have Aiden Jatic and Rodrigo Ferreira on the 17th row of the field. It's going to be a busy one, and there's been developments, Guillaume, at the front of the field. Benjamin Vogelsang has decided to switch sides of the grid. Understandable. We're now on a brand new tyre. They have not used slicks so far in a race situation, a qualifying, or even a morning warm-up situation so far this weekend. I think there was a couple of practice sessions on the first day that they got out on slick tyres, and then from there on out, it's been raining and wet tyres from the word go. So, effectively, we're into the unknown a little bit right now with the track conditions that we've got and these tyres on board. This should be an interesting one.
This is going to be an interesting one. Benjamin Vogelsang on your picture will be starting from pole position. Fresh pair of boots for everybody here, as they got a chance to have a go at the slick tires from Dunlop 2 weeks ago for the pre-race, but again, first time in this weekend after what had been difficult conditions throughout the course of the qualifying heats. Christian Bartuka in the KZ2 class is your current leader of the classification with 3 races and 3 wins. In front of his Pirelli teammate Artem Severyukin. You have Gianni Antrisani, Paavo Tonteri, Anatoly Kavalkin, and Daniel Vasile, the current vice-European champion of the KZ2 class after valve vibrata back in August. The driver is putting the tires up to temperature, going sliding. Oh, the 135 from CRG is looking down his engine. Tigran Bunyatian,
yeah.
should we fear for him some sort of a mechanical trouble out there? Remains to be seen. I was looking down on my screen, and we seem to be missing 2 drivers down to 1, because Matilda Pats is nowhere near on our screens. I thought for a second that Alessio Piscini was missing as well from P3 on the grid, but is with us as well. Is he now, Alessio Piscini? Yes, he's with us in concluding the warm-up lap as we ran on board with Tigran Bunyatian. Let's have a look at what he was concerned about. You can see that you don't...
He's checking the rear of the car,
yeah.
Not necessarily the engine.
Is it the exhaust or
I'm not too sure.
Something going loose behind his seat, but he's still going, so hopefully the mechanic and the machine will be able to make the job.
Yeah, indeed. Right, well, drivers making their way into the final sector now. They finished their formation laps to get the release agent off the tyre, any temperature into those tyres and brakes, of course, as well as the engines. But as the field gets themselves lined up, ready to go for this one, the front row looking good here. Of course, Vogelsang switching sides. Back here with Tigran Bunyatian as he pulls into his spot on P6. He'll have a great view going in towards turn 1 and might actually get a little bit of an advantage here with, of course, the pole sitter being on his side now. And he's continuing to look over his shoulder at the rear of the kart. So, again, not sure what has happened there, but we'll have to see. as we are moments away from getting this one started. Wait for the green flag up at the back now as the smoke starts to clear and accumulate on the grid. We get that green flag, and now it's time for the 4th rotation of qualifying heats at KZ2 in this year's World Cup in Portimão. Lights start to illuminate. Lights go out. We are racing in KZ2 once more, and it's side by side for the race lead. But it is going to be Victor Larsen who gets the run. Fuglsang did not get the start he wanted from the outside. He's going to lose out on his pole position start as he slots down into 2nd place. Rest of the field slots through. We go back on board with Hikan Bonatian. He's had a terrible start. He's not got away well. Is there a problem with the back of that car? We do not know.
Yeah, we're going to have to get back on that. But in the meantime, a great start and getaway for everybody into the field through the course of turn number 8 and 9, double left in the midfield of the circuit. And the safety car drivers switch positions by the look of it. Indeed, Victor Larsen getting a better start than Benjamin Fuglsang from pole position, even though the switch of a line on the front row didn't seem to pay off this time around. First race of the weekend in dry conditions. We had been expecting the sun for a while, and let's go racing for the first time in those conditions. And the two Saudis already working towards building a gap from the rest of the classification, as Alessio Piscini is under investigation. That might have something to do with him having maybe some transponder problems or something, as he's just lost a place down to P4 to Matheus Morgato, the Brazilian, who had been so good yesterday in his starting procedures, and now find himself a little bit on his own. Matheus Morgato behind those two, Larsen, Fuglsang, trying to do their own race. This is only the beginning of that 10-lap qualifying heat, but it's about now to be smart, not to do anything unwise.
Yeah, indeed. Well, let's see what's going to happen here, as of course any overtake attempt will bring in Morgato to the fight, and already, even without any overtake attempts, Morgato's there already. We've got a 3-car battle for the race lead here, as again, like you were saying, first dry race of the weekend. We're going to get a real taste now of the sort of speeds these drivers can do, especially with a slipstream now as you come up the hill through turn 16. A little bit sideways there for Fuglsang at the exit of turn number 12. That's going to limit his speed now. It might give Morgato a chance for an attack here as they accelerate up to 160 kilometers an hour into the braking zone down at turn number 2 and 1, and Fuglsang gets through down the inside of Victor Larsen, wastes no time whatsoever, and moves past into the race lead. But now we've got Bonatian under investigation also. So there's been dramas throughout the field, but now Morgato is going to have a chance to go for the move here on Larsen. Is he going to find a way through on this lap? He might do, because again, he's already seen how quickly that Fuglsang has managed to break away. He does not want to be stuck behind Larsen if his pace is not where it should be.
Yeah, we've seen that happening in the past few races in different conditions, that's for sure, but still the leaders were able to build a gap very, very soon in the race, and at some point it was pretty much impossible for the others to catch up. Oh, and Larsen making a slight mistake. He just went off a little bit wide in turn number 17 and might allow Matheus Morgato to go for an attack. Coming down to turn number 3, the hairpin. Close to 160 km an hour. The Brazilian tried to make his move on the inside. He's having to wait just a tiny bit with the Charles Leclerc machine. Those three pulling away from the rest of the field with Alessio Piscini down in 4th place. You can see him down into the hairpin with Artem Severyukin second in the classification, back to the lead in front of Christian Bertrucca. That will come back on track later. But Severyukin down in P5 from Maxime Orlov, Jean Nomblot, Roos, as well as Matteo Spurgel. Not so far. I was quite surprised not to see Matteo Spurgel a little bit further up in the classification, the European champion, but still fighting his way through in front of Sjoberg. As on the inside, that was a good move from one of the Saudis. This is the 105 of Jean Nomblot making his bid on Maxime Orlov for P5.
Indeed. Well, we'll keep a close eye on this battle right now as they head up the hill once again through 16 and 17. Back on the start-finish straight, we end lap number 4, on to lap 5 now of this 10-lap race. Half race distance already. Here comes Morgato, though, with that slipstream. The tow here at Portimão is so powerful. There's about a 4 to 5 kilometer speed difference between a driver pushing through the air and someone getting pulled through the air with that slipstream, and that's really helped him out here. Severyukin also now has closed in, so he's dropped off the group from behind, and now he's piling on the pressure now to Victor Larsen. So Severyukin, who has taken 2 race wins so far this weekend, is looking to see if he can gain another one, but Fuglsang is very quickly breaking away here. He's still a second off the pace, and he's got those 2 karts in between those two as well. But Sævrukin right now still looking comfortable, not finding his way through just yet. Larsen holding on to 3rd place and doing a brilliant job. But, well, right now, again, that slipstream is just so powerful. Nothing that Larsen can do here, and straight through will go Sævrukin.
Yeah, beautifully made on the inside of turn number 3 for the Birla driver. Up a place in front of Larsen for P3. And that's something that we had not seen so far, the power of the slipstream, as you mentioned. In the meantime, the gap is decreasing between Fuglsang and Matheus Morgado. The Brazilian is going to go for the attack, as Marcus Kayak is putting out the fastest lap in the race. And it was making his bit. Jean Noblo earlier went ahead of Alessio Piscini for P6. Maxim Orlov still ahead. One of the teammates of the Modena Kart Paulin racing team. Down into the hairpin of turn number 511 and up into the last sector, the most technical of all the parts of the layout here in Kartódromo Algarve. Let's take a look back at what happened there with Morgado, the 110, and taking the lead actually on Benjamin Fuglsang. Well, we had seen the gap really coming to nothing, and there's the decisive move for the lead, and already pulling away. Look at the gap already, 0.6 of a second built by Matheus Morgado as soon as he found himself in the lead. So the Leclerc chassis on the dry compound, working tirelessly, working very much, much better than in wet conditions that we had before. As we're here back with one of the barrels of Artem Sævrukin, and he's the one now putting Fuglsang in pressure.
He certainly is. Yeah, managed to get past Victor Larsen earlier on. Now putting on that pressure for P2. Ooh, down the inside with a lot of curb there. That was a very tense moment for both of those drivers. Sævrukin and Fuglsang amazingly managing to hold on. Now Maxim Orlov has closed right in because of that. Larsen's there still, but Jean Noblo has closed in and down the inside through turn 17. You don't see that in dry conditions there, and I think that caught Fuglsang off guard there because he's tumbled down to P6 now.
Yeah, it wasn't the easiest place to get overtake him, that's for sure. But while doing that, the door was open for Maxim Orlov as well. The Parolin driver in the middle just made his way past as well, up to P3, trying to follow on Artem Sævrukin's move. As in the meantime, Alessio Piscini dropping places. Unfortunately, is being investigated at the moment and being warned. So I do wonder what might be going wrong with the Italian driver. We'll get back to that. But in the meantime, look at the train of drivers that we have. As Tegron Bunyatan, as we mentioned before the start, looking behind, trying to see what was wrong, as it was starting from the outside of the row number 3.
Well, we saw he was under investigation in the early stages, possibly for a jump start. But that view there, he moved the top, like it was it's like he moved his foot, and it kind of shook the kart a little bit.
Tiny bit, yeah.
Didn't look like it moved though, so that's an interesting one. We'll have to see if we can get another one of that. But Morgado on lap number 9 now, looking strong and off the track, and out of this one is Victor Larsen. How on earth did that happen? Was he just on the dirty part of the track going down in towards turn number 3? It just looked like the back was overtaking him. And, well, that is a very, very interesting one there.
Yeah, that's a shame for him, considering he had a P3 and a P5 results as best performance. Victor Larsen is not quite out of the race. He's getting back on track, but that's pretty much done and dusted for him, unfortunately, as Victor Larsen is back on track. But we might need to see that again. Certainly a contact with one of the drivers out there that send him into a spin. We're back here with the leaders. 1 full second behind Matheus Morgado, Sævrukin in second. The battle of the Saudis, 3 in the same picture, with Jean Noblo, Fuglsang, Nicolas Roos, Mateusz Birgel as well further back. We're going to try to make any move coming to turn number 3. Watch out, Nicolas Roos with the yellow crash helmet trying to get ahead of Fuglsang. Benjamin Fuglsang, who was starting on pole and just made his way past. Now this is Mateusz Birgel, the 102, just behind the freshly crowned European champion of the class. And if it is not at any move, well, he might actually find himself into a bit of a trouble. Let's take a look back.
Well, here it is. Oh, yeah, and well, that tree got right in the way at perfectly the wrong time to really fully tell the story. But again, it just looked like he was on the dirty part of the track there on the outside, but not sure if he was assisted to the wide part of the track there. That we didn't see. final lap board is out. Morgato's lead is 0.8 of a second. Sevrukin is closing in, but not at a rate fast enough to warrant anything to worry about. Matthias Morgato, for the first time this weekend, is looking at a qualifying heat win and now sits second in the intermediate classification behind Artem Sevrukin. But it is Morgato who wins on track ahead of Sevrukin. Maxim Orlov finishes in P3 ahead of Jean Nimblon. Then it is Benjamin Fuglsang who managed to get back to P5 after losing out on that lead in the race, but still a very strong performance nonetheless in their fourth round. Nicolas Roux finishes in P6. That's his worst result of the weekend. He's been dominating third place ahead of this one. But there, a P6, still a very good race, though. Mateusz Peugeot finishing in 7th place ahead of Kirill Kutzkov. 14 places gained for Kutzkov, the same as Marcus Kayak, who finishes in 11th place, but between them is Jesper Schorberg and Juha Valtonen, who rounds out the top 10. Bonatian finishing in 12th place ahead of Pacini. Then it is Nacho Tunion, 10 places gained ahead of Kimi Tanis, 5 places, finishing in P15.
Then in P16, we have another good recoverer. Christian Leclain, 13 places up into the field from Dimitri Matveev. Gabriel Gomez, 13 places gained as well for the Brazilian, in front of Karl Paziewicz, Luis Alves, Enzo Boll, Henrik Cruz, Patrick Janssen, Matis Spurs, Rodrigo Ferreira, Sandro Halsen, Jacek Jatic, Milan Di Garatu, Jokubas Baklinovicius, Matilda Pats, who was with us on track by the look of it, from Janka Wolfman and Victor Larsen. Two drivers that we lost quite early into that race. Casper Skolmans, unfortunately, difficult qualifying for the Dutchman from CPB Sodikart, and he got back into the pit after lap 1, I think. Yes, indeed. So it was really, after 2 difficult races, another blow for the fast Dutchman. And Jakob Cranston as well, having to step out of his car, not finishing his race. Won by Matheus Morgato in a brilliant fashion. First win of the weekend for the Brazilian. Let's take a look back at some of the highlights of the qualifying heat. On board with Tigran Bunatian, and he was looking down on the rear axle of his kart. Could we maybe see here a little bit of a jump start as he was being investigated by the officials through the course of the race? Hard to say from that perspective. We'll leave it to the officials to make up their mind, as Tigran Bunatian didn't have the best of start in opening lap, a little bit shaken up into the midfield. Otherwise, it was the battle of the Saudis in the lead, with Larsen getting the best start in front of Benjamin Fuglsang. Those two would lead the opening lap, as some of the drivers at the back would get into trouble as well. But then came the switch of position with the 199 of Benjamin Fuglsang taking the lead back before Matheus Morgato would go on the attack.
Yeah, he certainly would, down the inside there of Victor Larsen in towards turn number 2 in the early stages on lap number 5. Getting that move completed meant he was able to close in as well. Then Artem Sevrukin was starting to close in. He managed to squeeze his way past Victor Larsen, and that brought the rest of the pack kind of into play at this point, because then it all started to kick off. There was a change for the lead. Morgato down the inside through turns 8 and 9. Claiming that one, was able to break away to about 1.6 seconds until this overtake here, down the inside through turn 17. We've seen it in the wet conditions, we've yet to see it in the dry, but superb there. Then disaster for Victor Larsen, just getting squeezed out to that dirty part of the track, out of the race. Did finish the race, got it restarted, but finished in 32nd place. But there, across the line, first win of the weekend, Matheus Morgato for Brazil now sits second in the intermediate classification at the end of their 4th rotation of qualifying heats for groups B versus E. But that's not the end of it, because we've got groups D and F now coming up next, as you can see them getting lined up out on circuit. But right now, again, a tense time for all of them, because they now have to think, what do we need to do to really get through this one? And the main driver in this, who has got the best chance of this, is Gianni Andresani, who starts on the front row of the grid, but not on pole, because that is Yanis Avico starting on pole position. You see him there on the left-hand side of your screen as the 1-minute board goes up at the front, thanks to Ross Upton, the pre-grid officer out there. But let's see what's going to be happening in this one, because again, tensions starting to build. It's getting to that later stage of the qualifying heats phase. This is where the drivers who have not had good results really need to start to think, I need to get up the order now. I can't have all these bad results because I'm just going to not make the cutoff. I won't make the superheats tomorrow. Engines fire up. Drivers make their way out onto the track. Let's take you through the full starting lineup for KZ2 qualifying heat D versus F. Yanis Zavico starts this one on pole position, a P6, a second and a fourth he's had so far this weekend. Gianni Andresani starts alongside 2 second places and a win for him. Ricardo Borges and Ken Algri go from row number 2. They'll have Jens Trier and Nicola Rossini on row number 3. Row 4 sees Anatoly Kavalkin, who did take a qualifying heat win in his second race earlier on. He'll have Alvar Simmers-Farah for company alongside. Josip Vey and Roman Shaparov go from row 5. They'll have Max Kriven and Florian Breitenbach on row 6. Alfredo Ibiapina and Simon Reckenmacher go from row 7. They'll have Filippo Fiorentino and Arsène Lacoste on row number 8. And Ihart Krosner and Maximilian Schleimer round up row number 9.
On row number 10, we have Francisco Paredes and Eric Shenenake. Row number 11, Artemi Trotsky and Darius Papayona. Row number 12, Sam Luye and Mario Borges. Row number 13, Len Nys and Vladimir Verkolantsev. Row number 14, Eric Holm and Mario Pinazzo-Cero. Boris Zukavsky and Cyrus Anishat Gargari, row number 15. And at the back end of the grid, row number 16, Kypras Yursi, Domantas Knidva and Norton Andreasen making his way onto the grid. 2 warm-up laps before the drivers make their way back onto the grid. You know the drill. Starting procedures among certainly one of the hardest moments in every race that we get a chance to witness here in Portimão. And I don't know if you guys noticed, but on track we still have some patches of wet water, shall I say, around the circuit. So wet places here and there, which won't do any good for the slick tires that all the drivers pretty much have put on. I do doubt that there's anyone in there in the field willing to stay on wet tires at this point of the weekend, because the sun is shining, conditions are very much dry all over the track, and racing has been back at its best, fighting for the front positions. Gianni Civico Espona, let's see what the Spaniard can do in this race at the wheel of his Tony-Cut machine, trying to close up with the leaders of the classification, led by Artem Severyukin in front of Matheus Morgato, jumping up to P2 thanks to his victory. Nicola Ruiz down to P3, but Christian Bertucca, if he takes another win in the following race, he will get back into the lead. But we're not there yet, as this is the penultimate rotation of qualifying heats for the KZ2 class. We're going to have one more after this, and then we'll switch our attention to the KZ and the Masters. And then we'll have one last rotation of 3 races, the most decisive one, as we have a look at the rain radar. And it's quite promising at the moment, Anthony.
It's quite promising, but that big blue bit there, Guillaume, that's rain. And it's getting ever closer. But it's not going to hit yet. But,
yeah, the biggest part of it is sliding through all right.
Yeah, it's just missing us, yes.
Yeah,
no,
I see what you mean. There's a big one coming actually right at us in the minute.
Yeah, no, but we're going to stay positive. We're going to stay positive. It's a dry track. Let's hope it stays that way. Right then, drivers pulling up to the start-finish line. Last bit of tyre temp warming going to Gianni Andresani, starting on the front row of the grid. Really getting it sideways there is the German driver. But like you say, say again.
Interesting
tactic, yeah.
Oh, look at that, actually. Someone actually took the wrong place.
Jens Trier in the Falcon there, just thinking, uh-oh, I'm on the wrong side of the grid. And, well, he's asking if we can go round again, because he is facing the wrong way, effectively. And, yeah, they are kind of, well, OK, well, Yanis Civico has said they are going. So I'm not sure if they were given the thumbs up there. Well, we're getting a green flag at the back, but I think we're going around again. It's a false start. So, yeah, they're going to get regridded on that one. And, yeah, Jens Trier just out of position there. That's quite an unusual one.
Yeah, that might be the first time I get to see this, actually. But, you know, even with the best drivers in the world, that can always happen, you know, in motorsport, all the way up to Formula 1. We've seen that happening as well. And let's take a look back.
You could just see, yeah, so he was on the 4th row of the grid and think, oh, wait, hold on, I'm supposed to be on the 3rd row of the grid. What am I doing here?
Yeah.
So, yeah, it was in actually Alvar Simmers-Farah's spot, and just noticed that his grid spot was empty. And this is where you're seeing, yeah, I suspect we can't see Pasquale Lipoli there at the front, but I suspect he's probably saying to go round again. And Yeah, now the marshal gets out of the way as the cart's going, but then we also get the green flag at the back. So I think, yeah, it was all a bit of a shock on that one, but they've got it sorted out now and they're heading back round for another one.
Yeah, interestingly, there was no switch of positions actually on that grid, unlike what we had before. So yeah, a little bit of distraction there for Jens Streur, but you know, nothing to be worried about. We go one more time around. You know, the time for the tires to be put up to temperature, but you know, the more lap you do at this pace, you know, might not be the best for the engine, and you have to keep them to a certain temperature as well as for the tires as well. But the sooner they go racing, the better it will be for everybody. Let's try to get that grid in order this time around. Jenny Civico Espona on the left side of your screen. On the inside, coming to turn number 1 with Jenny Andrisani by his side. You have Ricardo Borges, Ken Algarve, Jens Streur and Nicola Rossini just behind, and the rest of the grid lining themselves up. And as you can see, it's full of people here at the track of Portimão. And if you ever find yourself in the area of the Algarve, well, please pay us a visit. The entry is free, and there's plenty of fantastic action and things to do on and off the track.
Indeed, it is an open paddock, so do come on down if you are here. Again, I'm starting to sound like a game show host there. Right then, second time's a charm. This looks a lot better here. Everyone in position. We get the green flag at the back. This time, we are ready to go racing for KZ2 qualifying heat D versus F. We wait for the lights procedure to be started by our race director, Pasquale Lupoli, as we get the 4 red lights. Lights are out quickly. We are racing, and it is Jenny Civico who got the start. There's a car stalled in the background. There's pandemonium on the start-finish line. Multiple drivers stalling off the line there, and drivers having to disperse very rapidly there to avoid a major collision, but everyone gets through. But who struggled to get away there?
Yeah, there's 2 drivers. One of the the 195 from Maranello actually, who got tangled and it's stuck onto the grid. Unfortunately, this is Mario Borges. Quite unfortunately, the Portuguese driver who's stuck on the grid, and he won't go anywhere near. And his race is over before he got even started, unfortunately. And we had another driver actually who got into trouble as the race started.
Yeah, indeed. So, well, certainly very dramatic start there for qualifying Heat D versus F. But the race goes on. Marshall's done a brilliant job of clearing the circuit. So, very good to see there as the field makes their way round. I think the other driver who got caught out there may have been Boris Zurawski at the start of that race, the driver of the IPK factory team. Currently right at the back of the field, losing out on several positions. Across the line they go then, and it is Jenny Civico leading the way from Gianni Andresani. Then it is Nicola Rossini right there in 3rd place, is piling on the pressure. Oh, that was a very close lunge there for Rossini. We've not seen Rossini really fighting at the front here, qualified absolutely superbly, knows that the pace is there. The race results so far this weekend have not been up to scratch. 28th, 24th and a 30th earlier on for Nicola Rossini. Right now they're in 3rd place is a much stronger start, and this is exactly what he needs, because again, any more bad results like that, he might not make the cutoff.
Yeah, this is now or never for him. After this one more race and that's it. Hopefully for him to get himself within the 72 qualified for the Super Heat tomorrow, as this is the goal for the moment for all the KZ2 drivers. 101 of them at the start. And look at how wide some of them are going outside of turn number 16. Watch out, because there might be some grass and even some dirt on the outside. Going right inside of turn number 1. Beautifully made by Anatoly Kavalkin on Borges. Ricardo Borges, the Portuguese. There was nothing he could have done there. And the former junior European champion making his way up to P4, that is. Beautifully made with that slipstream. Impressive space that he was able to find at an impressive pace as well for Anatoly Kavalkin. And here's your answer. Fastest lap in the race for the young Pauline driver.
Yeah, indeed. Hand going up now for the 157. Mechanical Gremlins plaguing Andresani from 2nd place. He is out of this one. That is a huge shame. So what happened there? I mean, it's the engine's still going. He's still got drive, so it's not a chain problem. But clearly, something just not going right with his car. Well, that promotes the whole field up a spot then. And, well, for Nicola Rossini, up into 2nd place. And now hunting down Jenny Civico for the race lead. Only 0.3 of a second between them. But Anatoly Kavalkin is right there and is looking very very quick right now and could be a driver to watch out for.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame for Gianni Antonizzani. He was P3 in the classification with a win and 2 second place. So talking about one of the protagonists of the class and a DNF at this level, at this stage of the weekend, that will be very hard to recover. As the pressure is mounting between the two Tony car drivers, the 138 of Rossini putting the pressure on Civico Espona. But watch out for Kavalkin. He's going to take advantage of the situation, that's for sure. Looking over the shoulder, coming down to turn number 12. No one dares to move a muscle just yet, but for Rossini, oh, and the 148, this is one of the Cali car driver, the 184, by the look of it, in trouble as well. This is Mario Pinazzo Cerro from Spain. Well, another one with mechanical trouble in this qualifying heat.
Indeed. Well, again, it's the first dry race for a lot of these karts, and they're just pushing maybe a little bit too hard, and wow, a lot of frustration there for the driver from Spain, and yeah, clearly understandable. You know, you don't want these results in a World Championship, do you?
Yeah, I'm not sure hitting the wheel will make it go faster, but out of frustration, you can easily understand that sort of reaction from the Spaniard. Quite unfortunate indeed, as Civico Espona, the Spaniard, in the lead this time, as you can see with the yellow crash helmet in front of his teammate Nicola Rossini. Not quite able to shake up the order, not quite able to build enough of a gap at this point, halfway through the qualifying heat. And that's important for Gianni Civico Espona to stay where he is, because as you can see, that would mean that would promote him in second place overall on equal points as Anatoly Kavalkin. So Kavalkin is a man on a mission as well. They all can calculate, they all of course came up in the briefing with what's at stake in terms of results. And for Kavalkin, he needs to get himself up in the lead if he wants to be close on points with Artem Shevchenko and Christian Bertuca coming at the race next.
Josip Vey and Alvar Simasvara currently on your screen, battling away for 6th place. They are part of the second major group of drivers out there. You can see Florian Breitenbach just behind as well, ready to pick up any pieces that may come his way if something happens here. Shaparov, Reckenmarker, Scriven, Krozer all behind as well. Schleimer, Florentino and Lacoste all there as well. As back here at the front, and it's still Civico, Rossini and Kavalkin. 1, 2, 3, and Yannick Civico has not been able to break away right here. Well, Rossini really impressing me right now after the results that has been plaguing him so far this weekend. Right now, it's going his way once more.
Yeah, definitely so, and it's down to a bit of a dilemma right here, right now, having to protect a little bit of the performance of his teammate, you know, going team player or going for the move as well, knowing that the pressure is mounting from Anatoly Kavalkin. Watch out for the Pauline driver. He's going for the move, at least in the breaking point of turn number 3. Those two on the inside line. Shall we see a switch? No, he's holding onto that place, but Rossini makes his way through. And Civico Espona is right there to hold on and shut that door. And look who's coming back from P4. Kenos Galalgri at the wheel of that Maranello chassis. Beautiful Scarlet colors over there. He's going to try to join the party. We're going to have ourselves a 4-driver battle towards the end of that qualifying heat. At the advantage of Nicola Rossini for the moment, but Kavalkin was very close on, you know, snatching the lead at once. The door was shut by Civico Espona.
Yeah, indeed. Well, for the first time this weekend, it is Nicola Rossini leading a qualifying heat here and trying to break away now with the likes of everyone behind. That first attempt from Kavalkin has just put him on a little bit of the back foot here, but now has got the advantage of the slipstream, has got the toe now behind Civico to see if he can try and go for the lunge again this time around. Pulls out of the slipstream, looks to the inside. No, not this time. Backs out of it once again. Just not comfortable with trying to go for the move this time around, but he's got to think long game here. He's got to think carefully as well, because he's still there in third. He's still, well, he's up now to second in the intermediate classifications now. Civico's dropped down to second place. Oh, he left a little gap there, did Civico. Not close enough for the move, but yes, Kavalkin needs to think long game here. Doesn't want to risk an overtake here that might not go his way. You're second in the intermediate classification of the 4th rotation of qualifying heats. If I was you, I'd stay in third, but again, it's not easy to tell a driver to stay in your position and not go for an overtake.
Yeah, certainly, and that's what drivers are made of, you know, trying to search for the gap, and no longer for a gap, you're no longer a racing driver. Used to say, great Ayrton Senna. So Anatoly Kavalkin, as for now, he needs to go for the move if he doesn't want to lose that position, because Kenos Galalgri is coming back at him very fast, as we have another Maranello driver under intense pressure. Borges, Montero, Sismevara, Brendan Bach further back into the classification as well. Simon Reckenmarker picking up 4 places up to 10. with the 151 on your picture. Anatoly Kavalkin with the Pauling machine under the pressure of Kenosga Agri. We see something from the Estonian from P4 in the position of a chaser. You know, that might be certainly the easiest of place. Always easier to chase than to be chased. And could we see maybe an attempt, one late move from Kenosga Agri? Surprise, not only Kavalkin, but also Tony's in the front. Although it's easier said than done, but find himself in an ideal position to try to, at least to try something. But again, you know, as we said, each of those races are very important for the final count. As on the inside, 190 for the back. This is Sharapov on record marker. Record marker just made his move. Just made his move past Breitenbach by the look of it as they come across. Now he's still behind. This is a battle for P7.
He is. Eyes looking then at both groups of drivers here right now as we go on to the final lap of this race. And Rossini has broken away here as Savico is under immense pressure here as, whoa, Kavalkin left the door open. Through goes Ken Algri up into third place. So Kavalkin just trying to get past Savico, was not thinking about defending off behind, and that's lost him a position here now in this race. Can Ken Algri get the overtake on Yanis Savico in this one? He's right there, right on the rear bumper. One move would get him up into second place. That would help him out here. But here at the front, Nicola Rossini, for the first time this weekend, will claim a qualifying heat win. That's how you turn the tables after a 28th, a 24th, and a 30th place finish. Nicola Rossini claims first win of the weekend. Superb.
Superb from the Italian driver, putting the Italian machine of Tony Kart up in the lead once again. That's a 1-2 for the OTK Kart Group Racing Team. Janis Civico Espona taking second place, and a good recovery for Kenosga Agri, who had a little bit of an extra pace and saw the opportunity to get ahead of Anatoly Kavalkin in the penultimate lap. Maybe one extra lap and that could have been a different story. Kenosga Agri being really on the charge, and if I were Nicola Rossini or Janis Civico Espona, I would have been very worried coming to the checkered flag. A couple of drivers that we lost into this race, and a couple of good climbers as well, like Sam Louis climbing 9 positions to finish P14. 16 places gained by the Pauling driver Norton Andreasen, down to P17. As we take a look at the full classification of the D versus F qualifying heat, Nicola Rossini winner for the first time this weekend. Janis Civico Espona second, Kenosga Agri third, from Anatoly Kavalkin, Giuseppe Atterrado, Ricardo Borges, Almasis Mevara, Simon Ruckelmacher, Florian Breitenbach, Roman Sharapov running up the top 10. Roman Sharapov in Marek Skriven, sorry, in P11 from Maximilian Schleimer, Filippo Fiorentino, Samuel Louillet, Menier Krozer down in P15.
Well, P16 and the rest of the field sees Arsene Lacaste from Norton Andreasen, Len Neisch from Paredes, and it's Verkalantsev from Canva, with Ibiapina from Troitsky, Inaki from Home, Jurs from Zuraski, and instead rounding out the 28 drivers that finished that race. Retirements, quite a few of them, 5 in total. Pinazzo and Dressani, both mechanical problems. Jens Terrier, Babianoa and Borges as well, all suffering problems out on circuit. But there, for the first time this weekend, Nicola Rossini claiming his first race win. Well, let's take a look at the highlights on that one. This is the first initial start. Jens Terrier not in his position, caused a false start. That did send the field round once more. Gave them that little extra lap to get everything up to temperature and everything like that, which is always a benefit for them. But yeah, a little bit confusion at the start of that one, trying to send them round. But that it was all sorted out. And again, great start from the front row. Yanis Savico able to break away, and I thought was going to be in a really strong position in this one, but then slowly got closed in by the rest of the field. The other start of the race at that one, though, drama on the start-finish line.
Yeah, a couple of drivers got involved into some trouble there. We had Kasper, yeah, it was the race before, but Boris Zuransky got tangled over there. We lost Mario Borges, who got stuck on the line as well. But unlike Mario Borges, Boris was able to see the checkered flag. Other driver for the 157, Gianni Antarisani, one of the protagonists of the class so far, getting into trouble. As so was the 184 of Mario Pinazzocero, one of the drivers from Spain, joining the list of retired drivers. But back in the lead as already into the later stages of that race, a battle between the two Tonys and the Anatoly Kavalkin charging from behind with Kenosga Algre joining the party as well, as the 178 was fighting his way through further back. This is in the middle of the pack, but in the lead there was a bit of an open door, and it was enough for Kavalkin to at least try to make his bid, but Kenosga Algre was faster and just made his way past the Parolin driver for P3 in the penultimate lap, and that could have been a different story with one extra lap or 1.5 more for the Maranello driver to get close to the Tony Kart drivers in the lead, being split by just 1/10 of a second on the line.
Indeed. Well, a very interesting turn of events then for qualifying heat D versus F, but we quickly move on now to groups A versus C that'll be heading out onto the circuit, and now we get to see how Cristian Batuca can deal with dry racing conditions, because so far Batuca has been winning absolutely everything on a wet track. Now it's dry, opens up a new kettle of fish, especially now as he'll have Daniel Asile, who is very quick in the dry here, very quick in time qualifying, was the third fastest driver overall, and certainly could be a threat here as we go on board with Tobias Verlo starting this one on the third row of the grid. So we'll keep an eye on him as he starts from this fifth place spot. You can see Emma Felbermeyer just ahead, who's starting this one P4 in the 156 on the left-hand side. But the yellow light is flashing, meaning we are seconds away from starting the formation laps here. There, Ross Upton blows the whistle, and we get engines fired up as drivers make their way out onto the track. Let's take you through the full starting lineup as drivers now will attempt to clear any of that release agent off the surface of those Dunlop tyres now as they make their way out. The lineup is as follows. Cristian Batuca so far is undefeated in these qualifying heats. Started on pole position. We'll have Daniel Vasily for company alongside. Dion van Verven and Emma Felbermeyer go from row number 2. They'll have Tobias Verlo and Pavo Tonteri on row number 3. Malo Bollier, after taking a DNF and taking the best win of a third earlier on, starts alongside Timo Jungling, who finished second earlier on row 4. Miguel Costa and Corentin Rousseau in row 5, Yosef Shevatalov and Jean-Louis in row 6. Artur Polaine and Darren Walter go from row 7. They'll have Fotis Soteropoulos and Marty Rittinen on row number 8. Robert Kindervarter and Theo Blon will round out the top 18 on row 9.
Row number 10, we'll see Christian Helu and Tim Locati. Row 11, Egor Nosov and Simon Billman. Row number 12, Julius Lassen and Gabriel Loyer. Down in row number 13, we have Alejandro Lopez Lopez alongside Santiago da Costa Ribeiro. Row number 14, Daniel Darakian and Xavier Avramires. Followed on row number 15 by Ali Goldstein and Camilo Calderon. And down at the back end of the pack, row number 16, Pierre Bourgeois and Zoe Florescu, Ruben Caifa and Eduardo Momorelli on the 17 and last row. 34 drivers with us once again for that qualifying heat A versus C. The last one of the penultimate rotation, don't forget, as we're going to have the KZ and the Masters just after, and one last rotation of KZ2 races going by 3 once again, and those will be the races, the most decisive ones, that's for sure, establishing the classification for the points and awarding the pole position for the superheat of the class taking place on Sunday morning. And we'll get the chance to hear from some of the protagonists of all the classes throughout the course of the afternoon, as Tobias Verlo ran on board, the Maranello driver, as they go for one extra formation lap to get the tires up to temperature. Always nice to jump on board the drivers at this level, you know, witnessing from up close the driving skills that they put on display.
Yeah, it certainly does. Well, temperature now starting to slowly creep up here in Portimão, 22 degrees, and that doesn't seem like the hottest temperatures ever, but still, after what we've had in terms of the rain out there, it's quite a nice difference out there as the sun does continue to shine here in the Algarve, as the last few attempts to get temperature into those tyres heads out there. And again, very big oversteer moments there for Cristian Batuca to just try and get the temperature in. Don't want to overdo it on these ones again, of course, but so many drivers have been struggling to release to clear the release agent on the tyres. It's made it a little bit of a challenge, but the tyres have been proven to be very, very quick around here. And again, everyone just doing their level best to get the temperature up into those tyres. Well, as drivers get themselves formed out, a quick recap of maybe some previous results for many people. Pavo Tonteri, starting this one on the third row, Guillaume, is a driver who's impressed me so far. A win, a second, and a third from the third row. Could be a driver to watch out for here.
Yeah, talking about consistency for Paavo Tontteri, the CRJ driver, that has done some good things as well throughout the course of the European Championship this season. P16 overall with his best result in Spain, in Motorland Aragon. And I look at the rain radar as your zone in blue representing the expected rain towards the region of Portimão. But at the moment the sun is shining above our heads with still a little bit of clouds. But fingers crossed to keep it that way with, as you can see as well, a lot of blue skies surrounding this beautiful, beautiful racetrack of Portimão with the F1 track just nearby, a complex dedicated to the passion of motorsport for the past 15 years. And the FIA Karting competition have been coming here for quite a while. We're back in the time of KF and KF Junior, then for single speed classes under the name of OK and OK Junior from 2016 onwards. But this is the first time since 2022 that we get to come here, and for the first time with the gearbox classes. So all comes to a premiere, and so far the racing has been absolutely relentless, and the return about the quality of the layout have been unanimous among drivers in all three classes.
Certainly has been. Right then, drivers lined up at the front here. It's taken a little bit of time to get round to form up here, but all is looking well for qualifying heat A versus C. Wait for that green flag to wave at the back, which is moments away. As you can see there, Eduardo Mormarelli just pulling into his grid slot of 34th place. Green flag waves at the back of the field. Pasquale Lupoli gets ready to start. The lights procedure then for the fourth time. It is qualifying heat A versus C. Lights are out. We are racing. It's been a terrible start for drivers at the back. Engines not firing up, but at the front, it's a great getaway. Bertuca and Vasile, line astern, lead the way there, going very slowly, and not starting is Alejandro Leoz from Spain. He didn't get started. There was another driver that also didn't get started as well. So drama once again in the early stages of these races.
And drama for another driver from the Cali Kart racing team. So that's a bit worrying. And two races and two drivers stuck onto the grid. So might need a bit of work on that side. As we're back with the leaders of the peloton into turn number 8 and 9 into the midfield. Some of the drivers trying to find a better line than others, going around the outside and inside, left and right. As around the inside, coming to turn number 11, the CRJ driver coming from behind, Paavo Tontteri, I think it was, making his bit on the inside. As one of the CPB Sodica drivers as well, having a little bit of a struggle. Emma Falbermeyer with the blue livery as well, as she was starting from 4th on the grid. Might have dropped a little bit as well as they come across in front of us. Yeah, Emma Falbermeyer actually dropped a lot of places all the way down to, unfortunately, P14 for her. 10 places lost in one opening lap. Certainly a pace to be found there.
Yep, certainly is. It's down the inside then. A nice little chop and change for Jean-Louis, getting up another position there as Christian Bertuca under investigation. And at this early stage of a race, that can mean one thing only, maybe a potential jump start. So that would be interesting. We'll have to see if we can get a replay of that start because, well, I didn't see any jump starts there. My eyes did focus so mainly on the back when I saw some karts not move at all. So I could have missed something there as down the inside goes Corentin Rousseau. He's getting past Mano Bollier as well, so he's stepping up in this field also. Moving up now 3 places into P7, so nice changes there. Out through turn 17, across the line they go. We'll go on to lap number 3 now. It's Bertuca from Vasile, Van Verven from Tontteri, Luye from Verlo, Rousseau, Bollier, Volta and Costa still the top runners, as again, not wasting any time here is Corentin Rousseau. That's another position gain now on Valerio.
Yeah, beautifully made from refreshment indeed, as Paavo Tontteri is putting out the fastest lap in the race. The CRJ driver is up in P4. As right now, unlike what we've seen before, Christian Bertuca is not quite able to build the gap that he needs. Daniel Vasile is right on his tail. Don't forget that those two are apart from the Lissane factory of Pirelart. So let's see. You don't want to do anything otherwise at this stage, as we're here watching the battle with the 187 of one of the Maranellos. This is Verio, the 197 with one of the CRGs, Malo Boye behind him. The Frenchman under the pressure from Miguel Costa, the Brazilian at the wheel of his Parolin machine. And we have David Walter as well. Let's take a look back on the start. Just happened from a rear view on the left. Yeah, difficult to see from that angle, but there was a bit of mayhem as well. Yeah, the Calicat driver being stuck, the 183 at the back end of the grid.
Yeah, indeed. Well, definitely a very interesting one there as Paolo Tonteri now sets the fastest lap of the race. The driver in third place, looking very strong right now as we keep an eye on this chasing battle here. This is a little further down. This is Malo Bollier, Robert Kindervarter in around 11th, 12th place. They got Tim Licati. Sotiropoulos is there, and I think looking down the inside there was Sotiropoulos, and I think he's managed to squeeze his way through. Theo Blond there as well. Timo Youngling there in 16th place after finishing P2 earlier on. Dropping 8 places is not where he wants to be. Emma Felbermeyer also in that battle. She's not had a good run in this. 13 places dropped down to in this, so not the best getaway in the dry conditions here, but eyes focusing on them as they exit out of turn 17 as we go on to lap 5 now. Half race distance is completed.
Half race distance indeed, as the gap yet not extending to the liking of Christian Bertucca, as we're here with on board with Malo Boyer still. I mean, with Malo Boyer, Quentin Rousseau, the Charles Leclerc driver, the 134 on his tail, Jean Louis. This is the battle of the Frenchman against the Swiss, as those two will give us a good explanation for P5. Warning car for Fotios Sotiropoulos at the moment. He's the one who went ahead Tim Licati for P13 in the move that we just saw earlier. And was it something? Oh, on the inside, beautifully made. A change for the lead. Christian Bertucca is back into second place, and what a move it was from Daniel Vasile, ladies and gentlemen. There's a change we had been expecting since the start of that qualifying heat. Bertucca was not able to really build enough of a gap for himself, and that's an interesting gesture. This is strategy talk between the two teammates of Birrellart, saying to each other, okay, let's keep on pushing. You made your way past, you're the leader, I'll be the follower, but let's not take each other out. Let's just keep on building that gap. 6/10 on Paolo Tonteri, but CRT driver from third place has seen that little bit of a play. He knows what's at stake at the moment, and he knows he certainly has the pace to really catch them with them both.
Indeed. Well, Paolo Tonteri does not want another third place. He would like another race win here, and with him closing in at this point of a race, that is highly probable here for Tonteri. But like you say, these front runners here looking very, very competitive, and for Bertucca, this is looking like possibly his first loss of the weekend, and it all came with those dry conditions. Back here, though, in the field, this is the likes of Malo Bollier, David Walter, Robert Kindervarter, Sotiropoulos still battling away in 10th place downwards right now, and again, still having a very good run. The drivers ahead of them are in a bit of a no man's land of their own at the moment. You've got still Van Verven, Rousseau, you've got Luye, Costa, Verlo as well there. Article Lane is right there as, again, David Walter putting on the pressure here as well as Robert Kindervarter. So everyone just pushing them way through here, as the intermediate classification still has Bertucca on my screen at the top, but him second place would be there still. But a few less points to his name. But we'll keep a close eye on this one. 194 points he would have. But he's certainly fighting back like he wants that lead back. And, well, actually, he's done it. He's done it. He's back through into the race lead. So this, again, gives Tonteri the chance to close in.
Certainly so, as we're here with one of the Sodi cards being chased further back. This is Verlo and Malo Boyer. Arthur Poulain just in front of 132, battling in the belly of the top 10. But when it comes to the two leaders, Christian Bertucca just made his way past again. Paolo Tonteri keeping a close watch on the duel of the Birrellart driver. Waiting for the right moment maybe to attack, to bite maybe one of them. Daniel Vasile is in prime position, but he's gonna have to go defensive if he wants to hold on to that second place. And maybe with still a slight chance to switch those positions with Bertucca, as Daniel Vasile is currently in P4 at the moment in the classification. So it's everybody for themselves pretty much at this point, even though Bertucca is the prime favorite based on his 3 wins. Daniel Vasile is very much on pace, as he has been the entire season, picking up the win in Motorland Aragon in Spain for the opening of the European Championship. That was his first ever win at this level in the FIA Karting Championship, and certainly he dreams to make it another one, and maybe with the KZ2 World Cup with that, as we are into the penultimate lap and nothing is done yet when it comes to the victory.
Certainly isn't. We keep a close eye on this lead battle right now, as still the pressure building between Bertucca and Vasile. Vasile, who knows he's quick around here, in the dry conditions. Certainly showing that right now in this race.
Oh.
Has been eluded a race win right now, and again, just trying to test the waters here on Bertucca, but not finding a way through. If it's going to be an overtake, it's going to happen on the last lap of this race. But let's just see what happens here as they climb up the hill once more. This is where Daniel Vasile has been strong. This is where the toe has been strong. Can he get it this time around? Out of turn 17. They see the last lap board. Are we going to see a fight for the race lead? Let's find out.
Let's find out. 1.5 kilometer to go through. On board with Tobias Verlo, sitting currently in P10 after losing 5 positions in this place. But trying to shake up the order a little bit, or going defensive, because he has Robert Kindevata just behind the Birla driver. As we're back in the lead, Christian Bertucca keeping a close watch over his shoulder. He has been able to build himself a bit of a gap in turn in the sector number 1. Not quite easy for Daniel Vasile to keep up as well, but still a threat with the pressure of Pavo Terry into the last lap. We're coming to the point of the weekend where it's now or never to try to make the change. Every point counts. Coming to the other side of the track, turn number 12 and 13, then the way up into the last sector. This is the most difficult part to try to launch an overtake. And I don't think, we might not see anything happening from Daniel Vasile this time at least. And Christian Bertucca was able to switch the position, take victory number 4, and confirming once again his status as a leader. 200 points, 4 races, 4 wins for Christian Bertucca, and a 1-2 for Birla with Daniel Vasile in second. Pavo Terry picking up another strong result in 3rd place. That's the position he finds himself in as well in the provisional classification. So a great and consistent job from the CRG driver as well.
Indeed. Well, they will make their way back into Parc Ferme. Again, solid results for the top 3 in that one. For Bertucca, for Vasile, and for Tonterri. Still very strong results then, as they're looking forward to their last race of the day. Later on today, Groups D and E, A and F, B and C will be starting at around 3:15. So make sure you stay tuned for that one. But in between now and then, do not go anywhere. We've got KZ for their last qualifying heat to determine who's going to be starting where, and the start of the KZ2 Masters, so their qualifying heats for Group 2 and Group 3. But there's a look at your full results as they make their way back into Parc Ferme. 10 seconds separating the top 15 out there, with the rest of the field as well. In the form of Theo Blanc, Emma Felbermeyer from Gabin Loulier, Jaroslav Shevtalov and Marty Rittinen, Xavier Avramidis from Julius Lanson, Igor Nozov from Eli Goldstein, Simon Billman from Santiago de Costa Ribeiro, from Dan Delakian and Zoe Florescu, Camilo Calderon and Christian Alou rounding out the top 30 out on track. And then the back of the grid, you've got Ruben Kerfer, Eduardo Morelli, Alejandro Leoz, and the one retirement Pierre Bourgeois, unfortunately not finishing that race. The driver from France for CRG not making it to the checkered flag. But across the line and in Parc Ferme, Christian Bertucca claiming his 4th qualifying heat win out of 4, 200 points to his name.
Yeah, that's an impressive tally so far for young Christian Bertucca, taking his first ever pole position at this level in a Gearbox FIA Karting race. Let's see how he did that with a strong start from the race that we just had. As 10 laps to go through for the KZ2 race. Let's have a look at from the back as well some of the trouble that we had with one of the drivers going out on the outside as through turn number 3. A lot of battles as well coming through into turn number 1, and one of the Solis as well making their way through the 110. And this is a battle here, one of the Charles Leclerc's as well making his way past. As some of the drivers as well on lap number 3 making their way through, as it's about survival in these conditions.
Yeah, certainly so. Well, drama kick-starting all the way throughout this one, and all the way to the rest of the day. But there's still plenty more races to go. Like we were saying, KZ coming up next for their race. Then KZ2 Masters for Group C and D, A and B. Then it's the final round of qualifying heats later on. That will be Groups D and E, A and F, B and C for KZ2 And then, of course, we end the day with KZ2 Masters Groups B and D, A versus C as well. So it's going to be a packed, busy day of racing. I'm looking forward to it, though, because the KZs, they're going to be an exciting one, aren't they?
Yeah, definitely so. The KZ is always one takeaway to look up for, as this is race number 3 coming up just after these highlights of the race before. But KZ is coming up next here under the sun of Portimão. And in the end, it was the victory for Christian Bertucca, beautifully made in front of Daniel Vasile, Pavo Tonteri. As you can see, the grid is looking set already with qualifying heat number 3, the last one for the KZ class. 30 drivers, no more in the category. The best out there in the world of short circuit karting, and certainly with experience in years of achievements, a couple of world champions, European champions, and big achievers that we have on the grid waiting to get onto the track. The first time for them in dry conditions. And let's take you to the grid in a moment, as we can hear before they make their way onto the track from the reigning world champion of last year, Paolo Ippolito. We'll get to hear more from the Italian later in the afternoon. Paolo Ippolito, world champion last year in Wackersdorf, Germany, didn't have so far the best of weekend.
No. It's he had that drama earlier on where he rotated at the opening lap of the qualifying heat 2 earlier on. That's put him right to the back of the field in this one, so he starts this 28th place. So not in a good spot. Engines fire up then, and the last qualifying heat of the day for KZ is upon us. Senna van Wallstein, who is undefeated so far, starts on pole position. We'll have Pedro Hilbrand for company alongside. Jeremy Iglesias and Giuseppe Palomba go from row 2. They'll have David Trefilov and Arthur Carbonell on row number 3. Edwin Renadin and Johan Segal go from row 4. They'll have Jorrit Pex and Stan Pex on row number 5. Jorge Pescador and Maximilian Paul pushing themselves from row number 6. We'll see what they can do. Matteo Vigano and Lorenzo Camplanze on row number 7. Then have Victor Gustafsson and Danilo Albanese on row number 8. Lorenzo Travazanuto and Emilian Denner will go from row number 9.
Row number 10, we'll have Marion Kremers and Tom Loyer, followed by Jay Irwin and Francesco Salenta, row number 11. Row number 12, Luis Speck and Greg Tanik. Then Mattias Torrigiani and Mario Schettino on row number 13. And at the back end of the grid, Valerio Giambattista, Paolo Ippolito, row number 14, and row number 15, Riccardo Langhi and Francesco Leone. 30 drivers, as we said, making themselves onto the grid, and I don't seem to see Tom Loyer with us on our screen. There's a Frenchman from Tony Kart with us on the track. Someone who's on the track with the eyes wide open is Nigel Edwards, the Deputy Race Director. Helping out, of course, Signore Pasquale Poli, the Race Director, with the rest of the team of the officials, including Gonzalo Plante onto the track as well, helping out the marshals to make sure that the racing is going according to plan. But we seem to be missing Tom Loyer indeed, and the reason is why you don't get to see him, but Tom Loyer is stuck on the pre-grid. That's a bit of a drama for the former KZ2 European champion from Tony Kart. He was in a bit of a discomfort lately. You can see him now working on the pre-grid is allowed in case of emergency, and hopefully for Tom Loyer will be able to join at the back end of the grid the rest of his rivals.
And that looks like a change of spark plug, an attempt to get it started up. It does fire up into life, which is good to see, but like you say, he'll be starting this one at the back of the grid. He will not be able to go to his original starting spot, so that is a huge shame, especially the front runners making their way around to start their race in a moment. He will only get this one lap to get those tyres where he needs them to be. And remember, they're on brand new tyres here. So that's going to be a real disheartening one there. Not getting away well. And, of course, only that one lap to get tyres up to temperature. Right then, drivers making their way round to their starting procedures here. Senna van Wallstein, we've seen dominate in the wet. Again, another question in the dry, isn't it? Especially with the likes of Hilbrand, Iglesias, Palomba, all there as well, with those drivers making their way up the order here. It's still a very close one, but Senna van Wallstein at this moment in time is looking comfortable. Last few checks being made then. How is Tom Loyer getting on out there? Is he making his way around? Oh, he's coming into the final corner now, so he's not lost down on a lot of time. He's only lost down on these positions here. Like you say, only that one lap to get tyres up to temperature. Pulls into the last spot then, slots into effectively 29th place at the back of the field for the driver in the number 31. who should have started this race, P20. Green flag waves at the back for the last time today. It is KZ that is going to get the lights procedure. 4 red lights go out, and we are racing in KZ. It's wheel to wheel for the front runners, but Van Walstein holds on to it. Hiltbrand slots into second, cannot get the jump on the driver from the Netherlands as he goes through in towards turns 2 and 3 for the first time. Dust gets kicked up at the background. There is a yellow flag out there. Someone has gone off the circuit. We will find out who that is in a moment's time. But Van Walstein, once again, looking in control here.
And Matthias Torrigiani seems to be the driver in discomfort. He just hit the wall on the inside of turn number 2 just before the breaking point of the hairpin. Is on his feet, so that's good to see from our point of view. But Matthias Torrigiani, unfortunately, who was starting at the back end of the grid, got into a bit of a contact. Hopefully we might need to see that again as we're back with the leaders. And then another cracking start in opening lap from the pole sitter, Senna Van Walstein. Pedro Hilbrand knows this track very well. He's been on the podium in European and World Championship events before. He will be the one to watch, and the confirmation of Matthias Torrigiani from Tony Kart on the sideline, unfortunately. 1 lap completed. Hilbrand in second, chasing Senna Van Walstein. Iglesias up into third, where he started. And you have David Trefilov in 4th place, Arthur Carbonell, Giuseppe Palomba, Adrien Renaudin, Stan Pex, Johan Sogel, Jorge Pescador in P10. A couple of climbers like Louis Speck climbing 6 places into the opening lap.
So, well, good start then for the majority of the field. Some drivers making good moves, like you were saying, those 6 places gained. But eyes are focused on this one here. Jeremy Iglesias holding off the likes of David Trefilov at the moment to... both of them have had a good start of this race as down the inside, Giuseppe Palomba just trying to find a way past Arthur Carbonell, but Carbonell slamming the door closed there on the driver on the Sodi card as Stan Pex, Adrien Renaudin and Johan Segala battling away in the background here as straight to the rear bumper goes Matteo Vigano as he tries to get involved in this one right now. Look at the train across the line here. This is superb in the Premier class.
Yeah, fantastic racing at the top level of worldwide karting. Couldn't find any better driver at this stage as the battle keeps on going with Stan Pex in the 67 with the SP Motorsport machine. Car Republic machine, of course, being developed by the Dutch team. Stan Pex is fighting his way through 3 places up to P7 with Johan Sogel just behind him. Then we have P8, Jorge Pescador still in front of Renaudin. Renaudin was caught up a little bit, unfortunately, the driver, as he was on a good run in the opening lap before opening the door just a tiny bit, and it was enough for 3 drivers to make their way past. So there might be a bit of a setup and a bit of pace to be found again for the Frenchman.
Yeah, certainly so. Well, on to lap 3 right now as Hilbrand slowly starting to close in on Van Walstein here. A little bit of a chop and change there between the two of them. A little hiccup for Hilbrand, but he's got the pace here. He's got the toe. He's got the slipstream. Can he get the position as well down in towards turn number 2? No, he can't. He just didn't have the legs this lap around. Can he get it maybe on the next lap? Down the hill they go then in towards turn number 5. Big check over the shoulder there for Hilbrand just to see what the situation is. Jeremy Iglesias is there still, but is under pressure from the drivers behind. Trefilov, Carbonell still there as well, as also as Palomba also there as well. So keeping a very close eye on those drivers, but still Hilbrand on that rear bumper. He tried it the lap before. He'll get another attempt on this lap, and he's so much closer this time around into this final sector. It's just a case of how well he negotiates these last 2 corners. This is where he made a little bit of a mistake last time around. No mistake this time. This time it looks good. This time, can Hilbrand get that change for the race lead into the toe, into the slipstream? Is he going to pull out again? No, he stays behind. He knows he's got it. He knows he's got the pace to get that move done. He's just waiting, and I can understand it on this one. It's only lap 5 of 10. Hilbrand, I think, is just going to wait for the very last lap to do something. I think Arthur Carbonell has had a problem out on track. Do I see yellow flags out there? Yes, I do. And I think I see a driver walking away from a kart. Arthur Carbonell is out of this race.
Yeah, that's a bit of a shame for the Frenchman as he was going strong in P5, and we didn't get to see what happened to him. But down in turn number 3, there you can see the CRG chassis on the left side of the track, and Arthur Carbonell, who went through a bit of a moment with Giuseppe Palomba in his last race. Nothing to be worried about, but he won't go anywhere near past the halfway point of that race. So watch out, the battle for the lead. Van Waalstein, Hilbrand, the former OK World Champion in second place. Senna Van Waalstein, vice champion of the International Super Cup KZ2 back in the day. Vice European champion this year in the KZ class. Achievements season after season in the prime category of karting. And the Spaniard has the fastest lap in the race and is putting the pressure on Senna Van Waalstein as Cettino, by the look of it, is coming back. Mario Cettino, the Italian, unfortunately from Parolin, back into the scale. That means DNF, unfortunately for him.
Yeah, it does, and starting a lot later down in that grid for tomorrow's races. But that's for now. Here on screen, still, Hilbrand continues to just show his nose to the inside, but not go for the attack. And with these two changing, it would still affect things just that little bit, but Hilbrand needs to get past. He doesn't want them to break away too much, because again, Hilbrand right now, he is second in the intermediate classifications being here. Another position would help him out a little bit more in terms of the gap, but again, this time around not going for it. Keeps checking over that shoulder, wants to know the situation. For Hilbrand, his best interest right now is to try and get past sooner rather than later, maybe back him up into the drivers behind. That may help him out in the intermediate classifications and maybe even lead it if Van Waalstein went back even further. But he is a driver not wanting to do that, as Paolo Polito, latest driver, now to become under investigation.
Yeah, Polito indeed, as the battle keeps on going. Look at Pedro Hilbrand. Well, the mission is clear. As you can see, the classification, Hilbrand currently in second. If he moves up another place, that will mean he will get the 150 points, or at least a couple of points more. Indeed, that's going to be a close call as we get into lap number 8. Keep in mind that for the qualifying heats, the driver in the lead and taking the win takes 50 points, and the driver in second takes 44. So there's a 6th place difference. That might be a little bit indeed too short for Peter Hilbrand if he takes the win. But Senna Van Waalstein, all he needs to do is to stay where he is, but a 2nd place would still help him out to get his hands on pole position coming to the super heat. But Peter Hilbrand is a fighter. He will want that win more than ever. Van Waalstein has been the man to beat all throughout the weekend, and there's no better way to shake up a little bit that trust and domination to take the win just before tomorrow's superheat.
Oh, and it's broken!
What happened?
Broken on Senna Van Waalstein. The kart dies, and that could cost him a pole position start for tomorrow. He is trying to get it into a gear. It's not going. And after a perfect score so far, he's out of contention, and Hilbrand leads the intermediate classification.
Oh, the drama, as always, it can happen at this later stage. We're into the penultimate lap of the qualifying heat, the last one before the superheat. And Senna Van Waalstein is nowhere to be seen. He's going to drop down the order, offering on a silver plate the pole position if it stays like that to Pedro Hilbrand, on course to his first win of the weekend in the qualifying heat. I would put him in the lead on pole position for the superheat, with Jeremy Iglesias promoted to 2nd on track and 2nd into the classification. It's not the end of the world yet for Senna Van Waalstein, as by the look of it, is he still on track? Now he's going to get back into the pits if it's not the case already.
Just what happened? Did he miss a gear, or did just the gearbox just stop? Did it seize up? Because look, it just didn't go.
Looking down, yeah.
It didn't go, and yeah, you can see him trying to find a gear there, and just nothing happening. Well, last lap board is out. Hilbrand is leading the way, and clear now by 2.4 seconds.
Yeah, incredible, 2.4 seconds. There won't be any chance for Jeremy Iglesias to take the victory back to the Spaniard. They were split by 4 points only, considering there's a 6-point difference between the P1 and P2. For Jeremy Iglesias, would the gap be different? There could have been still a tiny chance to get pole position, but this is way too late. And Hilbrand, on his way to victory, will take, if it stays like that, pole position for the Super 8 tomorrow in dramatic fashion. Even though the pace has been there for the Spaniard driver, it was a harassing Senna Van Waalstein. It's pretty damn simple, you know. The time that Senna Van Waalstein was coming to a close, coming to a stop, Hilbrand was very much on his tail, soon to make his move somehow, and then Faith helped him out a little bit. But this will be checkered flag and victory for Pedro Hilbrand. Jeremy Iglesias taking 2nd place, and David Trefilov down in 3rd. Beautiful result for the Spaniard, the former OK World Champion, doing wonders in the gearbox category, as he has been right on the tail of Senna van Walstein all throughout the course of that qualifying heat. And in the end, Senna van Walstein retiring from heat number 3 among the likes of Valerio Giambattista, Arthur Carbonell, Mario Schettino and Mattia Torrigiani. But drama happening here at Algarve, the Kartódromo de Portimão. And in the end, David Trefilov put it in 3rd place, which would promote him to P5 in the overall classification as we speak. But keep in mind that all those results are still very much official, past the scrutineering area and past the usual technical checks, technical and sporting checks for all the competitors. But as for now, it's looking very, very good for Peter Hilbrand to start from pole position for tomorrow's superheat. The Spaniard took the win, 3 full seconds from Jeremy Iglesias, David Trefilov down in 3rd place from Giuseppe Palomba, Johan Sogel, Stantex in P6 from Jorge Pescador, Matteo Vigano, Victor Gustafsson. That's the best we've seen the former world champion this weekend so far. 6 places up to 9 from Emilian Denner, Lorenzo Camplese, P15 for P12, sorry, for Yuri Pex from Adrien Renaudal, Albanese, Tom Loyer, Marion Kramer is down in 16 from Luis Speck, Francesco Celenta, Jay Owen, Paolo Ippolito, Riccardo Longhi, Lorenzo Travisanuto, Maximilian Paul, Greg Tanek and Francesco Leone, the last driver to see the checkered flag. But what a race it has been. What a race it has been. And a little hello to the camera from Peter Hilbrand. You know, he's been around for many, many years in the world of karting, a friend of ours as well. And look at this picture. Senna van Walstein on the backside of the track, looking at what's left, so to speak, of his Solica chassis. But something very terrible certainly happening at this later stage of the weekend. Let's take a look back at how things unfolded for that last qualifying heat of the day for the KZ class. It was a good start and get away from the Flying Dutchman, as one of the drivers further back, Mattia Torrigiani, was running into trouble. And by the look of it, it seemed like maybe mechanical failure. By the look of it, he went wide into the dust. Joined in the retired list by Valerio Giambattista, Arthur Carbonell and Mario Schettino that you saw on track. And the latest one, Senna van Walstein, his race coming to a stop on the penultimate lap after something went wrong with his machine. And you could feel from here the frustration beneath the helmet, looking down at what went wrong. And we're asking ourselves the same question. Hopefully we'll be able to get some answers from Senna van Walstein before tomorrow. But in the end, it was Pedro Hilbrand, the driver, team manager back in Spain as well, who took the win, his first one of the weekend in the qualifying heats, putting him in the lead of the classification with pole position for the superheat of the KZ class tomorrow, as it was 4 points clear from Jeremy Iglesias. Let's hear from Pedro Hilbrand down in Parc Fermé.
Thank you very much, Guillaume. Down here in Parc Fermé, race winner, first time in KZ this weekend. Pedro Hilbrand claiming now pole position for tomorrow's superheat as well. Tell us, that was quite a fight you've had over the course of this weekend. Did you expect to come away with a win, knowing that Senna's pace in the wet was so rapid from the rest of the field?
Yeah, obviously on the wet, he was incredible fast. I knew from last race 2 weeks ago and the first day where we were on slicks that we were quite fast, so the pace was there. Actually, we didn't test a lot, but we were confident. Unlucky for him, I don't know what happened, but let's see tomorrow what's bring the weather.
Yes, indeed. Tomorrow's weather is going to be an important one. Some say it's going to be dry, some say it's going to be wet. We just don't know yet. But tell us, with that pace that you were showing there in that last one in the dry, is there anything you want to change? Are you feeling comfortable? Are you feeling confident that tomorrow still could be a good day in both conditions, if it is wet or dry?
Well, I think right now with this track condition was really good. But let's see tomorrow what's bring the weather. If it's going to be dry, maybe we change something. But at the moment, we feel really good.
What's the plan now between now and those races tomorrow?
Well, never have a plan, just work and try my best.
Excellent. Well, congratulations. Well done. We'll see you on the track tomorrow.
Thank you. Excellent
stuff there. Well done to Pedro Hilbrand, now taking the lead in the intermediate classification. Plenty more races to go. Guillaume, let's head back over to you in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Thank you very much to Pedro Hilbrand as well, our pole sitter for the KZ category after that full of event last qualifying heat. Well, ladies and gentlemen, stay with us. We're going to put aside, for now at least, the KZ category before the superheat and the final tomorrow to crown this year's world champion. The attention switch to the KZ2 Masters for the first time today. We've had the Masters on track yesterday for the opening qualifying heats, but now The Masters are back on track for the C versus D qualifying heat to start with. We're going to have a first rotation of 2 races, then back to the KZ2, and again, finishing the day with the Masters once again. Why are they called the Masters? Well, because we're talking about experience and drivers of minimum 35 years of age. And joining us for the first time in the course of the European season. We've had the Masters for 3 seasons since 2022. We had them at Le Mans, we had them last year in Valkyrien of Germany. And now we have them for what is called the International Super Cup KZ2 Masters here in Portimão. And it's fair to say that the curiosity around this class, the interest and the number of drivers has really been picking up over the years. We have a total of 55 of them, would you believe, competing in this category alone, splitting them into different groups. And this has been absolutely fantastic to see the growth of interest in the category KZ2 Masters over the years, as we had fantastic battles as well in Le Mans, in Germany, and so far it has been absolutely fantastic to follow them on track. Anthony Abbas has been the man to beat. Let's take you through the starting grid of this qualifying heat, C versus D.
Well, it will be Alessandro Minetti on that front row. Pole position will have Daniel Bray for company alongside Mark Vollhauser and Bryce de Gay go from row 2. They'll have Vincent Cossard and Christian Haublin on row number 3. Roberto Profico and Paolo Villamil go from row 4. Paolo Villamil coming away with a DNF yesterday in the first race, needs a better result today in this one. Gregory Ledar and Michael Fischel round up row number 5. They'll have Carlos Fonseca and Alessia Lamartina on row number 6.
Then we have row number 7, Alexander Vicande and Paul Martins. Row number 8, Ricardo Nalon and Valdir Belisario Jr. Row number 9, we have Andre Filippi Andrade and Ennio Gandolfi. Row number 10, Eduardo Martins and Sergio Constantini. Julien Guillon and Luigi Fascia on row number 11. Row number 12, David Malcolm and Marco Raimondo. And at the back end of the grid in row number 13, Enzo Pierovano, Christian Naumann and Timur Timerdianov at the back end of the grid. A total for this race of 27 drivers, 55 in total. 1 race after this, but an interesting display of talents and experience in the KZ2 Masters so far. We had Andre Nicastro, who took his second ever pole position in the FIA Karting Championship. You'll get to see him compete in the race after. 28 years after his last one back in 1996, would you believe. Anthony Abbas took a win. Daniel Bray from New Zealand took another as well yesterday. Now it's back to 0 again, so to speak. Different conditions. It was very much wet yesterday, very much dry so far on Saturday here, as this is the first time as well for them to use the slick tires from that line.
It is, yes. But do you want the good news or bad news?
Shall we start with the bad first?
Bad first. It's raining.
There you go.
It's very light rain, but it is raining currently.
What is the good then?
The good news is it's still a lovely temperature out there.
All right.
That's the only good news I've got about that situation. So these drivers now, they're in a really difficult one here because, yes, they're on slick tyres. That rain is just creeping over us now. We're just clipping the edge of it. It's very, very fine rain. It's nothing too dramatic. The track is still completely dry. I think it will be fine still for the majority of this race, unless it really starts to come down. But yeah, it's trying to rain out there right now. So it's a little bit dramatic for the field.
Yeah, this is the worst thing that you could expect as a driver, you know, coming out on slick tires while it's starting to rain onto the track. But if you said it is, you know, still light rain, that we should indeed be fine. But it's fair to say that the Portuguese weather in this beautiful region in the south of the country has been playing with everybody's nerves, both drivers and mechanics as well, not knowing what to go for, even though it was very much wet on the course of through the course of today, yesterday, and the day before. But the worst case scenario is when it goes, yeah, from drying to wet and back to drying and everything. So while you're in between race conditions and grip conditions, it's always about, you know, betting for which tire compound to go for. But at least this time around, since the weather turned dry, everybody was on slick tires. This is the case once again for the Masters here. And we'll see if it stays like that.
Certainly does. Right, well, drivers lining themselves up ready at the front of the field then, and only for The second time so far this weekend, and the first time today. They've had quite a bit of time to wait to have the KZ2 Masters for their first heat of the day, but it is seconds away as the green flag waves at the back. Lights procedure will be started by our race director, Pasquale Lupoli, as we see 3 red lights, 4 red lights. They're out quickly. It's a lightning start for Daniel Bray. Off the line, the driver from New Zealand takes the lead from the word go as they head down the hill, but can he hold on to the lead as immediately Manetti is trying to fight back as he's holding off the likes of Bryce de Gay, who's right there, but the TB card of Christian Haublin has got up into 3rd place. He's had an absolutely fantastic start, and there you can see the spots of rain on the lens of the camera there as they head down in towards turn number 5. So again, it's going to get a little bit dramatic in this race, so I'd say hold your breath. Let's see how it goes.
Yeah, pretty good start as well for Christian Haublin as well, up into P3 as he was further back, only P6 onto the grid. So let's see, Christian Haublin will be one to watch once again, giving a chase to Alessandro Manetti, the 2-time European champion that we didn't get to see competing in this year's European Championship, unlike most of his rivals. So it's good to see Alessandro Manetti with us, fighting at his best. And not yet a win for him, but a couple of strong results as well to get his weekend going. As lap number 1 is completed, Daniel Bray, Alessandro Manetti, Christian Haublin, your top 3, clearing away from Ollerhauser in 4th place, Vincent Cossard down in 5th, then Brice de Gay, Roberto Profico, Alessio Martina, Gregory Leder, Paolo Villami. That's for your top 10. Ennio Gandolfi, the former World Cup winner 20 years ago, would you believe, is climbing 4 places up to P14, and so is climbing Jidrish Fratcha up to P17.
I think there's been drama for 2 out there. Ennio Gandolfi and Paolo Martins, unfortunately, I think have been tangled together in an incident out on circuit. They've tumbled down the order as they were fighting array in 14th and 15th place each. So they have disappeared from our list there, but eyes focusing on this one, a little bit shaky out of the bottom section there of the track for Bryce de Gay, but he holds on to it. Profico still there, right behind him, the 306, who runs a little wide on the exit. Might have to deal with Alessio Lamartina now in the 305, who could have the slipstream as they head down through turn number 1, down the hill into the braking zone here, as, oh dear, that's not gone well for the 336, and tumbling out of this race. Not what you want to see at all for Eduardo Martins. And now there's more drama for the 313 going very slowly out on track. That is Bryce de Gay, who we saw battling away. Has he got a rear flat tyre? He is looking down at his tyres, and he has. That's a rear flat tyre. He's picked up something, and he's out of this race.
Quite unfortunate indeed. Another drama picking up here for Eduardo Martins. That's a shame for one of the Martins brothers from Brazil, as anything can still happen at this level. And when it comes to a tyre, well, there's a little you can do. And we have Brice de Gay. Brice de Gay, by the look of it, is in trouble as well, as I think that's him at the back end of the grid with that very nice livery of his. Is nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, he's got a flat tyre.
Yeah, flat tyre as well. As Eduardo Martins just dropped down as well. And Gandolfi, they were the 2. Okay, my apologies. They were the 2 actually coming together. And Brice de Gay is the one with the flat tyre, as Daniel Bray is extending his gap, at least trying to 0.4 of a second from Manetti. Haublin down in 3rd, Ollerhauser in P4, and Vincent Cossard down in P5.
Only lap 4, and already so much drama here in KZ2 Masters. Well, we'll keep an eye on that as we're seeing the chopping and changing up the order there. We're seeing likes of Vincent Cossard battling away right now as the rest of the field slotting the way through. This is those battles a little further up. Vincent Cossard right on that rear bumper now of Mark Vollhauser in the WKR Vollhauser kart, trying to make his way up, running on the CRG chassis. Both of them on CRGs, but one with the factory team, one as his own team. Over the line they go, still line astern right now, as Alessio Lamartina still right there behind. Profico as well is also not a huge distance behind these drivers right now. But like you say, they're battling away 4th place downwards. Haublin, Manetti and Bray still 1, 2, 3 right now, but a second between the 3 of them.
That's going to be an interesting battle, that's for sure, between those 4. Look out. As round into the double left-handers at turn number 8 and 9. There's a change, beautifully made between the Ollerhauser and Vincent Cossard, the Car Republic driver, just in the middle of it, into the racing line. now at the advantage of the 355 of Cossard, the CRG driver, up a place in front of Walhazer, dropping behind Lamartina and Profico. So it didn't go according to plan into the double left-hander, as Ricardo Nallon, the current KZ2 Masters European champion, is being put under investigation, and his Briseguet indeed with that very cool looking livery back, and as you can see the rear right has got into a puncture. As I was looking on my screen, so I missed that one, my apologies. As Briseguet is joining indeed Ennio Gandolfi and Julien Guéant in the list of retired drivers. Eduardo Martins, running into trouble, is still very much with us, so that is clear. As halfway through that qualifying heat for the KZ2 Masters, C versus D, and Daniel Bray, 4/10 of a second, not quite able to shake up Alessandro Manetti. The gap is still under control from the Italian. Let's not forget that Daniel Bray was a strong force to be reckoned with last year in Wackersdorf for the International Super Cup in Germany, but he was one of the drivers to beat all through the weekend. Couldn't translate this into the final. We had to go through a DNF. He's back for revenge, and another driver who's back for revenge is certainly Alessandro Manetti. If you remember his fantastic duel with Davide Forre last season. And shall we see chapter number 2 of that duel? It's unlikely, as running inside 305, Lamartina on Cossard, beautifully made in turn number 1.
Yep, nicely done as well. And now as well, here comes Profico. He's going to try and get through. Denied the chance. Cossard slams that door closed down in towards turn number 2 and 3 as they head in towards turn 5. No gaps left there either on lap number 7. But like you say, Alessio Lamartina now going to be able to try and close that gap up. But wow, 5 seconds, about five and a half seconds between himself and Christian Halblin in 3rd place. That's an almighty gap that those front 3 have got right now, as they are still locked in a battle between themselves. But the battle for P4 here on your screen, Lamartina, Cossard and Profico still there. We've just seen Lamartina get through, but what is Profico going to do right here, right now? Where did he finish earlier on? He finished P8 on track earlier on, did Roberto Profico. So did lose out on 1 position in that race. He's up 1 in this after starting P7. Let's see if he can get up into P5 now. As, no, he just stays behind once again down the hill. So again, doesn't feel like he's got the waff there. And again, Cossard has already lost the 1 position there. He doesn't want to lose another. He's going to start to just put that cut in the middle of the track, especially as we're quite late on in this race as well.
Yeah, the check flag is getting near as we're about to enter lap number 8 out of 10. Through 6 from Tony Card, still very much putting the pressure on Vincent Cossard. Where to go, where to launch a move, as Daniel Bray, 7/10 from Alessandro Manetti. Christian Abolin still down in P3. 3/10 of a second now. Manetti, Abolin, Lamartina, Cossard, Profico, Walhazer, Leder for score. As Villamil, that's a bit, oh, running inside, beautifully made, the 3:11 of Abolin on Manetti. Is there something wrong for Alessandro Manetti, because that overtaking was a little bit too easy to our liking?
Oh, he's gone.
Manetti is gone. He's having trouble. Alessandro Manetti is out of the race in turn number 3. Another disaster. The 2-time world and European champion. You can feel the despair. Manetti was fighting for P2, potentially trying to get that gap back to Daniel Bray. And he won't go any further than the penultimate lap of the race.
Well, he's going to look to the background there and see what was happening with the kart there, and he's looking at the rear axle, so maybe something there. He could just feel it being disconnected from the main chassis, but that's left Daniel Bray here uncontested by 1.5 seconds, not only on track, but in the intermediate classification as well. Daniel Bray, with maximum points so far to his name there, he's clear by some 21 points from anyone else, and they've only got 1 more race to go after this. So again, he's in a really strong position here for tomorrow's racing.
Yeah, that's definitely a masterclass from Daniel Bray at the wheel of the Parolin machine from Modena Kart. But Cossard, as you said, the gap has been slightly and quite impressively, so to speak, extended by Daniel Bray. As Daniel Bray, indeed, the New Zealander, is very, very strong indeed since the start of the weekend, and is on his way to victory number 2. There will be only 1 more race to go for any of the groups in the KZ2 Masters after that. But considering there's only 6 points between P1 and P2, as we said, when it comes to the qualifying races, with that amount of points in the bag, well, unless and if something dramatic happened in his last race, which is the least we wish, to the Kiwi driver. Well, he's very much on course to take pole position for the super heat tomorrow. Checkered flag is waving, and Daniel Bray is once again a winner in the KZ2 Masters from Christian Hamelin and Alessio Lambertina done in P3. But something we'll keep on in our mind is the drama hitting Alessandro Manetti.
Yeah, indeed. Well, Daniel Bray then takes his second win of the weekend. 100 points to his name. He's not out of the woods, but he's certainly in a very strong position here ahead of their final race later on today. Make sure you stay tuned for that one. But Hamelin finishing in P2 from Alessio Lambertina, Vincent Cossard from Profico, Bullhauser from Ladar, Ferchal from Villamil, Nallon rounding out the top 10. But you've got to feel for Alessandro Manetti, the driver of the 302 from pole position, out of this race. And, well, quite really out of contention in the intermediate classification as well, because that's really put him down the order now. He's completely outside the top 10 with that result. There is a look at the provisional results at the end of that one. Timo Timoziano finishing in 11th place ahead of Jindrich Vaca. Then it is Volder Blaserio in 13th place from Carlos Ferchal. Constantini finishing in 15th place from Di Andrada. And it's Vissart from Naumann, Malcolm from Bravano, Bernardo from Martins, Paolo Martins and Eduardo Martins in that order. They are 22nd and 23rd out on track. The retirements, Alessandro Manetti, Bryce Degay, Julian Guinard and Ennio Gandolfi, unfortunately out of this race. But there on your screen, 2 wins out of 2. It's Daniel Bray from New Zealand, who's looking very, very strong right now. Thumbs up from Daniel Bray, as we'll be down there to have a quick chat with him ahead of their final race later on. It's looking like it's going his way, but between now and then, let's have a look at some of the highlights from that one. Not the best start for Paolo Villamil, who DNF'd earlier on. He got a bit caught out on the line there, did the Spaniard, and went backwards a little bit at the start of that race. But the rest of the field, good getaway. And for Daniel Bray from the outside of row number 1, he was able to get the jump there on Alessandro Manetti. He was able to hold on to second place for the majority of that race until drama did strike later on. There was the first of the retirements. So, well, I say retirements. He got going again. Eduardo Martins spinning out at turn number 17. Then it was Bryce Degay's turn to pick up drama. And that is a rear flat tyre for him in that race. And that certainly didn't go his way at all. Action still happened thick and fast as drivers started to make their way through the field. That was Andrea Di Andrada in the Birolot pushing his way up and ended up finishing that race P16 on track. And again, we still saw these fights happening thick and fast throughout the field. Roberto Profico trying to push his way through the field here. Then you saw the likes of Vincent Cossard breaking through, Mark Vollhauser just tumbling down. And then this dramatic moment here, Hamelin getting through and, well, just going nowhere. Alessandro Manetti, car breaking down, and despair for the driver who was looking so strong this weekend. 3rd fastest in time qualifying, now sits nearer the bottom in the intermediate classification. But right at the top of that intermediate classification is Daniel Bray. That is 2 wins out of 2. We're going to jump down to Parc Ferme. Guillaume Alvarez, it's over to you.
Very much, Anthony. We're here live with Daniel Bray. Daniel, just before the race, really, the rain really kicks in on the track. You put us out there, a beautiful performance. That's another win for you. You're quite clear from the rest of the pack so far. Still very much provisional, but it's looking good for pole position.
Yeah, we're still a long way from that. Anthony still has his heat race to go. And yeah, just as we got the 30-second board, it started to lightly drizzle, rain. And so the warm-up lap was very important. I really focused a lot on getting tyre temperature, and then when we're sitting on the grid, as I went to roll forward, I could feel the tyres and they were nice and warm, so I had a lot of confidence going off the start down into turn 2, so I could go deep and really protect the position that I got from a great start.
Tell us a bit about your journey so far, because we had the pleasure of having you last year as well in Germany, Wackersdorf. For the people who might not be familiar with who you are, and there's a few, very few out there watching, that's for sure. You're coming all the way from New Zealand on the far side of the earth. So tell us a bit about the journey and what it takes to be with us this weekend for the World Championship event.
Yeah, well, it's exactly 12 hours time difference, so I don't think you can get any further away. It takes a long time to get here. The flight from Auckland to Dubai is 17.5 hours, and then Dubai, Portugal's another 8 or so, plus the layovers. So I came here for the Champions of the Future race, just because I hadn't been here before in a KZ. So Wackersdorf, I'm very familiar with it. I can turn up and go in 4 sessions, but this is a different animal. So yeah, turned up and then went to Barcelona to see the America's Cup between, because obviously New Zealand's a big sailing nation, and Go Team New Zealand, they're starting right now as well, so in the final. But yeah, it's a big journey come here. All my family and friends are back home, and at night time it's very busy texting and communicating with everyone back there, and thank you to everyone for their support, and massive thank you to Paralyn and Modena Kart and Gillifer and Uline and everyone who makes this happen.
So one more race to go for you, just to try to take the job home and feel confident for Sunday.
Yeah, one more race. Rain or dry today, I don't know what it'll be. Hopefully dry or really heavy rain. I don't want any of that in between greasy conditions. It's better for the tyres as well and the driver.
Fantastic. Best of luck to you. Thank you for talking to us.
Thank you. Hopefully talk to you again soon.
Absolutely. Daniel Bray, ladies and gentlemen. Back to you, Anthony.
Thank you very much, Guillaume, down there in Parc Ferme, and great shout to Daniel Bray. And obviously, like you say, long old way from New Zealand to be here right now. Well, there you can see a pre-grid with no karts on it. Well, one kart on it at the moment, and that is because, well, the rain really started to come down in that little pause between the two of them, and I think everyone is going to switch to wet tyres now, and that one kart that was on the pre-grid has now suddenly left it. Now, from my position, it did rain quite a bit. The track's now greasy again now, but I don't think it's raining anymore now. I can't really see if it is, but looks like everyone is kind of making a very late decision here of what they want to go for. They've got both karts lined up here. They've got the wet kart and they've got the slick kart, the dry kart setups, all lined up next to each other. And it's just a case of when there's probably about a minute until the gate closes, they will make the decision ahead of this race whether or not to go for wet or slick. So it's a very dramatic time down there right now, and there's no frantic changing of wheels on the kart. They've quite literally got a wet setup and a dry setup kart down there. So there's there'll be multiple karts with the same number down there, and they're just waiting to choose which one they want to push onto the pre-grid. So we've got a bit of a wait before we get this race underway. There you can see Ibrahimov, and they're just walking into it now. Davide Forte. There is Scott Allen as well. You can see him walking his way onto the track now, and I think they're all just looking at the conditions of the tarmac at turn number 1. Now, from my position here in the commentary box, the track looks okay, but these drivers will obviously get a full insight of what it is actually like out there. And there is Andre Martins just walking onto the track, having a chat with Davide Forte, and yeah, all of them now just having a quick inspection and doing the classic kick your foot along the ground, and if your foot slips, then it's wet. If it grips up, then, well, it's pretty dry out there. Judging by the pictures, there is one umbrella. I'm not sure if that is just because someone was prepared and everyone else there isn't prepared for rain, but I would say it's held off a little bit now. There was a brief flurry of it, but I don't think it's raining now out on track, so this is going to be a tough choice for these drivers to make. There is the rain radar on your screen, and yeah, we have just been clipped by a little bit of rain, but again, we're in this kind of bowl. We're kind of surrounded by rain right now, but there is rain on the way, but it's not going to hit for a while here right now. That was just a pure fluke of a flurry after that last race. So a very interesting moment here, but again, drivers waiting to the very last moment here to choose between tyres. So this is a very interesting situation that we're in. Most importantly, I would say, for Andre Nicastro, pole sitter for this one, the driver of the 330, second place in his first race yesterday. Lost out to Anthony Abbas, who did take the race win, took that race win by 13 seconds, picked up a nose cone penalty as well, but that still meant that he won that race by 8 seconds. So he was still clear even with a nose cone penalty. That's how far ahead he was, but notably to see how they get on here. Pasquale Lupoli there, our race director, just watching the situation unfold right now. Now, I'm not sure at what time the gate closes again. Obviously, they've had a delay to their start time here, and well, I'm seeing people getting slick tyres ready. I'm seeing people, I think, continuing to get wet tyres ready. It's a very fluid situation out there. Pardon the pun on that one. But again, cameras showing drops of rain on the lenses. But again, I'm seeing a lot of slick tyres. We're going to catch up with Andre Nicastro. We caught up with him after time qualifying as he put it on outright pole in KZ2 Masters this weekend.
Andre Nicastro, congratulations in the rain of Portimão, fastest in the opening series of KZ2 Masters. It's looking good for pole position. How do you feel?
I feel pretty well. I'm so happy with for this moment, the pole. 28 years ago, I did a pole position in World Championship in Formula A in Lonato. So I hope in a few minutes I can do my second pole position in the World Championship.
That would be a beautiful story indeed. So difficult conditions expected this weekend, Andre, but with your lap time in qualifying, seems like you're really on pace and confident for the weekend.
Yeah, I expected in the dry do better and have a more chance for the pole, but this morning I did a good warm up and in the rain, and so now I feel I can good chances in the rain too. So
fantastic. Thank you very much. Obrigado.
Obrigado a vocês. Thank you.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2024 MondoKart.com FIA Karting World Championships for KZ, KZ2 and KZ2 Masters. If you are just joining us, we're in a brief pause right now in between the second rotation of KZ2 Masters qualifying heats of their International Masters Super Cup here, as we had a flurry of rain go over the circuit, which basically put a question mark on what are the track conditions like out there. And there has been a delayed start here. It's not due to start till around 3:10, which from now is still 8 minutes time is when the start has been delayed to. But like I say, the sun is now starting to creep out of the clouds once again. So I suspect the track is dry, but everyone is just holding off still to the very last moment, because while we were looking at the rain radar, and from that picture there, you can see there are clouds around, but they're finally starting to head onto the pre-grid now. Drivers are saying, right, go with slicks. It's a dry track. The sun's coming out. We think it's going to be dry here.
Yeah, and for those of you wondering why the delay is because the wet race board is still very much up onto the pre-grid, which means it's down to each of the driver to decide for which compound they want to go for, either slick or wet, as you said. And at this moment, with the weather looking unpredictable by the minute, where it was decided to give a bit more time to the drivers to decide. Yeah, slick or wet, and the grid is open. So past that point, well, there's no more change allowed. It's all happening on the pre-grid in the Parc Fermé zone before making their way onto the pre-grid right now. But past this point, except for the tire pressures, you're not allowed to make any more changes. So if you go for the right compound, well, good for you. If you happen to be mistaken because the rain, well, will come, well, that will be another story, that's for sure. As for the moment, looking at the provisional classification in the KZ2 Master category, Daniel Bray, your winner for the second time, is in the lead, 100 points, the maximum so far for the New Zealander that you heard him at our microphone. Vincent Cossard is currently sitting in second place at 79 points, 21 points behind. But still, nothing is done yet in the classification. Anthony Abbas will be your driver starting alongside the pole sitter, Andre Nicastro. But Anthony Abbas is certainly the biggest threat to the pole position for the KZ2 Masters to Daniel Bray. As we take a look at the rain radar, and it's looking definitely less promising than just a few hours before. As you can see, the blue zone representing the rain flowing or coming across our direction here in Portimão. Might not mean much, but still we've had just before some slight sign of rain, but most of the drivers, from what we can see from our position, have decided to go for slicks, that's for sure. And at this point, no sign of rain, so that would be quite a big move, a big bet to try to go for wet tires so early before any sign of deterioration of the weather.
Indeed. Right. Well, majority, if not all of the karts now are on the pre-grid now, and all of them have gone for slick tires. And there on your screen is the man we just saw in that post-qualifying interview, the driver from Brazil, Andre Nicastro, starting this one on pole position. Second place yesterday, like we mentioned, very strong result, but did lose out to the man Daniel Bray. Now he's got to battle away with Anthony Abbas, who won his final on track by 13 seconds, post-race by 8 seconds after he picked up a nose cone penalty, but yet still won the race.
Yeah, incredible. That's not something you get to see every day. Still with a 5-second penalty, still holding the win, and a bit of a stretch on the right side from Anthony Abbas, the multi-time vice champion, the vice European champion. And after so many years at the top level of karting, would you believe, not just yet an FIA karting title to his name. He came close in Val Vibrata in Italy in his battle for the European crown against Davide Forre, but in the end it was Riccardo Nallon who got his hand onto the crown. But this could be his year, this could be his weekend, and it will be once again one to watch after his domination 2 weeks ago for the pre-race.
There is André Serafim starting this one on the second row of the grid, the highest ranked Portuguese driver here in his home country. Third place in the first race earlier on yesterday in the weekend for André Serafim, so looking very strong for him at this moment in time. We'll have Rasmus Haugaard starting alongside, who finished second place, the driver from Denmark. Still, again, looking strong. So do you reckon in the dry conditions now, with these drivers against Anthony Abbas, we could see a little bit of a difference here? We saw how quick he broke away in the wet conditions. Again, dry conditions is a new story, isn't it?
It's always, and especially on a track like Portimão, much to the liking of the majority of competitors here this weekend, with there's so much top speed and so much tow, actually, the driver is able to pull at the end of the long, never-ending straight coming to turn number 3, as we had on screen. One of the drivers as well further down, the 307, it was Rasmus Anger, who's going to start from 4th on the grid, qualified P6, and made it up to P3 in his opening qualifying race yesterday. And this is race number 2. And then we'll go back to the KZ2 category, then finishing the day with the Masters once again for the last rotation. And at this point, we'll have name of the pole sitter for the Superheat tomorrow. Ludovic Badet, the privateer from France, the 314, starting from 5th on the grid, picked up a 4th place finish in his opening race, and more than willing to do the same or even better.
It's raining again. They've just delayed the start here because they wanted to see if they could go for wet tyres. They delayed it. It didn't rain. They went out on slick tyres, and it's now starting to rain again. This is an interesting one here because, well, the next group's coming into Parc Fermé. That's the problem that they've got here right now. The next group's getting themselves ready, which means they can't send all these cars back in. So this makes it a very interesting situation. If you are the race director, Pasquale Lupoli here, you're probably thinking, what do we do now in this situation? Because this is just, you couldn't write it, could you? You couldn't write it here. So all these drivers now on slick tyres, and once again starting to rain. There is Davide Forte from Italy, multiple champion. And, well, I'd be curious to see what's going to happen here because, yeah, I'm confused as well.
We all are a little bit as well. And from our position, as you can see on the edge of the main building there, we have a prime view on the Parc Fermé, and all the drivers and the mechanics are actually making their way into the zone where they're still allowed to change tires, and certainly all looking at the sky and trying to make up their mind about what direction to go for. But umbrellas are out. The sun is still very much with us, so this is so far has been a much better day in terms of weather conditions. But the rain is here, and as you can see as well, some marks of rain on the length of our camera, covering the entire area up there. But as you can see now, we're about to get started. In just a few seconds, the green light and the green flag will be waved, the time and the sign for the drivers to make their way onto the track. And remember, they are all on slick compound on probably a wetter track than before.
Yes. Do you want to know the good news, though? Sun's back out. So, again, we just have no idea what the weather's doing at this point onwards. So, drivers now heading out onto slick tyres into the unknown here in KZ2 Masters qualifying heat A versus B. These are the fastest drivers from qualifying. Now about to do battle. Let's take you through that full starting lineup then. It is Andre Nicastro and Anthony Abbas on row number 1. Abbas taking the win ahead of Nicastro, though, earlier on. Then it's André Serafim and Rasmus Haugaard on row number 2. They'll have Ludovic Badet and Davide Forte on row number 3. Thomas Mick and Jorian Bosco from row 4. They'll have Scott Allen and Luca Oliver on row 5. They'll have Manuel De Croo and Samuel Gaffner on row number 6. Hugo Morerios and Antonio Paccioni go from row 7, out of Mirko Mazzoni and Alfredo Messi on row number 8.
And we have on the row number 9, Victor Jimenez and Sebastian Leder. Row number 10, Andre Martins and Manuel Cosaglio from Italy. Then Andrea Spagni and Maurizio Giacetti on the row number 11. Andrea Spagni, who was a podium finisher in the close of the European Championship, is going to have Isla Ibrahimov just behind him, alongside Adriano Amaral on row number 12. And at the back end, row number 13, Scott Presti, Luis Souza, Rui Pires, as well as Victor Martinez Padial running up the top 28 of that race. A versus B, the fastest drivers in the qualifying session. Andre Nicastro, as we said, taking his second ever pole position in the FIA Karting World Championship event. The first time was back in 1996, 28 years ago, would you believe, as the World Championship for the Formula A category was taking place in Valence in France, and the Brazilian took pole position back in the day. Now finds himself again on top of the grid, but the mission for him will be able to translate that performance into winning results. He didn't manage to do that in the opening race, finishing P2 to Anthony Abbas victorious. The Frenchman has been absolutely dominant 2 weeks ago for the pre-race coming to this World Championship event. Let's see if in those conditions, we were about to say dry ones, but now we are a little bit in between. So we might find ourselves with a bit of a greasy track as we move forward through that race. But at the moment, Daniel Bray, the New Zealander from the Modena Kart Parolin, is your current leader in front of Vincent Cossard, Christian Haberlin, Roberto Profico, Alessio Martina, and Mark Waller-Hanze. So that's for your top 6. That will change after this race. This will change again after the last 2. And might actually come down to the wire for the battle of supremacy, for the reach of supremacy here in the master class. Will we see Daniel Bray? Will we see Anthony Abbas? Can we see maybe Andre Nicastro trying to make a difference and snatch pole position in the superheat? A lot of questions, and we are in need of a lot of answers.
Indeed. Well, it looks like it stopped raining again now, so it's I think it was all fine for the time being, but again, there's just pockets of it left, right, and centre. So I think we should be all okay here on slick tyres. Let's see what happens though. There you can see like the actual patches of wetness, but that's from earlier on. They've been there the entire day. So let's see what happens in this one then, as the field lines up at the back. Last few drivers into their positions, but it looks like there's a little bit of confusion.
Yeah, at the back end, yeah.
Yeah, Scott Presti just getting into formation, but all is good. Green flag waving then at the back of the field. KZ2 Masters qualifying heat A versus B gets underway. That's a lot of smoke at the front. It's a long hold on the lights. Lights are green. We are racing, but one car didn't get away. It was the Tony kart of Andre Martins that stalled on the line, and nowhere for Andrea Spagni to go. But at the front of the field, it's all go for Anthony Abbas and Andre Nicastro, and it's Abbas who leads the way now as they head down in towards turn number 5 in the opening lap.
Yeah, it was a very difficult start for Andre Nicastro, the pole sitter, all the way down to P5 by the look of it, allowing Anthony Abbas to get himself into P1 and really pulling away, not even at the end of lap number 1. But Nicastro, I was looking down on him, and unfortunately he was stuck a tiny bit on the spot, not quite able to really take advantage of pole position, and now finds himself under the pressure of the drivers just behind him. Here we go for 10 laps of the Portimão track. And the battle is already raging with two teammates there. The 325 is happening a little bit further back into the classification. We'll get back as they come across and have a look at the gaps. But your leader, once again, is Anthony Abbas. Andre Ferreira Serafim up into second from Rasmus Olga. Andre Nicastro down in P4. From Abe, Jeroen Bos, Davide Forre down to P7. Then we have Oliva Tomamic and Piccioni in P10. Tomamic, the Frenchman, who made it to P3 in last year's International Super Cup in Germany, one of the strongest and most popular names in the world of karting in France. Didn't compete in Val Vibrata, but it's good to have him with us this weekend. Picking up on Davide Forre quickly, the Italian driver, only P7. He seemed to have been a little bit out of pace compared to some of his close rivals since the start of the weekend.
Yeah, certainly so. Well, we'll keep a close eye on all of these drivers out here right now, but a little bit better you can see there in the 314. Now, this time sporting a livery. Well, didn't have a livery yesterday, had an all-white body kit, so he's running a sticker kit now today. And right now still has Davide Forre for company just behind. Forre Andre holding on to position right now as the two go wheel to wheel, and Davide Forre gets up into P5 now. So nice change there as they make their way through, and the Italian champion looking very, very strong now as Nicastro sets the fastest lap of the race. May have dropped down to P4. Certainly on the charge back now as he's going to try and close in to the 3 drivers in front. And that's what we mean, that it's right on the edge there of adhesion. Again, it's a bit of a chop and change of whether or not the conditions are still holding, and they are at this moment still holding. The sun is still shining, so at this moment all is still fine as we're on lap number 3 of 10, but a long way to go still, Guillaume.
There was a bit of driving skills at display from Rasmus Olga on the way to turn number 8. You saw him really slide from the rear onto the curb, but no major trouble there. But a sign, as you said, that we might have some slippery part here and there onto the track, even though the rain seemed to have stopped. Watch out as we might see a move coming up for the upper place. To the teammates, as you can see, the wet patches that we had close to the exit of the pre-race seem to be drying out as the drivers make their way across it. But 0.7 of a second is the gap between Anthony Abbas and Ferreira Serafi. Davide Forre back into contention, maybe for the Italian driver with the fastest lap in the race. He just made his way past Jeroen Bos as well, up to P5 for Davide Forre, with Ludovic Bade losing that place. Jeroen Bos still P7, Tomamic just behind. But at this point now, he can move left or right in the classification of the KZ2 Masters. We are only getting started. And the question remains, can anyone go to battle with this man, Anthony Abbas? Back into racing for the past few years now, competing in the World Championship event. For his first participation in the KZ2 Master category this season. And his return has been absolutely impeccable, finishing vice European champion to Ricardo Nalon, Fernand Harbolin and Davide Forre 4th overall. But Anthony Abbas has shown once again to everybody that he's lost none of his skills and rapidity over the years. his last full season. Anthony Abbas was back in 2019, still with the Saudi Kart factory. But in between, he's been quite busy on the side as well, competing on occasions at the World Championships. And let's see if that's the start of another interesting story for Anthony Abbas, who might be willing certainly to compete for some more seasons to come in the category. But the least that we can say is that the competition is very, very high, and leading the way as he does, that would put him on equal points to Daniel Bray in the battle for pole.
Certainly would do. And there, because Anthony Abbas out-qualifies Daniel Bray, he would take the lead of the intermediate classification. So Abbas looking very strong here now in this position, but like you say, not as strong as he did yesterday in the wet. That is what we were talking about, but still at the front of this one as the rest of the train makes their way down through turn at number 2. Very close trains there all the way throughout in this half-race distance. And yeah, Andrei Serafin not able to capitalize on this here as, well, all kicking off here just behind. And that's there, Thomas Mick, a little bit Badet and Piccioni still lying astern. Piccioni you can see there in the all-yellow liveried kart, pushing his way through, and again looking very, very strong in the early stages of this race. He's on the TK chassis there, and well, a little mistake through turn 13. You saw it just clip that curb, just unsettled it a bit there, and yeah, he's dropped back a little bit, but this battle for 7th still on. Okay, Mick and Piccioni, 2-3 in this group, 7th, 8th and 9th on track. Scott Allen there inside the top 10. This is a bit more like Scott finished P16 in his first race earlier on after picking up a penalty. So in the dry here, looking a little bit stronger is the driver from the United Kingdom, who's a well-known distributor of the Birilat chassis, working with the Jade Racing team in the United Kingdom at the British Kart Championships, and again pushing his way through here in his appearance here in the World Championships. But right now it's just sitting off the back of those 3, just ahead of them. Lap 7 we're on right now, as here's getting a little bit interesting right now. Davide Forte's just got past Andre Nicastro, and now Forte is up into P4. He's pushing off. Could he get away with the top 3 finish here? I mean, Algarve's not further up the road, so could be possible.
Yeah, definitely so. With Davide Forte trying to push as never before. Is a replay of the move from the inside of the 4-time world champion, whose list of achievements in the world of karting for the past 30 years is endless, certainly. Another one to his tally, last in Wackersdorf, Germany, beating Alessandro Manetti in a great fashion. But now, 0.8 of a second splitting Algarve and Forte at the moment, and 1.7 seconds between Anthony Abbas and FIA Serafin. This is battle on screen between the 3:14 for the back of Badet. Thomas Mick with the Birilat machine just behind, and Piccioni. And we have indeed the 3:54 of Scott Allen. Anthony Piccioni climbing 5 places to find himself in that position. And that's going to be an interesting one between the 2 Birel, with Thomas Mick, the well-known Frenchman indeed, trying to find his way through. Back last year, as we said, 3rd in international Super Cup in KZ2 Masters. He's a former champion of France in the KZ2 Long Circuit, as we call it. But FIA Serafin on your picture, another strong Birilat driver into the mix. 2 full seconds behind Anthony Abbas, but look who's coming back at him. Algarve and Forte. Forte is very much on his tail. Watch out for the Italian. The last year's winner in Wackersdorf, Germany, coming close to snatch the European title. He wants his revenge. He wants to get that crown at the end of the season. And that's that right now. In dry conditions, seems to be in much better pace and condition to shake the order a little bit. Seemed to be a little bit out of pace in wet conditions. Tried to got his move on the inside, just into the hairpin. There was just no space at all for Davide Forte. Keeps pressuring Olga down up in 3rd. And the Castro just put it back as well. Might certainly want to have a look on the inside or the outside. There goes Forte, turn number 1, with a slipstream a tiny bit, and he just made his bit fair and easy up into 3rd place for Davide Forte.
Yeah, nicely done on the final lap of the race as well. So that's another position up into P3. We were saying, is that going to be possible? It certainly was. Eyes on this one though, Anthony Abbas clear by 2.8 seconds right now. The Frenchman in the 3:09. just, I mean, looks unstoppable. Even in the dry conditions here, is able to pull a pretty extensive gap in this racing right now. So again, the other drivers right now, they're going to have to think, what can we do to try and beat Anthony Abbas here, who is, I think, just looking forward, and I'm sure has a massive smile on that face, thinking we could still be world champion at the end of this one. Across the line, Anthony Abbas claims his second win of the weekend in the qualifying heats and joins Daniel Bray on 100 points. But because he out-qualified, he leads the points ahead of Serafim on track, Davide Fore, Halgaard and De Castro, the top 5.
Yeah, beautiful piece of driving indeed, as Abbas and Bray on equal points. But Anthony Abbas is your current leader at the moment with 100 points as well. But another strong victory. Anthony Abbas, Ferreira Serafim, Davide Fore. That's the strongest result that we have seen from Fore so far this weekend. The dry condition seems to be fitting his need and certainly more to his expectations. But Anthony Abbas, more than ever, the man to beat in the KZ2 Master category. The category certainly is more than willing to get to his tally and to his palmarès as well. And that's one way to do it, behind under the sun of Portimão. As you can see, the conditions seem to be slightly improving as we had some slight rain getting into that qualifying heat. Anthony Abbas is your winner, second win in 2 races from Andrea Ferreira Serafim, Davide Fore down in 3rd, Rasmus Algarve in 4th, from Andre De Castro, Jeroen Bos, Thomas Mick, Ludovic Badet, Antonio Piccioni, Scott Allen, Manuel Cosaglio, Luca Olivia, Samuel Gaffner, Hugo Marios, Emmanuel Ducrot P15, and outside of the top 15, 16th place for Sebastian Leder, Scott Presti, Isha Ibrahimov, Mikro Mizzoni, Victor Jimenez, Andrea Spagni, Adriano Amaral, Andre Martins, Victor Martinez Padial, Maurizio Giacetti, Luis Souza, Rui Pires, and Alfio Messina that we're missing at the finish of this qualifying heat. But Anthony Abbas certainly full of confidence so far on the Kartódromo de Algarve. As let's have a look back on how things unfolded into this qualifying heat. You can see the very difficult start from the left side from the Tony Kart driver Andre De Castro, who found himself really overtaken left and right, and it was P5 entering turn number 3 into the first braking point of the track. Then some drivers placing themselves as Fore saw some of the drivers as well fighting their way through the 314 as well. Ludovic Badet losing a place. You can still see some of the wet patches here and there onto the track of Portimão, drying out for most of the layout as Davide Fore making his bit around the inside of the 328. Jeroen Bos, pole sitter in the first ever KZ2 Masters Super Cup in Le Mans 2022. And another move around the inside by the Italian on the 314 this time around, Ludovic Badet, on his way to what will be P3 for Davide Fore, that who kept on overtaking. Andre De Castro was another one falling into the claws of the 4-time world champion as he would cross the line within the top 3. Another strong move. That was the last one for Fore on Rasmus Algarve into the final lap with a little help of the toe into turn number 1 at full speed. But despite the recovery of Davide Fore, there was no one who could get close enough to Anthony Abbas, winning with a 3.3 second margin on the line in front of Andre Ferreira Serafim, and Fore in 3rd, in front of Rasmus Algarve in 4th, and Andre De Castro. Another race lost, unfortunately, starting from pole and only P5 in the end. Let's get down to Parc Fermé with you, Anthony.
Well, thank you very much, Guillaume, down here in Parc Fermé with our race winner from that one, Anthony Abbas. Superb performance from yourself. Yesterday was another beautiful day for you as well, taking the win on track by 13 seconds. A nose cone penalty meant you still won by 8 seconds, but today, right now, a little bit closer, but you're feeling unstoppable a little bit right now, aren't you?
Yeah, it's a good start of the day. So today is different condition of the track because it's dry. So that's why the distance between the driver is more close. It's more difficult to make the gap. Yeah. But we are happy. Everybody are okay, I think, in the control. So we try something different in the next heat, and then we see to be ready for tomorrow.
Yeah. quite a bit of drama at the start of that race with choosing what tyres to go on. A little bit of rain came down, everyone panicked. They brought the karts back in, wanting to go for wets. What was going through your mind at the beginning of that one? Because it then started to rain when you had slick tyres again.
Yeah, for sure. This condition is not easy for every mechanics, every driver. But in my case, it's prefer to stay calm and to make the good choice at the last moment, and then it's the same situation for everybody. But for sure, when the condition is dry and you see some water on track, so you are scared to don't put the wet tires, because with slick tires it's very hard to drive, especially for safety reason. And then we check the weather, everything, and then with lucky we have good condition, and then we can make the hit on the dry.
Yeah, you got away with a little gap there in between those bits of rain, but everything's looking good right now. You've got one more race to go later on. You're joint on points with Daniel Bray as well. That's going to be a fight you're going to have to deal with. Are you looking forward to it?
Yeah, that's nice that it's close like that. And I have again one heat, and tomorrow we have some super heat, so we need to make the best as possible. And then, but for sure it will be close for final for sure.
Excellent. Well, congratulations. Well done. We'll see you out there later on today. Well, brilliant stuff there for Anthony Abbas and for Daniel Bray, still joint on the points with one more qualifying heat to go each for the KZ2 Masters. We'll see them out later on today, but we'll turn our attention back now to KZ2. Guillaume, back over to you in the box.
Thank you very much, Anthony. As indeed, we will have the KZ2 Masters back on track later on to close the day. But before, let's switch our attention back to the KZ2. And so to keep you up to date, both the Masters and the KZ2 have two superheat, A and B. So that means that on equal points at the moment, Daniel Bray and Anthony Abbas, if they would stay in that position, they would still pick up one pole. But it depends who's going to finish on top, as we'll get some more answers towards the end of the day. Let's take you to the grid of the upcoming qualifying heat. Back to KZ2 with the D versus E opposition, as we're going to have the Spaniard driver Jenny Civico Espona starting from pole position with Victor Larsson by his side. Row number 2, Ricardo Borges and Artem Severyukin, Jens Streur and Tigran Bunatian. Row number 3. Row number 4, Anatoly Kavalkin and Matteo Spurgel. Josep Viaterrado and Maxim Orlov. Row number 5. Row number 6, Marek Skrivian and Luis Alves. Row number 7, Alfredo Ibiapina, as well as Jesper Sjoberg. On row number 8, we have Filippo Fiorentino and Gianluca Wolfman, followed on row number 9 by Menier Krause and Jo Valtanen, back to karting after a few years on the sideline. Row number 10, we have Francisco Paredes, as well as Kimi Tani by his side. Row number 11, Artemi Trotsky and Kirill Kutskov. Row number 12, Sam Louye and Nacho Tunan. Row number 13, Len Nace and Jakob Cranston. Row number 14, Eric Holm and Kasper Skormans. Row 15, Boris Juravsky and Patrick Janssen. And at the back end of the grid, row 16, Kipras Jursu and Milan Tejeratu, as well as Norton Andreasen and Rodrigo Ferreira. A complete grid of 34 competitors making their way onto the track under the sun of Portimão. And as you heard from Anthony Abbas, well, the fight is very much on in the KZ2 Masters, and so it is in the KZ2. The classification still led at the moment by Christian Bertucca. 4 races, 4 wins. As you can see, a little bit of a distance, just 12 tiny points in front of Artem Severyukin. Anything can still happen in this race. This is the last rotation for the KZ2. After those races, well, no more chances to get yourself onto the grid for the Super Heats.
Indeed. So for these drivers right now, all to play for here in KZ2. And like you say, Christian Bertucca leading that one in the points. Severyukin second, Tonteri, Basile, Kavalkin and Morgato. But Yenis Savico there on your screen at this moment sits 7th in the intermediate classification. Only 1 point between himself and Matthias Morgato. Sorry, 2 points between himself and Matthias Morgato. But still very, very close nonetheless. A good result here would put him in a strong spot. He's never finished outside the top 10 so far this weekend as Yenis Savico. Best result has been the second places. 2 of those second places did come away with a P6 in his first qualifying heat, but has looked very, very strong. For Victor Larsson, who's going to start alongside him, race result earlier on, 32nd place for him. So again, not the results he will have wanted, but still his previous results are still very good. Remember as well, Ricardo Borges also some interesting up and down results for the Portuguese driver. And as well for Artem Zevrukin in this one. Also another very competitive driver, kind of second in the intermediate classification right now. 2 wins and 2 second places. That second row of the grid looks mighty, mighty close out there. One driver in this that I'm hoping gets a good result is the Falcon driver, Jens Trier on the 3rd row of the grid. 2 DNFs in his last 2 races he's had today. Not what you want to see at all. And hopefully for him, from the 3rd row of the grid, he gets away well. It was in this group where he got a little bit caught out with which side of the grid he should be on. He's immediately going to the correct side this time. So, yes, all good. He's remembered where he needs to be for this. So, front of the grid lined up, ready to go then as we wait for the rest of the field to come through. We might have to wait some time, though, here, Guillaume. The last cuts are going through turn 14 still. So that's quite a long way round the lap still that they've still got to go. So we might be waiting a little bit of time here, but there's a look at the rain radar. Again, we're in a pocket right now, but we are getting encircled again, and that is a huge band of rain that it's on its way. But what will it hit? Will it hit us during the KZ2s, or will it hit us through the last races of the day for the Masters? Green flag waves at the back, and for the last time today, qualifying heat D versus E starts to rev their engines. Lights are on here in 2024. It's lights out, and it's a bad start for Jens Trier, and the driver behind caught out, and there's a huge moment there. Anatoly Kavalkin, heavy damage to his kart, and he gets restarted in this, but I think that front wheel is just not where it wants to be. That is a huge moment there, but for Yanis Savico, the start is uncontested, and he holds on to the lead of this one as they exit out of turn 5.
Well, drama at the start of this qualifying heat. This is the last one for those 2 groups, D versus E. There's no more room for mistake, and there's been, unfortunately, some drivers caught up in there. We might need to see that again. But as for now, into turn number 8 and 9, into the last sector. Good getaway indeed from Jenny Civico Espona, leading the way in front of the Saudis with Victor Larsen, as well as further back, trying to make some way. Mathieu Purgel, the Frenchman, fantastic recovery up to P2 at the moment in front of Larsen. We might need to see that again, and let's have a look at the gap as well as they come across.
Well, I think he's in 3rd, but yeah, no, actually, yes, but he's made a brilliant start in this race from 8th on the grid. He crosses the line, yeah, he's 3rd place, 5 places he's gained on that opening lap. A brilliant start, and for a handful of others, it's just been a terrible start, and for one of them, it's Artem Zevrukin, the 2nd place in the intermediate classifications, has tumbled down the field now and is right on the back foot here, as Kirill Kutskov and Anatoly Kavalkin also have had drama on that opening lap. That would have been at the start of the race, of course. So Yanis Savico now leads the intermediate classification with 210 points, but remember, Batuka has the 200 maximum points so far. Another race win for him would put him on 250 and still leading the point standings right now. But eyes on this train. This is a long, long train of drivers we've got here. First all the way down to about, well, on our time, his screen, it says first all the way down to 30th.
Yeah, that's a disaster. That's the worst you could expect, unfortunately, for Artem Zevrukin and the rest as well. For some of the drivers, Kutskov and Anatoly Kavalkin as well, running into trouble after that starting procedure went wrong for some of them. But Mathieu Purgel at the moment 6 places up from 8th to 2nd, under the pressure from Borges down in 4 with Larsen in between. The 166 of Verterado and Maxim Orlov for the back with the Parlin machine on your picture outside of turn number 5, climbing their way up to 6, 7, and 8 and 9. Purgel, the Frenchman, the current European champion of the class, with the fastest lap in the race, and is harassing the leader. Watch out for Mathieu Purgel, who had a beautiful victory as well on the circuit of Carole on the Long Circuit French Championship not so long ago. And in the gearbox class, he's doing some wonders as he had started this season on a very strong foot in Motorland Aragon. He was certainly the man to beat with 5 victories out of 5 races. Had to make do with 2nd place to Daniel Vasil, but it was enough for his campaign to finish victorious in Val Grata. Oh, the 137, unfortunately, that's Sam Louye. Unfortunately, Sam Louye from Birelarte out of this race. And he's joining Anatoly Kavalkin and Kirill Kutskov, both on the sideline already. As We expect now any move coming anytime for Matteo Spirgel, unless he wants to wait certainly for the later stages of the race.
Indeed. Well, we'll keep a close eye on this race as it progresses. On lap 4 now, as Spirgel certainly turning up the heat here. The 2024 KZ2 European champion is right now on the rear bumper of Yanis Savico. The battle for the lead is on. And we've not seen this performance from Matteo Spirgel so far this weekend. He has been, well, he's been around there. He's, you know, 5th place, a P16, a 6th and a 7th so far he's had today and over this weekend. So not the best results you'd expect from a European champion who's fighting here at the Worlds, but right now he's looking right where he wants to be, and now he's in the lead of this race. Round the outside at turn number 2, Spirgel leads this race. Absolutely superb.
Absolutely superb indeed. As we speak, actually, Matteo Spirgel is only P20 in the classification, which means that he would be on the edge of the top 10 into 1 or 2 Super 8s tomorrow. So he's in need of a strong result. He's in need of a win, and the pace is there certainly for the Sodica driver. He kept it a little bit under the foot, you know, considering the conditions were certainly not up to his liking. But on the dry, as it showed us throughout the course of the European season, is one of the fastest out there. And not only does he get ahead of Matheus of Civico Espona, but building a gap already straight away. Let's take a look back on the move around the inside at top speed into turn number 3. A little bit of help from the toe, and there was nothing that Civico Espona could have done to prevent that move from happening. Matteo Spirgel up in the lead, 4/10 of a second from the Tony Kart driver. That means that Spirgel, as you said, is at his best.
That's a very broken Formula K chassis there that we're seeing, and that's going right to the back of the grid. So that is not what you want to see for Artemi Troitsky in the 200, part of the IPK factory team. And yeah, that is a bent axle if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, definitely so. And that means, yeah, retirement, unfortunately, for Trotsky, as his car has been lined up on the outside of the sideline. Back here with the 121 on your picture. This is further back. Juho Valtanen just behind Jesper Sjöberg, battling for P9, with Francisco Paredes just behind as well. 135 with the green helmet. This is Tigran Bonatian. Watch out for Tigran, who's going to go for the move, certainly at least trying to, on the driver that he has in front of him, Ricardo Borges. This is a battle for P5, and here's the look on the card of Artemi Trotsky.
Well, judging by how much water there's down there, I think he made quite a significant contact with the tyre wall there in through the final corner. So clearly some battles happening throughout the field here, as Spirgel's lead now is extending 7/10 of a second now after setting the fastest lap of the race. Lee Alves becomes the latest driver now under investigation. Needs to be careful. The driver of the 210 currently running just outside the top 10 in P11. In a bit of a pickle here, because he's got Nacho Tunion just behind, who's up 12 places, looking to capitalise as well. And he's got Juho Valtanen, who's gained 8 places just ahead. So he's got some quick drivers all around him right now. Another big mover in this race, Norton Andreasen, who has again impressed over the course of this weekend. Oh, we've always seen him with some big gains in this race after not a great qualifying.
Yeah, every race Norton Andreasen has been out there. You know, he's been one of the biggest climbers. As around the inside, beautifully made for the 166. This is Josep van Viaterrado taking the 107 Marek Skrivian past Jesper Sjöberg. But look at it, this fire driver waving the same picture. And here's a look at the classification with Civico Espona getting himself into the lead. You can see that Severyukin is grabbing what's left, because the Birela driver is all the way down to P21. That might be the decisive move. That might be the key moment, as one of the Falcons, the 154, Jens Streur, unfortunately. Could this be the jinx of the commentator, Made Anthony, as you wish for him the best of outcome at the end of this race? Unfortunately, that's another very disappointment for him. DNF for Jens Streur from the Falcon Racing team.
Yeah, that is 3 DNFs in a row, and that, I think, is a World Championship over. That hurts quite a lot there for the Falcon driver. That is a big shame. Lap number 9 of 10, however, and we still continue to watch these battles unfold here. This is Victor Larsen and Tigran Bonatian still line astern right now, making their way through turn number 5, climbing back up the hill now, and you can see they've got the Civico and Orlov battle just ahead of them right now as Spergel's broken away. And in fact, actually, that battle for second place is quite close, actually, because look at that. You've got Maxim Orlov right on that rear bumper, who's gained 7 places so far in this race. One more, you can imagine, wouldn't hurt him. And yeah, he's pushing his way up the order nicely right now. He's up to 5th in the intermediate classifications. This position would get him up to 4th in the points.
Yeah, keep in mind that it all will change again after the next two races. The one who's certainly, as we get into the final lap, the one who's into a very comfortable chair at the moment, if he wins his last race, is Christian Bertucca.
Here we go.
As running inside, beautifully made into turn number 3 for Maxim Orlov, getting ahead of Civico Espona for second place. Beautiful recovery for Maxim Orlov. 8 places gained for the Parolin driver, competing in the gearbox class with the Modena kart operation. Orlov, who's been the winner in Val Vibrata of the last round of the European season after beautiful domination of his, as it was pretty much unbeaten in Val Vibrata. As we might see something still from Maxim Orlov, like some of the contenders, including Mathieu Spirgel. So far, it's been a little bit in the background of the battle up front, but waiting for the golden hour certainly to make a difference. And considering that those guys haven't had the chance to use the slick tires so far, it's still quite fresh to use for the last race and the superheat tomorrow. But in the meantime, Mathieu Spirgel, the best we've seen so far this weekend for the Frenchman, taking the win, is first, putting him in an interesting position up to P6 in the classification. Maxim Orlov second, and Jenny Civico Espona having to make do with 3rd place in the end.
Yeah, indeed. Well, still a very strong result there for Mathieu Spirgel, getting his first win of the weekend. That is nicely weighted, but at this moment, it is Artem Sevrukin who leads the intermediate classifications now, 205 points. With that position gains at the end of that race up into P20, that puts him back in the lead of the points. Yannis Civico with that 3rd place as well, dropping downwards behind Orlov, puts him in 2nd in the points for 201. But again, both of them are going to be losing out to the driver who's starting the next race on pole position, Christian Bertucca. Maximum points, 200 points, remember, to his name. Orlov there in 2nd place does move up to 4th in the points standings. There's a look at the full results then at the end of this race. Provisional, of course, with the top runners there. Spurgeon from Orlov, Civico from Larsen, Bonatian from Vey, Scriven from Schorberg, Valtonen from Borges, and the rest of the field as well. Alves and Tunion. Crosser from Paredes, and Florentino in 15th place from Casper Schurmans. Kimitane from Fredio Ibiapina from Norton Andreas, and Savrukin from Janssen, Fredia from Neisch, De Gratu from Juravsky, Jurs from Wertmann, Holm and Cranston, the next runners out there, and Jacob Cranston, the first of the retirements, Jens Trier as well, Artemi Troitsky and Samuel Luye, Anatoly Kavalkin and Kirill Kutskov, all retirements. But there on your screen is this year's European champion, taking his first win of the weekend. The start of that race, big drama there for so many drivers. 2 not starting on the grid, 3 not starting on the grid, one of them being Jens Trier, and unfortunately for Anatoly Kavalkin, that one there just nowhere for him to go, and just colliding straight into the back, and was very nearly collected by other drivers behind. But the front of that kart very clearly damaged, and yeah, not what you want to see at all. And you can see there the speed difference between the drivers means that even incidents on the start-finish line can have quite the impact. Race went on, and later more retirements there. With out was Samuel Luye. He came the 3rd retirement of that race. It was Artemi Troitsky, the next one, after he had that drama at the final corner. But eyes on the front runners here in the early stages. Mathieu Spurgel taking the lead of that race, was able to break away. Then Maxim Orlov making his way through the field as well. There is Artemi Troitsky, unfortunately, yeah, bent axle there, and unfortunately out of the running in this one, as again moves happening. Josip Vey trying to get down the inside, managing to do so. That brought in the likes of Mark Scriven, and unfortunately for Ricardo Borges, just got tangled in with so many drivers just dropping down the order just that little bit. This was the final lap, and Maxim Orlov getting up into 2nd place behind Yanis Savico, but the checker flag would go out, and it would go to Mateusz Bergel across the line. The Frenchman taking his first win of the weekend, but at the end of that race, it's Artem Sevrukin who leads the points. Let's head down to Parc Fermé. Guillaume Alvarez, it's over to you.
Thank you very much, Anthony. As we're here with Mateusz Bergel, Matteo, well done to you. This is your first win of the weekend. It came quite late, you know, compared to what you have shown us throughout the season. But going from conditions to, you know, better dry conditions this time around, how was it down there?
Yeah, on the rain it was really difficult. I think we missed something, but yeah, on the dry we were really fast. So yeah, we feel confident for tomorrow, and yeah, we hope it will be dry again.
Yeah, let's hope for the dry, certainly based on the pace that you've been showing. That puts you at the moment P6 in the classification, considering that we have 2 superheat tomorrow. Still an interesting position to start from, even though that will certainly change again with the last races.
Yeah, nothing is lost. So yeah, we have to stay focused for tomorrow and to start in the best position we can in the final.
So we're hearing in our ears that the rain might be coming up, actually. When you find yourself in between conditions, you know, a little bit of dry, but a little bit of, you know, wet on some patches on the track, you know, what goes through your mind with the mechanic? Is there a lot of talking, a high level of stress?
Yeah, of course, it was a lot of stress with the hard conditions, wet, dry. But yeah, at the end, it's a good result.
Yeah, and the road is still sort of long, of course, with the Super in the final tomorrow. But best of luck to you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup, Mateusz Bergel, winner of his first qualifying heat of the day. Back to you, Anthony.
Thank you very much. Guillaume Alvarez down there with Mateusz Bergel at the end of qualifying Heat D versus E. But like we were saying, 2 more KZ2 races to go today before we end the day with the last 2 KZ2 Masters races. But it is qualifying Heat A versus F coming up next. 10 laps as the green light starts flashing. Drivers make their way out onto the circuit. Let's take you through that full starting lineup. It is Cristian Batuca on pole position for this one. The driver from Italy dominating so far today. 4 wins out of 4 as the clouds do loom in the background there. We'll have to see what happens in this one. I'll have Gianni Andresani, who DNF'd in his last race, going from row number 1. Dion van Verven and Ken Algary go from row 2. They'll have Tobias Verlo and Nicola Rossini, who won the last race earlier on the 3rd row. Malo Bollier and Alvar Simonsvara go from row number 4. They'll have Miguel Costa and Roman Shaparov on row 5. Miroslav Shevatalov and Florian Breitenbach round out row number 6. Artur Lane and Simon Reckenmarker go from row 7. They'll have Fotios Sotiropoulos and Arsène Lacoste on row 8. Robert Kinderwarter and Maximilian Schleimer making it all German, row number 9. Christian Alou and Eric Anaki round out the top 20. They go from row 10. They'll have Igor Nozov and Daniel Babianoa on row 11. They'll have Julius Lanson and Mario Borges on row 12. Alejandro Laos and Vladimir Verkalantev round out row 13. They'll have Dan Dalakian and Mario Pinazzo on row 14, giving us an all-Spanish row 14. Eli Goldstein and Siris Anaxa Gerardi go from row 15. They'll have Pierre Bourgeois and Domantas Cava on row 16. Ruben Kafia rounds out the 17 rows. But he's shotgun at the back all on his own in 33rd out there. Looks like all drivers have made their way out onto the circuit. The sunshine has disappeared. And again, clouds start to loom over. We saw previously the rain radar. You're pointing your finger and nodding at me, Guillaume. Tell me the bad news.
Well, the bad news is that the wind has been picking up quite strongly, actually. You could feel it down there.
Oh, look at the cloud there.
And it's pushing the cloud, you know, faster than before, certainly towards our direction. So I don't know if it's like a bad news in itself, but certainly a sign of the weather evolving towards maybe something that we wouldn't like to see, as dry conditions have been with us for the past few hours. But as again, you know, in Portimão, you never out of a surprise coming from the skies. So let's see what Christian Bertucca will be able to do. As you said, he's in a prime position to make it 5 out of 5 victories. That would put him as not only the overall leader of the classification, but also the pole sitter for Superheat number number 1, so Superheat A, and the Superheat B going to the driver in 2nd place overall. As for now, we have Artem Severukin and Civic Espana 1 and 2, the rain radar, and as you can see, it has changed dramatically from before the start of the race before.
Yes, it has indeed. So that is what is coming up, and I think that is moments away right now. We are seeing dark clouds looming around us. It's just a case of not if it hits us, but when it hits us, and that is the ultimate question. But right now, the drivers are focusing on the conditions right now, which is dry. But every second we wait, the chances of it starting to rain increases more and more. I will wait to see any umbrellas go up in the grandstands or in the spectator viewing areas. Right now, I am not seeing those. And right now, we are still, at this moment, in dry conditions. There on your screen, Roman Shaparov, we go on board with him, starting this one, P10 on the grid. Gonna have a great view of the outside row going in towards turn number 1, but let's see what happens here as the clouds are looming in. Engine revs raising then as everyone is trying to get as much temperature as they can into those tires. It is KZ2 qualifying heat A versus F, with the green flag up at the back of the field. The noise out there is biblical as we get ready to go racing for the last time today in groups A and F. The lights go out. We are racing. It's a good start for the front row, and it's a great start for Bertucca. Once again, the multiple race winner so far this weekend continues to break away, and my goodness, look at the clouds that are looming in the background there on our way. But let's see what happens. It's a great start then still for Bertucca. Dion van Verven there in 2nd place. Holds on to it then as they make their way through. Gianni Andresani, who, like we're saying, got caught out with a mechanical failure earlier on in his last race, is currently there in 3rd place and still looking strong.
Yeah, still looking strong, even though it didn't have certainly the best of start, losing 2 positions as he was trying to get ahead of Christian Bertucca. Still trying to give the chase from 3rd place. Bertucca could get away, building a gap into turn number 12, as we've seen as well the dark clouds looming above our heads right now. Still very much dry onto the track. Let's keep it that way at least until the conclusion of that race. But Bertucca looking to make it 5 out of 5 for pole position in Superheat A. 1 lap completed. Bertucca, Dion van Werven, Gianni Andrisani, Nicola Rossini, Alba Sismevara, Ken Algre, Sharapov, as well as Ferrand Bredenbach, Simon Reckenmacher, and Fotios Toriopoulos is your top 10. And we have lost Christian Helu and Maximilian Schleimer, but a look of it turned down the order after a difficult opening lap.
Yeah, certainly so. But I still focusing on this one then, as Nicola Rossini, who took first win of the weekend earlier on for him, right there behind Gianni Andresani in P4, wanting to pile on the pressure, is quick in the dry conditions. He knows it. He's still got those dry conditions right now. Whether or not they maintain it like that, that is the ultimate question again. We'll have to wait and see. We're very early doors in this race, as again, it's starting to get dark out there now. This is a really tense time for the field here, because again, they've got that sort of situation now where they are all on slick tires. Again, if the rain comes down, you know, race control, the officials have to think of safety. And when you get a big downpour and slick tyres, the main thing that they generally tend to do is they stop the race. And if they stop the race in the latter part of the session, or in that one as well, it's all starting to kick off here now. And is that because of rain, or is that because of or just drivers backing themselves up into each other? But Miguel Costa right in the middle of that battle right now. He's down in P15 right now, but Bismalo, Bollier, Verlo, Kindervarter, Polaine, all in front there, and there's a huge train of drivers behind as well, and the likes of Shevatalov, Nozov, Eli Goldstein is up 11 places in this race, so Goldstein has really come through in this one. But like I was saying, with that one, of course, if the race does get stopped, you've got drivers here who might make those big positions really work out for them.
Yeah, definitely so. As I was trying to look out of a window for some rain. It's still very slight. I'm not too sure if it's going to be picking up for the next few minutes, but we're going to keep an eye on the sky, that's for sure. 0.8 of a second between Van Werven and Bertucca. Van Werven currently sitting in P4 overall. And if he's able maybe to decrease that gap and give the chase properly to Christian Bertucca, that would put him P1 in the race at 6 points more. He's standing at 196. That would make him currently in 202, which would be enough to put him on third overall and on the front row coming to the Superheat A. That's for the calculation as for now. Seems like Artem Severyukin, despite his very difficult race, is more than likely to be safe for second place overall and pole position, but it remains to be seen as we're focusing on the track action at the moment with Andrizani under the pressure from Nicola Rossini, Sismevara outside of the 10 number 16 up to 17 at full speed, close to 160 km/h down to the breaking point of turn number 3, and the gap is slightly decreasing between the two leaders with the fastest lap going to Arthur Poulain in P11.
Indeed, at this moment in time. Lap number 5 then, as we still watch this battle here. Still getting Simon Reckenmacher here behind Brighton back. 8th and 9th place for them. They're still both up positions in this one as Arthur Poulain sets that fastest lap of the race. They're in P11, up 2 positions, is behind this battle here at the moment. Still in a strong position nonetheless. Eyes on this one here. And Andrisani still looking strong right now, but now behind Dion Van Werven. Those two still line astern as we continue to watch this battle further backwards. Shaparov there, Algarve as well, just ahead. As this whole field just slotting in. There is Yanni Andrisani holding off Rossini. Simonsvara, though, starting to close in. Might have something to say here at this point of the race as, again, continues to darken near as clouds loom in. We are moments away from a rain shower. It's just as and when it hits right now. Oh, look at this battle coming down in towards turn number 2 and 3 now. Huge battle there. That is around 14th place backwards.
2 drivers out.
Yes, indeed. One's a Maranello, one's a Cut Republic. There's the Cut Republic of the 178. Not going any further in this one. That is Christian Alou, and the Maranello is Maximilian Schleimer, unfortunately. Both out of this one. Now, I thought I saw something dangling off that other Maranello there, but I think it was just a trick of the eye there.
Yeah, might have been. We'll need maybe to have a good look at it. There's the 138 from Tony Card climbing his way through as well. This is Nicola Rossini with the pressure of the CRG driver. Alba Sismevara just behind this battle for P4 we're looking at the moment. As here's your intermediate classification as it is for now. Bertucca clear from the rest of the field. If he stays where he is as we get on board, Roman Sharapov. He started P10, currently P7. And he's trying to give him a hard time to the 158 in front. Ken Oscar Algarve from the Maranello factory team. Try to see if he can make a difference in this race as we're about to conclude lap number 7. As Pierre Bourgeois, the Frenchman, is being warned by the officials. Currently at the back end of the classification, P27. But we might expect a move coming from the 162. Sismevara, Tonica against CRG, battling for P4. Jenny Andrizani up into P3. 4/10 of a second clear from those two. Watch out from the 131. This is a little bit further back. Reckenmacher and Freitenbach. Ooh, almost a touch between the Maranello and the TB. And Freitenbach is pushing forward, trying to get through on the inside into the turn number 15. That's something we haven't seen that many times here in Portimão so far. Trying to get around the inside of turn 15. Not the easiest off turn. He's going to have to try that again.
Certainly will do. On board with Roman Shaparov here. Currently running in 7th place. Started at P10, up 3 places right now for the Birulot Racing team. And again, looking strong here, as you can see, right behind the likes of Ken Algarve. Probably there in P6, just ahead here. Not able to find that way past. Lap number 8 right now. Time very quickly running out. And if there was to be a huge deluge of rain, stoppage, the race would be called there. But again, I just continue to keep looking at puddles out on circuit. That's what I'm looking at. There's some puddles of water still at the back of the sort of pre-grid. And I just keep crossing an eye over it to see if I can see spots of rain in it. But so far, all is good. Driver's running very wide there. Is it raining? Is it getting a little slippy out there? I'm not too sure.
Well, by the look of it, around the track seems to be pouring rain from the clouds on the F1 track by the look of it, but not quite yet here on the Kartódromo. But fingers crossed, as different racing lines already being taken, especially on that last part of the track, as Rossini still in front of Sismevara, with Carlos Gallagher just behind. Bertucca 1.1 second, the young Italian, unshaken into the course of that last qualifying heat for those two groups. We're going to have one more after that for the KZ2 before two more for the KZ2 Masters, so don't go anywhere. As Rossini and Alva Sismevara still in a close explanation. So a couple of points left on the table in the KZ2 category. As on the 101 competitors at the start, we only get to keep 72. Oh, clipping the curb in an attempt to try to make his move. But it's not happening quite yet for Sharapov. Carlos Gallagher was having none of it and shut that door. But exit outside of turn number 17 as we get into the final lap. Shall we see another move or at least another try from the 190?
You would think he's definitely going to go for another try. I mean, I know it's not for a lead position, but every position matters, especially when it's your last race. This could mean the difference of him making the cutoff and not making the cutoff if he was in that situation. So every overtake matters in this sort of situation now. And like you say, he's just got to try and close that gap up once more. It's been quick here, has Shaparov in the final sector, but so far looking very strong. Right, Christian Bertucca at the front here now has been absolutely perfect this weekend. No drama whatsoever. Pole in time qualifying. He's looking at 5 out of 5 qualifying heat wins. The Italian will be on pole position in tomorrow's superheats. It is Christian Bertucca across the line here. His World Championship hopes are looking ever stronger.
Yeah, fantastic performance in the end of those run of qualifying heats. Christian Bertucca, clean sheet for the Italian champion of 2024, and getting ever closer to his dream title in the KZ2 World Cup category. And remains to be seen, as there's still the two most important races of the weekend to go, the superheat and the final taking place tomorrow. But when it comes to the qualifying races, we're done for those two groups. So one more to go in the KZ2, but for Christian Bertucca, with that amount of points that he has on the rest of the opposition, with 250, the maximum on the table, well, that's pole position confirmed for superheat A. And when it comes to the superheat B, Artem Siveryukin, despite a very difficult result in his last qualifying race, seemed to be secure at 2:05, 4 points clear from Jenny Civico Espona down in third place. Dian van Werven taking the second position from Gianni Andrisani, Nicola Rossini, from Alma Sismevara, Kenoka Algri, Roman Sharapov, Florian Breitenbach, Simon Rickenmacher, Arthur Poulain, Fotios Sotiropoulos, Robert Kilvater, Malo Boyer, Miguel Costa Ligolstein, P16 for Darius Babayona, from Yaroslav Sheritalov, Alejandro Laos Lopez, Egor Nosov, Vladimir Verkolantsev, Tobias Verlo, Domatos Kniva, Arsène Lacoste, Jules Lassen, Mario Pinazzo-Serno, Ruben Caifa, Eric Enaki, Mario Borges, Cyrus Aneshta Gargari, Pierre Bourgeois, 30th and last, and 3 drivers that we lost through the course of that race, Daniel Delakian, Maximilian Schleimer, and Christian Helou. But for this young man, Christian Bertucca, a perfect start of his World Cup campaign. 5 races, 5 wins from pole position. His first ever in the FIA Karting Cup in the gearbox class. So well done to him, and with the support of the Birelage factory. Here's a look at how things unfolded into that last qualifying race for the A versus F group. A cracking start and getaway from Christian Bertucca, followed through by one of the Saudis as well. So the drivers trying to place themselves the best way possible, as we're riding on board. One of the drivers further back behind as well, trying to make his way through. Tobias Verlo as well from P5 on the grid, as the 138 just in front, on the way to the breaking point of turn number 2 through the surrounding trees of the Kartódromo, the Algarve, as you can see some of the on lap number 3, Miguel Costa with the yellow crash helmet in a little bit of a discomfort there, as water actually flashing through the wheels on the outside of turn number 17. And as we go back into the highlights, let me tell you that the rain is coming our way. 2 drivers, as we said, Christian Helou and Maximilian Schleimer, unfortunately having to step out of their kart. But in the end, for 1.3 seconds, there was no one close enough to beat Christian Bertucca. Your definitive classification later at 250 points. Pole sitter for Superheat A in front of Artem Shevchenko and Janis Civico Espona, as we have one more race in the KZ2 class to go. In just a few moments, that we'll see the Group B versus C on track with Benjamin Vogelsang and Daniel Vasil on the front row of the grid. But at the moment, this has been a beautiful display of driving skills so far in the KZ2 category. Eli Goldstein climbing 14 places up to P15 at the moment as one of the good recoverers. As we're going to get down to the Parc Fermé with you, Anthony.
Well, thank you very much, Guillaume, down here in Parc Fermé with what can only be described as a near perfect performance. Well, a perfect performance. Pole in qualifying, 5 out of 5 heat wins. Christian Matuka, this World Cup in 2024 is certainly looking like it's going your way so far. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling really well. We found the perfect setup for every hit, and I'm really grateful for it. I should say thanks at first to my team, because they work really hard for everyone, as for me, as for everyone, and you see the results. And for now, we did our job, and we will see for tomorrow what we can do and what we can see.
Yeah. Those clouds were looming in near the end of that race. Were you worried that it might start raining during that race?
Yeah, I think a bit that it was starting to rain, but it resisted, so luckily it was good, and it is really fantastic to be here now.
What's the plan for tonight then? Is it relax and just focus on tomorrow, or is it going to get a little bit excited for you?
No, I'm really excited for it, as it's my first perfect performance for now, and I will relax and focus for tomorrow, because it's really important for me.
Excellent. Well, it's going to be a busy day tomorrow for you. Congratulations, well done. We'll see you out there on track.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there from Christian Matuka. A perfect score so far, but there's still one more race to go for KZ2 before we head back to the Masters. Will it rain? We don't know. Guillaume, back up to you in the box.
Thanks very much, Anthony. Thanks to Christian Bertucca. Grazie mille for talking to us at the end of what has been another strong race and strong demonstration from the young Italian. And you can always feel the emotion through the voice of young Bertucca as we wait for the next race, still in the KZ2 A versus F, coming our way. And still no sign of heavy rain at the moment. As I look out, actually, as you can see outside of our position on the main building of the Kartódromo de Algarve. It's still pretty much dry, and everybody is on slick tires. The driver is making their way onto the track for the last qualifying race of the day. After this one, well, it's down to the superheat, as we're gonna go through the starting order in just a moment for those last drivers of the KZ2 category. 101 to start with, 72 making it to the superheat, and just half of that, 36, into the final. Here's how they're gonna line up on the starting grid. The next one, of course, if I don't get my own grid in front of my eyes, then we're gonna go to the end of the day. Benjamin Vogelsang and Daniel Vasil will be starting from the front row, and Alessio Piscini, Emma Falbermeyer, Matthias Morgato, Paolo Dotteri. Row number 4, we have Nicola Rus and Timo Jungling. Row number 5, Jean Noblo and Quentin Rousseau. Enzo Ball and Joliet, row number 6. Row number 7, and further back we have Karol Pasevich and David Walter. Row number 8, Dimitri Matviv and Marty Rittanen. Row number 9, Enrique Cruz, as well as Theo Blin. Row number 10, Jokubas, Bogdana Vicious and Tim Locati. Row number 11, Matti Lapatz and Simon Billman. Row number 12, Matej Prus, as well as Simon Billman. Row number 12, Matej Prus and Gabriel Loyer. Row number 13, Marcus Kayak and Santiago da Costa Ribeiro. Row number 14, Sandro Olsen and Xavier Avramides. Row number 15, Christian De Klein and Camilo Calderon. And at the back end, row number 16, Gabriel Gomez and Zoe Farescu. Arjen Jatic and Eduardo Momorelli on the row number 17. There we have it, all the drivers making their way on the B versus C qualifying heat, the last one for the KZ2 category. We have 34 drivers on the grid and 34 drivers as well on track. Anthony Jonan, you're back in the box,
yeah.
So give us your latest updates weather-wise.
Right, well, one thing I want to get off just first is if any of these drivers have decided to go for a wet tyre right now, before the track is wet, that might have been a stroke of genius, because those clouds are imminent. And as I was walking back up, I felt a spot of rain on me. but it is not raining. There you can see the weather radar. We're completely surrounded. It's just a matter of just when it's going to just absolutely belt it down with rain. But again, we're just not seeing that. It's just holding off. The clouds are so dark around the circuit right now. They're coming over at such a quick rate. You can see that the mountains off in the background have disappeared, and when that happens, the locals do say that if you can't see the mountains, it means it's raining. It is coming over the hills. In fact, I can see it's coming over the hills. You can see there's heavy rain as well that's coming over the hills. So it's, again, it's moments away, but I don't think anyone has gone for a wet tyre run in this. I mean, it would be a real risky call in your last race to put on a set of wets when it's a dry track right now, but the chance of it raining in this one is very, very high.
Yeah, let's not forget that this is the last chance for some of the drivers out there to try to make a difference and maybe get themselves qualified within the 72 best spots coming to the superheat. As looking down at what it looks like for now in the KZ2 class.
It's raining. It's raining a lot out there, and that's exactly what we were waiting for, is that rain. It is absolutely pelting it down now, and this is exactly what we mean. You've got an entire grid of drivers out there now on slick tyres, and there, well, you can see that poor start marshal who's just out there with no raincoat on now has just been caught short by this coming down, and this is what I mean. If anyone went for wet tyres at the start of that one, it would have been a stroke of genius, but again, I don't think anyone did. This is a dramatic time now for this KZ2 grid. They are all, and yeah, you can see it. You can see it. Benjamin Fuglsang has just tilted his head back and has gone, why? Why has this happened? Because I am the guinea pig going into turn 1 and 2 and everything like that. They've got temperature into these tyres now, but the track already, I think, is completely soaking wet. That rain just hit at perfectly the wrong time for this race. We saw this in the Worlds for OK and OKJ in one of the races. We're going to see it here in KZ2 in Portimão. Hold your breath here, because a field of 34 KZ2s is going into the unknown, and I think it's going to be an aborted start. Well, no, they started? No, the lights procedure is starting. They are going. Oh, no, they're not. Pasquale Lupoli. No, he's cancelled it. He said, no, we're not going. It is a red flag. So I think this race is not going to start. The rain is still coming down. Drivers are getting out. It's not going. Right, now this is a situation we need to try and work ourselves out. What happens now? Is it going to be a delayed start? And are they going to change over? This is quite a peculiar one. I'm going to have to listen.
Yeah, definitely. So as this is an unusual situation, but the decision has been made by the official and Pasquale Lupoli, our race director of the World Championship event, not to start this last qualifying heat of the KZ2 class. And for obvious reason, the rain is pouring like the strongest certainly it has been today on Saturday. And we have at least a 5-minute delay. This has been announced as the drivers are out on track, all on slick tires, and the track now is under heavy rain, and it's going to be slippery and dangerous all over the course. So that might be the decision of a reason for the race officials deciding not to throw the drivers into the bin of what could be a very dangerous situation.
Well, it has been confirmed that we're going to be waiting at least 5 minutes here before this race gets started. So we are going to take a short break. Do not go anywhere. KZ2 qualifying A, B and C is coming up next.
safety car should dive into the pit lane and then might come back.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. If you are just joining us, we are in a slight pause right now ahead of qualifying Heat B versus C for KZ2, the last race of the day for the KZ2s. And it's Benjamin Fuglesang starting on pole position. The reason for the pause, well, the drivers went out on slick tyres on a dry track, and then on their formation lap, the heavens opened, the rain came down, and the track got soaking wet. However, that rain, however brief it was, has been and gone. There is the rain radar. There is a lot more around us. So we're in a sort of situation now that we were in earlier on, weren't we? Where, you know, they went out, they stopped it, they came back in, they then said, right, so it's a wet race, it's open now to interpretation. You can go out on wets or slicks. And then it didn't rain, so they all went out on slicks, and then it rained again. And then, yes, it was a very interesting one. But certainly a very dramatic situation. Now, no one has changed to the wet tyres because, of course, they can't really do that right now because all their karts, the wet setup karts and everything like that are in Parc Fermé. They're kind of locked away right now. They can't get to them. And the next race, the Masters race, is already queuing up and kind of blocking where they would need to get those karts through. So it's just not even feasible. So it's a real interesting situation right now. We are expecting this race to be started, though, in the next minute or so. 25 past the hour here, which is in around 30 seconds or so time. In fact, we get the green flag, and we are going now. There is one of our men out on track, Gonzalo Planta of the FIA, getting himself in his position. He's got raincoat affixed on. It's probably a smart thing to do because it is, well, very high risk of rain out there. So the field are still in the unknown here. The track is greasy. They are on slick tyres. They did wait about 10 minutes or so before restarting this. And that was just to see what the rain was doing. And seeing as it has now stopped, and it's, yeah, it's only going to get drier again. But my thoughts are just on, there's a lot of cloud cover around. The chance of it just opening up with rain again is super, super high.
Yeah, definitely so, as it's getting cloudy about a minute above our heads, but all the drivers still on slick compound. And the track might be, as you said, greasy, slippery in parts, but at this point we have no other choice but to send them out again. And you're going to have to be careful out there. That's the reason why there was a bit of a delay for allowing the rain not only to stop, but the track to slightly dry out, even though the driver coming across will help the racing line to get dry by the minute, hopefully, if the weather conditions don't get any worse in the course of the next 10 laps. But the drivers into the formation lap once again, as for the last race of the KZ2 category before we get ourselves ready for the superheat and final tomorrow. Benjamin Fuglsang and Daniel Vasile sharing the front row of the grid, Alessio Piscini and Emma Falbermeyer on row number 2. Matheus Morgato and Pavel Tonteri following on row number 3. Nicolas Rousse, Timo Jungling, Jan Oblo and Quentin Rousseau, your top 10, as the drivers are still trying to get as much temperature into those Dunlop tires as they can, and trying to assess a little bit the level of grip here and there, and coming back into turn number 7, 16 and 17, the double right-hander for the Sodica driver, who will be starting from pole position.
It's raining again. It's raining again, so this is where it starts to get interesting now. Are they going to send him? Because it was at this point now, 10 minutes ago, where it started raining and we saw it wasn't going. We saw Pasquale Lupoli cross his hands and just say, no, it's not going. We're stopping it. But this time around, what's the call going to be? I mean, it's only spitting at this moment in time. It's not coming down as hard as it was earlier on, but it is still raining, and the track is still in a state of uneasiness in terms of greasiness out there, and they are all still on slick tyres. So this is going to be an interesting one here now. Benjamin Fuglsang is still the guinea pig going in towards turn 1 and turn 2 as he starts this one on pole position. We get the green flag at the back then. The last race of the day for KZ2 is moments away as the lights procedure starts. We get the 3, 4 lights. Lights are out. We're racing. Hold your breath as drivers do not get started, and they've gone everywhere on the track. There was no traction off the line there, and drivers just went left, right, and center down in towards turn number 2 and 3 for the first time. Is there temperature in the tires? The answer to that is yes. And look at that already. Fuglsang there in, I think, it's about 4th, 5th place now. He's not had a good start in this one. But Alessia Pacini also didn't have a good getaway. But at the front here right now, there's Emma Felbermeyer currently running away in 3rd place right now. But who's leading the way? It looks like it's a Pirelli. Is it Daniel Vasile leading the way? I think it is.
I think it is. Yeah, the Romanian had a fantastic start. Not so much to be said for Alessio Piscini, who went into a spin. And thank God he actually got outside of the peloton unhurt. So no contact or no incident whatsoever with Alessio Piscini. But I got a bit of a scare myself for the split of a second there. But Alessio Piscini is still with us. But at the back end of the trail, I'm afraid, as we're about to conclude lap number 1. And as you said, there's grip, there's adherence here onto the track. Vasile in front of Pavel Tonteri, the CRG driver. 2nd place, 3rd place now for Emma Felbermeier, 4th place for Matheus Morgato, Timo Jungling, Walter, Noblo, Luye, Russo, Enzo Ball. And we've lost a pile. A couple of drivers have been, put into the bin, so to speak. 21 positions lost for Alessio Piscini, all the way down to 24th. 25 places lost as well for Nicola Roos, who is the other driver got into trouble into the starting procedure.
Now there's another car going very slowly there. That looks like an SP Motorsport car of Enzo Ball, I think, going very slowly. It's the 152. And confirmation of that one, and that looks like mechanical in nature and going no further. But right now, it's all very close here, and Matveev's now just tumbled down the order. There's green flags waving in the background. There's more drivers going off. Is that rain coming down just that little bit harder now for the drivers? I think, yes, it is. I'm seeing the puddles out there, and it's not looking too great right now. So it's just a case of where that temperature of the tyres that they've got in right now just isn't enough to keep the traction levels up.
Yeah, that would be the tricky part, certainly, as Emma Felbermeier, the 156. Yes, Walter making his way past to the 149. Beautifully made, up to 4th place. 10 places gained for the Tontica driver, the white crash helmet. Making his way past Jungling, Jean Noblo, the 2 Sodi cards. Emma Felbermeier in a bit of a difficult position at the moment as the door is open, and watch out for any wheel banging out there. But Jean-Louis and Clément Rousseau, I think, made their way past. No, Emma Felbermeier still leaning in front of the Frenchman. Corentin Rousseau is just further back in P9. We have Benjamin Fugelsang all the way down to P10. The pole sitter is nowhere to be seen in this race, as once again a difficult outcome for the Sodica driver, who was starting at the forefront of the grid. Certainly the starting procedure that went a bit mayhem for some of them didn't go according to plan, and after the opening lap he just found himself tumbling down the order, and now he's gonna try to actually try to get some positions back for what's left for him to get.
Yeah, indeed, one driver pulling into Parc Fermé there by the looks of it, as this train is certainly becoming a little bit feisty out there. Drivers just tripping over each other in the middle of all of this. There you can see Marcus Kayak having a brilliant race in this, up 11 places right now for the treble one. Has got Jean-Louis for company as well in front, also up 11 places. Christian Decline Gomez also up 11, as down the inside goes Matheus Morgato. That's for 2nd place as he gets past now Paavo Tonteri, as he now tries to hunt down Daniel Vasile, still there in the lead of this race. Skies are brightening, but again, it's just so hard to call this one right now.
Yeah, it is definitely, but I think those guys in the KZ2 class might have a chance to see it through unhurt, with not much rain coming our way, hopefully. Halfway through the qualifying heat, as some of the drivers into the turn number 3 on the inside. One of the CRGs was trying to make his bid. Let's try to see who that is. David Walter, fastest lap in the race, still trying to get as close as possible from Paavo Tonteri. He's the one inside from P3, having lost 2nd place to Matheus Morgato. On picture, 1 and 2 Solis, the 130. This is Timo Jungling, Jean Noblo, the French driver, the green crash helmet just behind. And we have a train of 5 drivers, pretty much in the same picture. That's wide open at the moment. That's Emma Felbermeier, unfortunately, kept losing positions all the way down to P9. Still in this race behind Corentin Rousseau. Watch out for any touch, the 205. This is happening further back as well, as let's have a look back at Matheus Morgato's making his bid. A beautiful overtaking maneuver on Paavo Tonteri. Round the inside. Textbook sort of move for Matheus Morgato, climbing 3 places up to 2nd. Now, does he have what it takes to get as close as possible from David Vasile? The Romanian driver still 0.8 of a second advantage on the Brazilian.
At this moment, yes, and we'll keep a close eye on that. Eyes on this one, Jean Niblom right on that rear bumper of Jungling as they go through. Here's a look at the race start again. And just drivers, Matveev not getting away there, and you can see he hunkered in there expecting a cut to go straight into the back of him. Amazingly, everyone just avoiding there, and drivers going all over the circuit, and not what you wanted to see at all in the early stage of that race. I think that was Nicolas Roos at the beginning of that one, who just immediately went on to the infield there, which put him right down in the field now as he's running in P23. So not a good start there. Matilda Pats also currently running in 31st place, is down a fair chunk of positions, also not had a good start in this one. The 3 retirements, though, Theo Blanc, Enzo Bull, and Ein as well. And yeah, there you can see also karts going left, right, and centre. And wow,
Piccini,
Piccini right in the middle, that big spin. That is a scary, scary moment
there. Was a contact,
there for Piccini,
actually.
yeah.
With Nicolas Roos possible. We might need to watch that again. But
so much is happening at the same time. We just don't know what to look at there. But yeah, it's certainly not the cleanest start we've seen so far this weekend.
Yeah, certainly a bit of tension and frustration among some of the drivers out there, knowing that this is the last race before tomorrow. Last chance as well to score some good points and maybe to gain some positions. And talking about position, Daniel Vasil leading the way, finds himself second in the classification as for now, which means if he stays like that, he will be on pole position for the Superheat B of the KZ2 class. We thought for a moment that Artem Severyukin could have been secured, but it's completely the other way around. Daniel Vasile now finds himself second on equal points to Pavel Tonterri. So Tonterri in that position, if he actually able to get ahead of Matheus Morgato again, could put himself in second place, as he's missing just 3 points. There's 3 points difference between P2 and P3. So let's see if Pavel Tonterri can try to make a difference, but watch out.
I think I saw a Sodi there pulling off the track with a driver next to it. And is that the 128? It is the 128. That is Nicolas Roos, who is now very frustrated. Yeah, and I just think, yeah, kart's just not working. Damage on board after that moment at the start. And yeah, just not the race for him. I don't think that puts him in danger zone for him in the race, because he's had good results over the course of this weekend. But let's see what happens, as this is the battle for the lead here, right round the outside there for Matheus Morgato. And I can tell you why. It's raining again out there. It's picked up even more. Another bout of rains coming over the circuit, and now this is why we're seeing these gaps really close in now. Drivers are being cautious going into the corner. They don't want to be the first one into it. It's just, it's right on the edge right now. Volta's closed right in. This is a tense moment now for them.
This is a tense moment indeed, and as we were just discussing this, Pavel Tonterri just lost third place indeed to David Walter, which means that if he stays like that, Vasile will be secured for pole position for Superheat number 2. But with the rain coming, well, let's see if we can make it in that position to the checkered flag as we get into the final lap. Matheus Morgato, 0.8 of a second on Daniel Vasile, and now Pavel Tonterri up to second place. So it's actually going the one way around. Morgato, Vasile, 1 and 2, and now Pavel Tonterri back into second place. Now it keeps on changing lap after lap. Morgato is your new race leader. Vasile, Walter, Tonterri, Jangling, Noblo, that's your current classification, but will it stay like that in that very last slippery lap of the race? This will be the last chance for any of the driver to make a difference, but for now, Pavel Tonterri, we thought for a moment that pole position was lost, but with Morgato getting ahead of Daniel Vasile, it's the other way around, and that goes the way of the CRG driver for now.
It certainly does, so this is putting him in a really strong spot now, as Pavel Tonterri is looking to start on pole position for Superheat 2 tomorrow. Morgato out to the final corner is going to claim the win. Is he going to claim the win? He's not. He's going to give it to Daniel Vasile. He's going to give it to Daniel Vasile, and that puts Vasile on pole position for Superheat 2. There is team play in the World Championships this weekend, and it's in KZ2 across the line. Look at him, yep, clearly waits, clearly allows Vasile to get through, and that secures him pole position for Superheat 2 tomorrow for Daniel Vasile. A very interesting play there, and I'm sure Guillaume Alvarez will investigate like a detective down there to find out, was that planned and orchestrated from the word go? But Morgato then relinquishing his win to give it to Daniel Vasile and puts him on that top spot. There's the confirmation ahead of Tonterri. Pavel Tonterri there in P4. Despite his best efforts, will have seen that happen and unfold in front of him, and will have just been like, oh, nightmare, absolute nightmare. Daniel Vasile taking the win then ahead of Morgato. David Walter from Pavel Tonterri just misses out on pole position for Superheat 2. Timo Jungling in 5th place out of Jean Nimblon. Jean Louillet from Rousseau, then it's Pasovic from Kayak, who finishes up 15 places to finish inside the top 10. Felbermeyer from Gomez, 19 places gained to finish in P12. Matti Ritten and Tim Licati from Decline. Then it's Fuglesang dropping to P16 at the end of that one. Not the result he would have wanted from Enrique Cruz. Then it's Billman from Bogdanovicius, Prutz from De Costa Rivero. Then it's Calderon from Furescu, Avramidis from Hausem, and Pats, who rounds out the 26 cuts that finished that race. Retirements, Louillet, Matviev, Pacini, Ruse, Morelli, Blin, Bol, and Jati all retiring. But there, Daniel Vasile starting on pole position for Superheat 2 tomorrow. Let's have a look at the highlights. There were, well, very dramatic moments at the start of that one. Matviev not getting away. Now, what happened to Alessia Pacini? Oh, right, so went into the back of Benjamin Fuglesang. That's what happened. So Fuglesang didn't get the start he would have wanted, and yeah, that just meant that Pacini went straight to the back of him, and an unfortunate rotation there. Well, the race continuing, the rain had stopped at this point. It had done its work of just putting a thin, very thin layer of water over the track, but the drivers on the slick tyres out there certainly held on. Morgato, big moves in that one, getting to the lead of the race at the end of it, giving the position up. Later on, the retirements, Enzo Bull was the second of the retirements, the Falcon driver as well. Haydn Jati was the first of the retirements. Later on, Theo Blond, later Eduardo Morelli, as this battle certainly heated up. David Walter getting right to the front of it, just snuck his way through. 11 positions gained in that one, as then we saw this change here. Morgato down the inside of Pavo Tonteri, as then we saw the very unfortunate retirement of Nicolas Ruse from the start of that race. Then that slight mistake there from Daniel Asile just put him on the back foot. Too much of that inside curb meant that he lost that lead, but he would later claim it back over the start-finish line. Morgato playing the team game there to allow Daniel Vasile to start on that front row for Superheat 2 later in the weekend. Tomorrow, we're going to head down to Parc Fermé, and I'm sure Guillaume Alvarez has Daniel Vasile for company alongside him.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Back here with Daniel Vasile. Daniel, it has been a dramatic race from start to finish. Can you talk us through your feeling about what happened in the last lap, especially considering that we thought for a moment that Mateusz was going to go for the win, and then something happened on the line?
Yeah, actually I need to say a big thanks to Mateusz, because he let me pass for the positions for tomorrow. And yeah, mainly that's the thing on the last laps. But it was quite a difficult race, difficult conditions, because being in the first place, you know, seeing the drips and yeah, starting the sliding was quite hard to find the braking points. So yeah, it was difficult.
It was difficult, certainly, for everybody on track. Was it part of a plan for Mateusz to let you through? Because you were controlling the race, you had pole position in the back, then Mateusz went through and then changed your position again to let you have pole position for the Superheat B tomorrow. Was it part of something that you guys had discussed, or it just came out of the blue?
No, actually it came out of the blue, because when he overtook me, I did like a really big mistake. So I was quite afraid that I'm gonna like quite lose everything. But yeah, fortunately he was behind me, like, and he let me pass. So big thanks to him.
A big thank to him indeed. That makes you pole sitter for Superheat B tomorrow. Based on your pace, even though the conditions have not been always easy for you guys, how confident are you for tomorrow, the Superheat and the final?
Well, I think for sure any condition would be like, I like to keep my head up, like I'm gonna be confident anyway. But yeah, for sure the conditions make it really hard. Because on the wet, to be honest, we didn't have the pace, but on the dry, we know for sure that from 2 weeks ago that on the dry track, we are pretty fast. The thing is, still now, we didn't catch that. Maybe, hopefully tomorrow, it's going to be a bit better weather.
Let's hope so. Best of luck to you, Daniel Vasile. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Daniel Vasile, ladies and gentlemen, as we'll leave you to it as well. But as you heard, it wasn't part of a plan, but in the end, it turns out to be good for Daniel Vasile, or pole sitter for the Superheat B of the KZ2 class.
Thank you very much, Guillaume, down there. Well, there you go. Great to see the chopping and changing there between those two teammates. But now we turn our attention to the last two races of the day. It is time for KZ2 Masters, and this is the race we've been waiting for. It is qualifying heat B versus D, and the front row here are two drivers who at this moment in time are both undefeated. They are yet to race each other. They are about to race each other here. It's Anthony Abbas versus Daniel Bray. And the biggest question that I've got is tyres. What have they gone for? And I'm looking, and it looks like everyone has gone for slick tyres here. It's understandable. It's not really rained too hard since that last race, so it's going to be an interesting one, but let's see what happens. Still, dark clouds loom in the background. Let's take you through the starting lineup of what is going to decide the pole sitter, or pole sitters, for the Superheats tomorrow. It is Anthony Abbas and Daniel Bray on row number 1. Both of them undefeated. Rasmus Haugaard and Bryce de Gay will go from row 2. They'll have Davide Fore and Christian Haublin on row number 3. Jurien Boss and Paolo Villama will go from row 4. They'll have Luca Oliver and Michael Fashau on row number 5. Samuel Gaffner from Alessia La Martina, Antonio Piccioni from Paolo Martins will go from row 7. They'll have Ilfino Messinina and Valda Blaserio on row number 8. They'll have Sebastian Ladar and Ennio Gandolfi on row number 9. Row 10 sees Miguel Cosaglio and Sirio Constantinini on row 10. They round out the top 20. They'll have Maurizio Giacchetti and Yanis Vaca on row 11. Adriano Amaril and Marco Ramendo go from row 12. They'll have Luis Souza and Christian Naumann on row 13. Victor Martinez goes from the 14th row, 27th place at the back of the field. Eyes looming and looking at the clouds, dark clouds all around us. We've had rain on and off throughout this second half. It has been calm rain, though. It's not been dramatic rain, but it's been enough to warrant some pauses, some stoppages in the proceedings to make sure that drivers have got the right situation on. But we've spoken about rain a lot. I want to talk a little bit more about the immense battle that I hope we're about to witness in this race. You've got Anthony Abbas and Daniel Bray. There it is in the intermediate classifications, 100 points apiece from those two. They're about to race each other for the first time now. And, well, one of these drivers is going to put it on pole in the Superheats tomorrow. But who will it be? Will it be this man, Anthony Abbas from France, or will it be the driver starting alongside that man there in the treble 3, Daniel Bray from New Zealand, who has come quite a long way for this one. We caught up with him earlier on, and he said, yes, it's an 18 or 17-hour flight from New Zealand.
Yeah, pretty much so, and a 12-hour difference.
12 hour, yeah, indeed. So it's a long old way. It's a long old way he's come for this one, and I'm sure there's a lot of people who are brave. I don't know what time it is right now in New Zealand, but I'm sure it's either very early or late. Well, it's 12 hours difference from now, if we say, so it's 5 o'clock in the morning. So it's, or 4 o'clock in the morning, I think. I need to remember what time zone we're in right now. So again, it's going to be a very big difference, I can imagine. And yes, I'm sure they're watching from home. But let's see what happens in this one. We wait for the green flag at the back. We're just waiting for Christian Naumann there in the CKR to push himself into position. He gets lined up now in the 315. Green flag waves at the back. And it's time to find out who's going to be starting where tomorrow. Lights are on. Lights go out. We are racing. It's a lightning start from both the drivers on the front row, but Daniel Bray gets the whole shot into turn 1. It is the driver from New Zealand who leads this race, and now with that position, leads the intermediate classifications.
Yeah, what a brilliant start from Daniel Bray. Watch out for Anthony Abbas. He knows that he has no time to lose into that race. This is the last chance for him to snatch victory and pole position overall, as he finds himself into the trail of Daniel Bray coming to turn number 8 and 9. As by the look of it, seems to be slightly raining once again onto the Portimão racing track, as the two leaders pulling away from the rest of the field. We do have everybody on board at almost the conclusion of that opening lap, 10 to go through into turn number 12 and 13, the hairpin, and then back up into sector number 3. Further back as well, we have as well Brice de Gay, who went through, unfortunately, a flat tire in his previous race and is about to lose third place to Christian Haberlin. By the look of it, the TB car driver making his way past up to third place, as this is indeed the driver from the TB car up to third place from Brice de Gay. Then we have Davide Forri, Luca Oli. Watch out for any move coming to turn number 3. Already 301 from Piralard, just behind Christian Haberlin. Brice de Gay, and in yellow, Luca Oli, Antonio Piccioni making his way past Luca Oliva by the look of it for P6. Yes, indeed, and Jeroen Bos down in P8 from Alessandro Martina, and Cozaclio running up the top 10.
Indeed, some big drops in that order, and that one, Algarve's dropped to 11 places now, currently running in 14th, as well as Villamil has gone down 12 places now, and just inside the top 20. On the second hand, though, you've got drivers who have made good position this one. You've got Cozaclio, who's up 10 places now, inside the top 10 at P9. You also got Martinez as well, up 11 places now, currently running in P16. Yellow flags out there. There was a spinner. It was a Kart Republic that I saw had gone round. Yellow flags now clear and get going. But who was that tumbling down? Well, Jorian Bos has tumbled down the order, and then it was Rustin Haugaard who's tumbled down the order. That is the Kart Republic motorsport driver, who's now down to 23rd place. Anthony Abbas has just set the fastest lap of the race now, Guillaume. He is right there. This is the fight we wanted. It's between these two right now, Daniel Bray and Anthony Abbas. It's all the way to the end. It's the only thing I really want to talk about right now.
Get your popcorn out then, as we have another race on our hands between Christian Haberlin and Davide Forri. This is for pit 3, and this is important as well because the 4 points between them. Haberlin in 3rd, Davide Forri in 4th. This is the exact same position on track right now. 4 points between them, and there's currently a 2-point difference between so to speak, a 3-point difference between the driver in P3 and P4 in the classification. So that means that whatever happens, Davide Forri needs to get ahead of Christian Haberlin, and hoping for the TB driver to get into some more trouble, because Davide Forri, if he wants to get ahead of Haberlin in the overall classification, not only does he need that position, but he might need as well to get closer to Abbas or hope for a disaster happening going the way of Christian Haberlin. That's for the theory. As for now, 4 drivers battling in 2 different battles. Bray, Abbas, split by 0.2 of a second. That's for the overall lead and the pole position. Superheat number 1. I keep saying number 1. This is Superheat A, Superheat B. Keep that in mind. As whatever happens in this race, if those 2 finish 1 and 2, whatever happens for the last race that we're going to have after, they should be secure with pole position for each of the Superheat tomorrow. But it depends, it remains to be seen in what order they will finish this race.
It certainly will do. Well, at this moment in time, it's still Daniel Bray, but blink, you'll miss it. Anthony Abbas is still right there. And is this going to be a case of is going to wait to the very last lap and then go for it, as there's been drama at turn 17, as right to the back of the order goes Andrea Amaral, unfortunately, the Brazilian for the Pirelli Racing team. Tumbling to the back of the order. Well, crosses the line now, 21st place, losing out 3 places in this one. Eyes on this here. I don't think Anthony Abbas is going to wait to the last lap. I reckon he's going to go for it straight away. He wants to make a statement here to Daniel Bray. You can imagine saying, I'm quicker than you and I can break away from you. But Daniel Bray's certainly going to make the statement in the opposite direction, saying, no, I'm quicker than you. I'm not going to let you get past. I love it.
Yeah, we certainly do, and I do hope that everybody watching along on YouTube as well appreciate the maestria of those KZ2 Masters driver, and it's a reminder of the beautiful battle that we had last year, Wackersdorf, Germany, and we've had the duel as well between Anthony Abbas and Davide Forri all throughout the European season. with the likes of Andrea Spagni and Riccardo Nallone coming to the fore on Val Vibrata. And talking about Davide Forre, here's a look back on his move on Brisegay at the start of the race on lap number 2. Brisegay, the Frenchman, in a much better position this time around, considering he had a DNF in his previous qualifying heat. Now sits still in P6, but look at the pressure on the shoulders of Daniel Bray at the moment, as the French driver is really on the tail, pretty much glued to the Kiwi driver with the green helmet. As once again, Vakisdorf, he had shown brilliant performance. Watch out, clipping the curve a tiny bit. Different racing line by Anthony Abbas. Is going to go for the toe. Halfway through, now on lap number 6 of that race. This is now or never. Abbas is hungry for more. He wants the win. He's going to go for it.
He's going for it. Down the inside. Oh, that's close. And that was millimeters away from both of these drivers, knocking both of themselves out. Remember, that is still a factor that could happen here. Either of these drivers might not still be on pole position, because of course it could all go terribly wrong for both of them. But Anthony Abbas there, that was the first couple of attempts there at an overtake. Now he needs to reassess and think, right, it didn't work there. Where else can we do it? He doesn't want too many of those, because he doesn't want Haublin and Davide Forre to close in behind. That's a tense moment there now between these two. Up the hill now they go, through the Sector 3, 14 and 15 now, up through the hill, through 16 and 17. Is there going to be another attempt this time? He's a little further back. He'll have the toe. I don't think he's going to go for it this time, and if he does, it'll be a very, very late lunge. He's got the slipstream. They accelerate up to 160, but not close enough for the move this time around. But he is certainly looking feisty.
Yeah, looking feisty as ever, and Daniel Bray is doing an impeccable job as well, keeping the racing line alive. As Christian Haublin further back is putting the fastest lap in the race. Let's have a look back at what happened further back. Oh, the 341 indeed going around the wrong way around. And this is Adriano Amaral, the Brazilian. And thanks to the realization for picking it up in turn number 17, but he was able to get back in the racing mode, as Anthony Abbas is very, very close this time around once again, outside of turn number 5, making their way up. This is the last sector of the track. It is turn number 16 and 17 now. The checkered flag is getting near. Where to pass, where to make a difference. Could it be once again in turn number 1 on the way to the hairpin?
Well, let's find out here over the start-finish line on to lap number 9 of 10. Last lap board will be out this time. Again, no attempt there from Anthony Abbas in towards turns 2 or 3 as they exit out through turn 4 now. Down the hill in towards turn 5, as unfortunately into Parc Ferme comes Alessia Lamartina. Out of this race is the driver of the 305 who started this P12 this race, no longer circulating. Eyes focused though still on this lead battle, and is Haublin starting to close in here? Could it be a 3-car battle, maybe even a 4-car car battle with Davide Forre? It's yet to be seen. Last lap Bordeaux's coming out very soon though.
Yeah, Christian Haublin who lapped in a 58.1, while the two leaders are in a 58.5, so a little bit of a gap decreasing now as we make ourselves getting clearer and closer to the checkered flag. Here we go. Last lap it is, ladies and gentlemen. This is now or never for Anthony Abbas. Can we see a move coming from the Frenchman? Turn number 3. First opportunity, but Daniel Bray is expecting that sort of a move.
Oh, there he goes. Oh, down the inside at turn 4. Can he do it? Bray's on the grass. He gets squeezed. Abbas goes through. Anthony Abbas retakes the lead. He waited for the last lap. He waited for a corner he hadn't even attempted an overtake on yet in this race. And he caught Daniel Bray sleeping there. He just left the door open in a corner that he thought he was safe on. And that is Anthony Abbas at his finest. He just clips him to the top here. And now Haublin and Forre have closed in. Bray might be in trouble from the drivers behind. Haublin might go for a lunge here into the final couple of corners. Could he lose out on second place here? But we know one driver is going to be happy. It's going to be Anthony Abbas across the line. He takes it. He gets it.
Very tempting dish coming to our way tomorrow. Very tempting dish coming to our way tomorrow. In the superheat, each of those drivers will be battling on their own into the superheat and then on the way to the final. But here's the classification in full. Anthony Abbas and Daniel Bray. Fantastic battle. 1 and 2, Christian Haublin having to make do with third place, but he was able to hold on to Davide Forri for 1/10 of a second on the line. Antonio Piccioni climbing 8 places to P5. Manuel Cozzaglio 13 places collected to P6 from Berger, Valdir Belisario Jr., Luca Oliva, Ciro Constantini, Sebastian Leder, Alfio Messina, Michael Foscu, Polo Villami, Gendrich Fascia P15, and then Victor Martinez Spadial P16 from Marco Raimondo, Adriano Amaral, Jürgen Boss, Rasmus Ogar, Samuel Gaffner, Polo Martins, Christian Naumann, Maurizio Giacchetti, Luis Souza, Alessio Martina, and Ennio Gandolfi. The Martinian Gandolfi, unfortunately, having to DNF from this race. We lost quite an early stage in Gandolfi, and Alessio Martina, you saw him getting back into the Parc Fermé. Here's a look back, and the 307 indeed had the most difficult start, but at the lead, it was a perfect getaway from both drivers, Daniel Bray and Anthony Abbas, the New Zealander taking the lead as soon as turn number 1, and a bit of a trouble for some of the drivers out there. Further back, it was a Foray, Davide Foray, the 301, making his bit around the inside. I mean, that 5-driver mix into the opening stages of the race, fighting their way through, and a bit of a contact out there with one of the Saudis in the middle of the pack on lap number 2. There was that spin on lap number 5 with 341 of Adriano Amaral, but the Brazilian driver was able to get back on his feet. And then came that moment on the inside. That was the first attempt from Anthony Abbas on Daniel Bray to take the lead of the race. Daniel Bray was having none of it into the hairpin, kept the lead alive, but there was a first warning of more to come. And then final lap after the hairpin on the outside, a slight push on the outside. That was aggressive, that was fair, and that was the move for the win. Look at that battle side by side as Daniel Bray was trying to hold on to the position. Anthony Abbas was there for the taking, and in the end, there was no one else able to catch him on the final lap and checkered flag. The victory, the third one in as many races for Anthony Abbas, picking up pole position. Daniel Bray second, Christian Haboulin in third. Let's get down to Parc Fermé and to you, Anthony Jordan.
Thank you very much, Guillaume. Down here in Parc Fermé for the last time this day. And Anthony Abbas, you didn't get the start, but you got the finish there. That's what you needed. You just managed to get through. Tell us, what was your thought process at the beginning of that one? Did you think it was hopes all gone at the beginning of that race?
Sorry, but I can't speak because Daniel Bray is there. I'm joking, man. Yeah, so it was a close race. I missed the start. I think we need to work on it tonight to prepare well the start for tomorrow. And Daniel was better at the beginning. And then I tried to follow him, and the beat was okay. I wait all the race to find the opportunity. I tried one time, but it was too close. And you know, the track condition is very hard because if you go away for 1 centimeter of the racing line, so you slide a lot because there are many dirty on track. So it's quite difficult to overtake and to find a place. And then I found the opportunity in the last lap, and it was great.
We did think, while we were watching that race, you saw an overtake here, an overtake there attempt, but we never saw the overtake attempt through turn number 3. Is that why you went for it there?
I created a surprise.
Yeah.
That's the goal.
Yeah, exactly. You certainly surprised us all on that one. Well, congratulations. You'll be starting on pole position for Superheat A tomorrow, so we'll let you rest for that one. Let's bring in Daniel Bray, who finished in second place. Thank you so much to Anthony Abbas, who saying he's still happy between the two of them. Daniel, that start was perfect for you. That's what you needed. And is that a confidence boost going into tomorrow, knowing that you've got that start nailed? And Anthony just saying there, he needs to work on his starts.
Yeah, I think my starts have been good. He'll work on his starts. I think we need to work on drive traction. We definitely saw that, and I could hear he was there the whole time. And thought in the back of my mind that move might be on, but you know, like at the end of the day, it's a heat race. We've both got to finish, and we both get to start pole tomorrow. So to finish first you must finish, right? There's no point in starting the Superheat 10th because we have a DNF. So the tricky one was the call on the tyres, and some people made the call and some people didn't. So it was very tense on the diamond grid with Giacomo and myself, and to make what decision. Luckily, we made the right one. But yeah, look, we've got things to work on, and in the first heat race in the dry today, we changed the kart to this one, and we've actually just overstepped the mark. So that's all right. We'll just go back and work on it and bring it back a bit, you know.
Okay. So lots still happening in the background then ahead of tomorrow then. What is the plan now? Is it to just focus, or is there still a lot to work on ready for tomorrow?
I know. I think the kart that beat us is almost perfect, and we have a lot to work on, and we're very close. So I think our eyes are definitely forward.
Yeah. It's a World Championship. It's going to be close. Tomorrow's going to be a busy day. Question is, are you looking forward to it?
100%, it's the World Championship. What else are we going to be doing?
Excellent stuff. Congratulations. Well done. We'll see you on pole position tomorrow in Super Heat B. Brilliant stuff for them for the KZ2 Masters there for both Anthony Abbas and Daniel Bray. One more race to go. Guillaume, back over to you.
Excellent stuff indeed from both Anthony Abbas and Daniel Bray. Thank you very much, Anthony. As we look forward to the superheat of the KZ2 Masters tomorrow. One more race to go in the class A versus C. This is the last one on course of the day. 16 races in total, one last together. And let's have a look at the starting grid as the drivers make their way onto the track. This should be fine in terms of weather conditions and grip level all throughout this last race, hopefully. As qualifying heat A versus C, on pole position, we're going to have Andre Nicastro as Alessandro Manetti as well, side by side. Row number 2, we're going to have Andre Ferra Serafim and Mark Waller-Hanser, Ludovic Bader and Fazan Cossel, row number 3. Row number 4, Thomas Mick and Roberto Profico. Scott Allen and Gary Leder, row number 5. Row number 6, Emmanuel Ducrot as well as Carlos Fonseca. Row number 7, Hugo Mariros and Alexandre Vicande. Row number 8, Mirko Mezzoni and Ricardo Nallon. Row number 9, we're going to have Andre Felipe Andrade. Row number 10, Andre Martins and Eduardo Martins. Andreas Pagny and Julien Guillaume, row number 11. Then we have row number 12, Isla Ibrahimov, David Malcolm. Row number 13, Scott Bressy and Enzo Pirovano. Roy Pierce and Timur Timerjanov on row number 14. A total of 28 drivers making their way onto the track for the warm-up laps. This is the last one of the day, guys. And thank you very much indeed for sticking with us on the YouTube channel of the FIA Karting Championship, on the social media and Motorsport TV. All over the world, we got you covered for the World Championship event here in Portimão. The KZ2 Masters is underway. A versus C. Andre Nicastro on the front row of the grid. His second ever pole position, the 330 at the wheel of the Tony Kart machine since 1996. Alessandro Manetti, the two-time world and European champion. A DNF in his last race for the Italian. Something to look out for, certainly. A better result to finish his day on a better step. But Andre Ferra Serafim, that's an interesting one, because the driver starting from third on the grid is the driver with the closest chance to get as high as possible on the starting grid for the superheat tomorrow, because him and Andre Nicastro are on 85 and 80 points to the classification. So potential winning results, but that's always easier said than done. For Andre Ferra Serafim could put him potentially third overall. That means front row start for the first of the two superheat tomorrow.
Indeed. Well, drivers getting themselves ready for this one. Last attempts of getting temperature into those tyres. And, well, it looks to me like Andre Nicastro's been an eager beaver there, and he's already on the grid. The rest of the field is still quite spread out and far behind here as they get themselves all lined up here. Quick, brief look at the rain radar. Again, we're in a pocket of clear air right now, but there's again dark clouds all around us. But I think for this race here, we should be fine and dry. Again, no pun intended. But right, drivers getting themselves ready. The front is good. The back of the grid now just getting formed up. Timo Timozyanov in that CRG, just the last to get himself into his 28th spot on the grid there in the 318. But the green flag waves at the back, and for the last time today, Pasquale Lupoli starts the lights procedure as 4 red lights turns to 0 lights. We are racing as they go 3 wide, and Andre Serafim gets sandwiched and a spin. It's round and it's heavy damage, but multiple drivers at turn number 1. What on earth happened that caused that?
Yeah, unfortunately, I think Roberto Profico at the wheel of his beloved machine got into trouble as well, and the two drivers coming together afterwards. But there was a bit of a contact with Profico in the middle of it. By the look of it, we're going to need to see that again. But there was one, then 2 contact, and I think there was or was it Andre Ferra Serafim?
Yeah, yes. It is Andre Serafim who had that initial contact at the start, then got caught out in another one. And yes, it was Perez as well, who went off the circuit. So they're the two drivers off the track there, but there was heavy damage to another, and it was Roberto Profico in the 306 and the Tony kart, who's got extensive damage to his side pod and might have to bring that in. So a very dramatic opening lap then of this last race of the day, but it is still Alessandro Manetti who leads the way then ahead of Andre Nicastro. Vincenzo Cossard currently in third place on Mark Volhauser, Gregory Ladar and Scott Allen. Still the top six on Bade, Mick and Frenska, with Dakar still there as they still go wheel to wheel here down the inside. Superbly close racing there as through goes the 304 in the background, just trying to push themselves up in these positions. Ricardo Nallon back in the fight here. The European champion certainly delivering here as more actions happening, and Alessandro Manetti is now under investigation.
Well, there's a couple of things we need to assess here. Investigation flag from Manetti indeed. That could be only for certainly the starting procedure, so we might need to have a look at that again. But drama as well for a couple of drivers. Roberto Profico was indeed one of them falling down the order at the wheel of his Tony kart machine. But disaster as well for Andre Ferreira-Serafim. He's the Birella driver that got caught up into a spin. And unfortunately, as we mentioned before the start of the race, he was the one with the strongest chance to start on the front row of the first superheat with a winning result in that race. He's going to have none of it. And Andre Nicastro, that's a golden opportunity for him, is sitting in second place at the moment, 7 tenths down. But considering that Alessandro Manetti, your current leader, had a DNF in his race before, that should go his way. And look at the contact first with the Birella, and then contact number 2. That's Roberto Profico sending actually Ferreira-Serafim on the slide, and bam, another heavy contact for another driver there. This is Rui Pires, I think it is.
Yes, it was. Yeah, he came out of nowhere in that one. He was in his own separate incident there off at turn number 1, and unfortunately, it was Andre Serafim who was right there. So 2 Portuguese drivers out. Oh, he just went straight on. I think his throttle stuck open there a little bit, because you could see he was still accelerating going off the circuit. So a very interesting situation there for a couple of the drivers. And like I say, both out of this one, and that puts them on a real back foot here. Mirko Mazzoni's just picked up a warning flag as well, so he needs to be careful at this point of the race. But like I say, he's a little further down in the order. He's just outside the top 10 in 11th place. But we'll keep a close eye on this one here. So Manetti in the lead, starting to break away, but the gap is only 2 tenths of a second between himself and Nicastro. So they are still very close as, now is that rain? It is. Is that rain coming down? I think, I'm not too sure. I saw like the sunlight was coming down and it looked like it was raining loads. Is that just tricks of the sun on my eyes? I've got no idea. No, I don't think it is.
Yeah, it might be it actually, because the sun is just out on the track right now, but still a little bit cloudy above our heads right now, and this could still be a possibility for some slight rain to come uninvited. But let's see what happens halfway through the last qualifying heat. Alessandro Manetti, 3 tenths of a second. Now the gap went down. Look at the result. Andre Nicastro, the Brazilian with the Tony kart machine, has just went from 7 to 3 tenths of a second with the fastest lap in the race. We have a battle on our hands between Manetti and Nicastro for the lead. And that would mean that's an important one for Nicastro, because even though if he stays where he is in second place, that would still mean for him starting from the front row of the grid for the Superheat A.
Again, when we come to this shot down here at the bottom of the circuit, it looks to me like it could be raining at the bottom of the circuit, but again, up here, it's completely fine. I don't know what it is. Yeah. You're seeing what I'm seeing there.
Yeah, it has been a long day, my dear Anthony. And I think you might see starting things on the screen and above the distance.
Seeing things right now.
I think this is the weather of Portimão getting in your head, you know, and but still giving us tricky situations, that's for sure. And that's the trick of the mind, maybe, from the Portimão weather. But in all fairness, it's entirely possible that on the far side of the track, opposing opposition, very possible that some clouds.
There's a rain. No, there's a rainbow. Where there's a rainbow, there's rain.
On the other side,
I'm not insane. It's not been a long day. I'm right. It's raining at the bottom end of the circuit, but not at the top end where we are. That's very interesting. Well, there we go.
I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure there's rain on the big track nearby, and part of it coming to the Kartódromo. That's entirely possible, which means that those drivers on a majority dry track on slick tires might find themselves in a little bit of a discomfort coming to turn number 5 and 12.
Yeah, indeed. Well, we'll keep a close eye on that one. Minetti still leads the way then, 0.4 of a second between the two of them, as going very slowly. There is the 3. Is that Ludovic Badet? I think it is.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, he was running in 7th place, and he's broken down. He's tumbling down the order, and he goes no further. That is a huge shame, because he was running really, really well in this one.
Definitely so for Alessandro Manetti, putting the fastest lap in this race for now.
Yeah, indeed. So let's see what happens then as he pushes his way through it. Now, Marerios has also had trouble out there as well. Let's see what he can do in this phase as we keep an eye on these top runners here, Manetti and Nicastro. Still line astern, and there you can see with Nicastro's results out there in P2. He's up to 3rd in the points right now, but still 20 points behind, so even a race win here doesn't mean anything. It is Abbas and Bray on the front pole positions there for these drivers as they make their way up the hill once again, back onto the start-finish straight, onto lap number 8 now of this race, and the gaps open up a bit more. 0.6 of a second now. This is looking like it's going the way of Alessandro Manetti right now, and I think it's well-deserved because he's really dug in deep here. 7th in that one. He is a champion in previous years gone by. Before we were born, we mentioned that. What was it, 91 and 94, I believe it was.
Yeah, he actually won 2 World and 2 European Championships back in the year 1990s, that's for sure, among many other achievements, and in what is called mainly the golden period and golden era of karting. But Manetti back on in the lead, back on top of the classification as for now, after DNF in his previous race. And as we mentioned, Nicastro in 2nd place. If he stays where he is, he's secured for P3 overall in the classification, which means a front row start for the Superheat A. And Manetti, with that win in the bag, would find himself 7th overall. That would put him in a prime position in the 2 starting rows coming to the Superheat, as Mirko Mezzoni, pole sitter this season, is being investigated. We haven't seen much on Mirko Mezzoni, unfortunately, so far this weekend, as he's trying to make his bid up to P8, climbing 7 places.
Indeed. The 4th place battle out on track is looking mighty feisty out there. Mark Vollhauser, Gregory Ledard, Scott Allen, Tom Mick, Mirko Mazzoni, who is in that battle. There it is on your screen. And they're having an absolutely fabulous last race of their day here, really stretching their legs right now as we cut back there to Manetti on this penultimate lap of the race. But still, for all of these drivers, it's been a long day. They've only had the 2 races today, but they did have a long old wait before they could go out on track. Of course, the racing today started at 10:20. The first time we saw the Masters out on track was 2:30 as off the track, and that's not good at all. The 316 tumbling down. That's Emmanuel De Croo. Yeah, that is a big shame for him.
Yeah, it might have been something to do with André Philippe de Andrade by the look of it, as we're losing Emmanuel Ducrot, down to P16, and we might need to see that again. But in the meantime, final lap it is, ladies and gentlemen. 16 races, we've been through 9 yesterday. This will be the last of the qualifying races before the Superheat and the final tomorrow of the World Championship event. And Alessandro Manetti, who has been in that position many times before over the past years, coming back to karting last season. We haven't seen him competing in the European Championship this year. Back in contention, back in the lead, and certainly more than eager to take his revenge after what happened in Wackersdorf 1 year ago. And that's one way to do it, taking his first qualifying race win of the weekend. And a good appetizer for things to come as he crosses the checkered flag ahead of André Nicastro, certainly the 3rd biggest winner of the KZ2 Master class, considering that he wasn't in position to get himself on the front row of the starting grid in the Superheat A. But with the retirement of André Ferreira-Seraphim, is now 3rd overall. That should put him alongside Anthony Abbas for the Superheat tomorrow. So a good result as well for the overall pole sitter of the class coming to this weekend, in front of Vincent Cossard in P3. Mark Wollhauser in P4, Gregory Leder fighting his way through, climbing 5 places up to P5, and a couple of drivers that we lost through the course of that race, including, as we said, André Ferreira-Seraphim, who had a big chance to get himself up into that starting grid for the Superheat, but unfortunately with that, DNF is out of the top 10.
certainly is. There's a look then at the rest of the classifications at the end of that qualifying heat A versus C. Well, KZ2 Masters is done and dusted for today, and so is KZ2, and so is KZ. But for Anthony Abbas and Daniel Bray, tomorrow is going to be another important day. Both of them starting on the front row for their super heats. Come the final, though, we saw how close that fight was between those two. I'm looking forward to KZ2 Masters for their International Masters Super Cup tomorrow. It's going to be a fabulous one. There they are into Parc Ferme, and Manetti and Nicastro there just having a brief conversation, and I'll be curious to know what they were saying there.
Yeah, it would be interesting, certainly, as we've seen much, that's very true, between Daniel Bray and Anthony Abbas in the class, but watch out for the big ones there behind. Watch out for the Forays, for the Manettis, for the Nicastros as well. Let's take a look back at the one, then the second contact between Roberto Profico and unfortunately Andre Ferrer-Serafim, being hit as well quite heavily by Rus Pires, but both drivers were both on their feet afterwards, so that's what we like to see. But two contact on two occasions for Andre Ferrer-Serafim, unfortunately leading to his DNF, and a bit of a trouble as well for Roberto Profico, who went into a spin and finished only 22nd at the end of this race.
Well, it was Profico that went down the inside of Serafim. That's what caused that second rotation that put him into the wall, and then that second incident was just just another one out there. There was dramatic ones out there as well for the 318 of Timur Timosyanov. He would later retire, finishing in P26 after that incident out there. Then the breakdowns, Ludovic Bardet, not what you want to see, not the way you want to end the day, is it? Just a cart just grinding to a halt, nothing you can do, and it's heartbreaking a little bit, isn't it?
It's heartbreaking, certainly, even though he will get a chance to be on the grid of the super heat tomorrow, but that will mean at the very back end, certainly. It won't help his cause, as two other drivers coming together, 316 into trouble. Emmanuel Ducrot tumbling down the order and would make it to P18 only. Far behind Alessandro Manetti, who chose Car Republic for the International Super Cup KZ2 Masters of this season. And certainly a choice that is being paying off, and we cannot wait to see what will come out of it tomorrow in the KZ2 Master category. Here's what's coming tomorrow, as we'll be on track for the first of the Super Heat A for the Masters, then Super Heat B for the same class, then leading to KZ2 Super Heat as well, and finishing the morning program with the KZ. And then in the afternoon, at the 1 local time, the final, starting with the Masters, and leading to the KZ2 and then the KZ with the podium ceremonies in between. You don't want to miss that, my dear Anthony. It's been a pleasure all throughout the day today and yesterday, but the biggest of all 3 days is coming.
Certainly is. In around 16 hours' time, we'll be back for Super Heats and Finals. It is here at the Kartódromo Internacional do Algarve in Portugal. We'll see you in a few moments' time for the finals here at the Worlds in Portimão.
Championship. The safety car should dive into the pit lane and then might come.